Good morning and welcome back to TopstepTV. Today, December 29th, 2025. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. Starting with the opening call, I'm Jay. In the middle, we got Coach Vince. And to the left, we got JD. Vince, JD, happy Monday, guys. How we doing today?
Happy Monday. How you doing, JD?
Indeed. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Vince. Good morning to all our friends and traders in the chat. Welcome back to this Monday, December 29th. We got another short holiday week. We're about to trade some gold. How are you guys feeling about gold this morning?
Yes. Feeling pretty good. We had a ton of movement last night. I do believe gold made a new all-time high last night. No, it didn't. Got pretty close there, but didn't make a new all-time high. I think silver was had everybody's attention. Saw a pretty aggressive sell-off there in silver. We do got a poll up in the chat. Which metals market do you trade, if any? Gold, silver, platinum, multiple metals markets. I know a lot of people have been picking up silver recently. But gold is interesting, right? We had a pretty nice sell-off last night. We'll take a look at the charts when we get into it. But I know we're looking at this opening range trade, JD. Looking at a 1 minute here.
Yep, we just had a we just had a little dip below the low of the opening range. I'm looking at the micro contract. I've got a low on the 1 minute of 44.7230, high 44.7660. Dipped their toe below the low. Now we're trading back under range again, or inside that first 1 minute candle. Nothing done yet. No trade yet. Did trigger a short. Haven't taken it. You like the short here?
It's hard to be short gold unless you were short last night at a pretty good spot. But I don't hate the shorts. Maybe down to 44.60s.
Okay.
44.60 risk on the other side of the opening range. Not too much risk. Talking about maybe 44.79, 44.79 half for the risk. If you were to take it here. What about you, Vince? You like this opening range trade?
Yeah, I think I do. I mean, overnight inventory is really, really short, from Friday. So, two things can happen, right? We might get a huge, unraveling of the shorts, but, as of right now, we're trending lower at the moment. So I do like the short right now. Are we triggered in or?
Haven't taken a trade yet.
Okay.
We're still kind of mid-range, mid-opening range. Well, we're towards the lows now.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to work an offer. Got an overnight VWAP, 44.74. I'll put an offer in up there.
All right.
Working a couple. And that's basically midway, halfway back from the opening range. So take a little risk off the board there. Yeah, of the opening range. Working an offer to get in. We might get hit here. I think we are in. Yes, we're short too, 44.74. We just top tick that.
Nice.
Yeah. All right.
So let's go. Sell it all to zero today.
Where's the CYA?
Haven't put it in yet, but I'm going to put it up at. We're not going to take a whole lot of risk on this trade. CYA is up at 44.79.
Okay.
We just got a pair on. Just two micro gold.
Nice.
All right, let's do it.
2 micro gold, 44.74 evens. Looking for some continuation of the sell-off from last night. JD, anything we got to go through on the economic calendar? Any numbers we should be looking out for?
Yeah, let's take a look. What's going on today? A couple of numbers at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. We've got international trade in goods, also retail and wholesale inventories. At 9 o'clock, we've got pending home sales. 9:30 EIA petroleum status report coming out early this week, since we will have a shortened holiday week. Wednesday being New Year's Eve, Thursday being New Year's Day. TopstepTV will be off the air on Wednesday and Thursday. Just a heads up to everybody. Later on this afternoon, later this morning, 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time, EIA petroleum status report. And we've got the Fed balance sheet at about 2:30 this afternoon. That's what we have to look forward to today. That's it.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, JD.
You got it.
Hogue is out today, but let's make sure we go through that checklist to make sure we are prepared for the trading day. If we have that checklist. Pre-market research, that's what we're getting ready to do here. Provide some context for the markets. Where are we trading? Where do we have the potential to trade? Your morning checklist. Did you get some sleep last night? You have your coffee. You all set to go. All your batteries charged for your wireless keyboard and mouse. Mindset check. Make sure you are coming into the trading day with a clear mindset, focused on executing your game plan, and the money follows afterwards. After that, make sure you have a trade entry checklist, a reason to get in or out of any trade. And to wrap up the day, join myself, Coach Paul, for At the Buzzer. Join all of our coaches in Discord with their classes as well to review what you did for the trading day. Write it in your journal, what worked, what didn't work, what you can improve on, and what you can continue to do. We want to have a repeatable process as a trader. That way we can measure our results. So there's our Top Step Daily Checklist. Make sure you are prepared for your trading day. We're going to take a look at these gold charts. The metals have been, again, taking everyone's attention. I'm looking at the quote board right now. Our bottom four on the quote board, we got gold down 1.77%, copper down 2.8%, silver down 3.45%, and platinum down 6.68% on the day right now. We're going to take a look at those charts in just a minute. But JD, before we do that, we had some news on gold prices.
Yes, we sure do. Gold is having its strongest year since 1979. We went through this last week, but let's do it one more time. Gold's increase of 71% this year has far outpaced the S&P 500, which has risen by 18%. Expectations for some Fed rate cuts in 2026 are supporting gold's rise. A weaker U.S. dollar is helping boost the price also. It makes buying gold relatively more affordable for international investors. Gold is considered a resilient investment, with investors expecting the precious metal will retain its value in crisis if inflation surges or if currencies drop in value. Highest prices, strongest year since 1979. Pretty unbelievable.
It's a long time.
We're in pretty good.
We've been
on this
saying it
trade
all year,
now.
right? Yeah, we are. About a 1.5 to 1 there.
Just about.
Yep.
So this 60 areas could give us a little bit of an issue. This is where we're trading. I'm looking at a 1 minute chart. We're trading the 1 minute candle that made the low of the day so far, 44.54.40. The high of that candle 44.69.30. So that is where some buyers did step up, or maybe sellers stopped selling it last night, earlier this morning. But looking pretty good so far. What do you think about management on this one, JD?
I'm gonna let it ride. We're only taking about $50 worth of risk on this trade, so I'm happy just letting it go.
Awesome stuff.
Hey guys, we did forget something.
I paid. What's that? What's that, Vince?
No, I was saying there was a comment in the chat from DJ the Trader. It was part of the checklist. He said, "I got my number 2 pencil, so make sure you got that number 2."
Make sure you got the number 2 pencil.
Good.
I actually don't even have. Oh yeah, here you go. Here's a pen. I got a pen here. I'm good to go. With the eraser, just in case you make any mistakes, right, Vince? With the eraser. All right, we're gonna let this gold trade cook a little bit here. Vince, why don't we take a look at the gold charts on a higher time frame? Take a look at where we might be going, where we might be trading to. Very interesting markets right now. Again, gold right now down 1.81%. We got the house count short 2 micros from 44.74 evens. Last trade right now 44.70 even, so about $4 in the money there. Taking a look at this gold chart on a daily, we saw a market that made all-time highs on Friday. We looked up near that all-time high last night. Saw a pretty strong rejection in all of the metals, really. So what I'm looking at here on the daily, you look to the left to find your levels. I'm looking at the prior all-time high before this most recent breakout that we've had. 44.3690 is that price. And, I think it's an interesting area to look because when we broke out of that area on a daily, we haven't retested that price. And we know that markets like to retest breakout areas, right? So if we continue to see some selling here, I'm looking at this 44.3690 area as a potential spot for buyers to step in. It's also right around pretty close to 50% of that breakout candle that created this next leg of the all-time high. I'm not ready to say that the rally is over in gold. So any shorts that I'm taking, it's, hey, have a reasonable expectation for the trade and, take your profit as it presents it, because again, on a higher time frame, we're seeing the market continue to push up. We're above all the, higher time frame moving averages on the daily. The closest one that I have, the 20 moving average, is at 43.43. So that'd be a pretty nice pullback in gold. That'd be another 3.5%. But this is a pretty strong market. Not surprised to see a little bit of a pullback. We did get kind of extended, but what are you seeing here on the daily in gold, Vince?
What I've been watching here is we broke out of this. What do we have here? This would be what's the date? October 21st, October 20th. So we had kind of like a triple top up here. And you can see we broke out here on this particular day, which is the 22nd. On this day of the 22nd, we actually had a build of open interest of about 12,000. And we continued this move. This is a pretty sizable move. And we took out these highs. And we could not, retrace back inside. So we kind of stayed above them. The following day that we lost 7,000 in open interest on an upside move. And the volume went from 22,000 to 27,000, 272,000. Okay, but we lost open interest, so money came out of the market. So maybe there was a little bit of I don't know, some people adjusting positions from this breakout, and maybe they were covering, which pushed the market a little bit higher. Then if you look at the next day on Wednesday, we lost 3,800 in open interest on this day. And then on Friday, we gained 8,500 here on the upside. So I'm thinking we might have some trap longs up here from Friday, and we're kind of bringing them to a little bit of pain. And we're going to come back and test these highs that we broke out. This 44.38 is my downside target right now on this short that we're in.
Okay.
Then I want to monitor and see what's going to happen up here on this 44.40 level, 44.38. Where we broke out. Is it going to test to see if it's a viable level? For a longer term level, we'll see. Right, but we're above everything. The 50 to 100 to 200 day moving averages. I'm bullish on the market, but I think gold does need a healthy pullback. I mean, we're pressing highs here. This has been a big bull run, and I mean, look, it's just been going straight up for, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, pullback, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10. So we had like 10 out of 13 trading days, all bullish closes, right? So
right.
Here's some of that pullback. So, I'm going to be cautious today. I mean, it doesn't mean we don't go higher, but I would like to see a pullback to that 44.40s.
Absolutely. Looking at the daily ATR in gold, it's 78.9 points, $78, $79 about. So far, the daily range today, high to low range, we had $126, $127. So outside range day to be expected. The higher this market goes, the more a percentage move means in gold. So we are going to see some bigger moves. I saw a comment in the chat. We'll take a look at the 30-minute chart. I wanted to ask you, Vince and JD, both about this. But let's take a look at the 30-minute first. Right now, we got overnight inventory clearly short. This is where we opened up last night. 45.50 is the low of that candle, that 30-minute candle. And we saw some pretty aggressive selling last night in gold. And none of this selling was able to buyers were not able to cover above this. Maybe this was short covering, but buyers not really gaining any traction so far today. Right? We're day traders. At the end of the day, we got to trade the markets that are in front of us. And if you're blind buying the metals right now, on a down day, you could still lose money. And you're right about the direction on a higher time frame, right? We just talked about the daily moving to the upside, but we're not investing in gold with these accounts, right? We got to trade them. And right now, I see a VWAP that's pointing to the downside. This white line here is the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. This is the first time we've traded under it in about 10 trading days. And we have volume trading below it as well. So, are we a little extended to the downside here? Maybe. We looked at that 44.50 area and found some buyers down there. But right now, for the day time frame, this is saying that this is a short. In my opinion, the question is how much room is there to the downside? I'm looking at this 30-minute candle here, which was the highest volume 30-minute candle from last night. 44.63 is that low. So if we continue to see some selling here, I want to watch the market's reaction around here. If we get down here to 44.63s, I would probably say this trade doesn't have to be a loser at that point, because if it doesn't break, we're just going to find buyers, and that higher time frame presence is just going to step back in, I think, and push us right back up. Vince, what are you seeing on the 30-minute?
On the 30-minute, we have an island top put in back on Friday at this point. So we have an island top. It's a bearish indication. We're going to see how we open. Well, we're open, but we're going to see, can we close this gap from Friday, which would bring this market all the way up to 45.43, I believe it is. About 45.43, call it. That would close the gap. So right now we've left an island top up here. Right? If we go, we can't put the overnight trading hours, but you'll see here's Friday's profile up here. Okay, we put in an island top. We're below the 50, the 100, the 200. We have a potential death cross happening on the shorter time frame, not in the longer time frame, but in the shorter time frame on the 30. When these things cross, that's what they call a death cross. And I would love to see gold make a trip over the next week or two down here to this 43.20 level, somewhere up against this trend line I've drawn. This is a daily off the daily chart. So I would like to see this market unravel quite a bit. Maybe about $130 from here would be nice. But we got to really monitor this. I mean, we can easily, we have an extended range today, right? So the 125 ATR on the daily, we saw that a couple weeks ago, I believe it was. And, are we at that, average true range, right? Or are we going to bounce from here? Who knows? We don't know. But on this 30-minute chart, that island top has me very interested, right? That's a bearish signal. We're trading right now 44.71. We are, let's see here, overnight low is 44.54.40. Okay, I would like to see us test the overnight low and close this gap down to 44.10s. But my ultimate target would be that 44.40 level, just to see how we react and if we reclaim some of those where we broke out. But we have a gap close down here around 44.10. Actually, 43.90 would be the actual gap close from back on the 19th of December. So, even though the ATR has this pretty much extended, I think there is potential for a bigger move here.
Absolutely. We are seeing extended ranges across the board in the metals. Bring Beck and JD, I want to ask you guys a quick question. We can take a quick look at silver as well. But, we saw Friday and I believe today, the exchange increasing the margin requirements for the metals with the increased volatility. In you guys' experience, does that lead to, at least in the short time frame, selling in the market, right? It just became more expensive to hold on to these metal trades. Are some people just being liquidated out of positions? Not something that we have to worry about with Topstep accounts, obviously, because we're trading. Most people trading simulated accounts, but with a live account, does that lead to selling? We're seeing some selling coming in here in gold right now. In your experience,
here's a real world example that happened over the weekend.
Okay.
There's a claim that a major bank was faced with a $2.3 billion margin call in silver, and they failed to make it. So that position is being liquidated right now. So that's what happens with when prices move the way that they are and margins increase. This is the type of thing that could happen. A $2.3 billion margin call in silver. The bank failed to make it, so their position is being liquidated right now. That could be a big reason for a little bit of selling this morning also.
So, but question here for you, JD. If that bank was short gold and that position is being liquidated, then that's buying in gold, right?
Yes.
Right. If the so it doesn't necessarily mean
what the position is. Yeah.
What the position? Got you. Okay.
Right.
And I wanted to clarify because there was a question in the chat. I think it's a good question, right? The margin requirements, does that lead to selling? And I think it leads to liquidations. But it doesn't necessarily mean that those liquidations are going to be selling of those positions, because it could be somebody who's over leveraged short, right? Which would lead to selling. So I think it's good to watch out for. I think the one thing we probably see is more volatility, right? As the exchanges are increasing margins. But it doesn't by default mean that there's going to be selling. I think we just have to pay attention to what the markets are saying that day. Coach Vince, any experience you got with that?
Oh, we got to mute fine for Coach Vince.
Lost your audio there, Vince.
Weird.
We got this gold trade.
There it is. We're back. Yeah, we're back. I don't know. It wasn't muted, but here we go. So margin right now on one gold contract is $20,000. So if you're holding a long-term position in gold, your account balance needs to be at least $20,000 by the end of the business day, or else you need to meet your margin call, right? So I'm not sure where the metals were maintenance margin wise before, but right now it's $20,000 to hold one contract. So there could be people that are forced to liquidate because they don't have the $20,000 balance to hold their contract right now. If this was say $10,000 last week, right, and you have a $12,000 account balance and you're holding a gold contract, now it's at 20, you're forced to liquidate by the end of the day today, right? So, or you got to wire in money to meet margin requirements. So that's kind of how that works. So we'll see what happens, but I just think we're very toppy. We put in that high, and this island top's going to be very, very interesting here. Very interesting. It's a very bearish signal.
Weird.
So we could get cooking here. I mean, I have a funny feeling we could get a sizable
to the downside right now. New lows here in gold on the day, 44.48. House count is short from 74. Nice trade here. I think we're probably at a 3-to-1 now on this trade. Really
We're
nice
pretty
trade
good.
here. So I think what's interesting to see is what we do at this prior all-time high that we were at, right? We were talking about that 44.36 area. We're about 12 points off that right now. Let's count short 2 micros.
Yeah, I mean, if we
Looking
reclaim
pretty good here.
44.40s or 44.38s, I mean, I like a trip down to 43.90 today at some point. But we'll see. We'll see how we
43.90.
react once
All
we
right.
get to this. Yeah, once we get to this level where we broke out, if we reclaim it and we can close and hold below it. So I'm going to be very cautious around that, the 44.40s just to see what happens. But I think if we get back into it and, the longs really start to get burnt here, they might just help us push this even lower.
Nice trade here. JD, let us know if you do anything with that trade. If you pull one off or anything like that. We'll take a look at Vince. Why don't we do a quick look at silver? We know we have a bunch of traders trading it recently. We made a new all-time high in silver last night, 82,670, 82.67 is the new all-time high in this silver futures contract. And we have an engulfing candle here, potentially. We looked below Friday's low, which made a new all-time high as well. The low of that candle, 79,700. If we get a candle close below this could be a huge potential 3-bar reversal here. We have not seen silver close below a prior day's low and extend and gain any traction for a while now, right? This has been a one-directional market, up 40% in the last month or so. But this is a pretty aggressive sell-off, which is to be expected. Again, we're hearing margin calls and things like that, over-leveraged positions. Silver right now down 5.5%. Anything you want to mention on silver, Vince? We'll do a quick one here, and then we'll go over to the equities.
Yeah, well, you can see that margin call is really affecting the silver market. I mean, they're, they come up with $2 billion. It's quite a bit of cash. So they need to either hedge their risk or they need to get out, and it looks like they're probably getting out. But let's look at the open interest here in silver. So on Friday, we had a build of 2,300. It's called 2,400 in open interest on Friday. On Wednesday, we lost open interest, kind of had an indecision day. On Tuesday the 23rd, we lost open interest. On the 22nd, we lost open interest, right? So this is, to me, it's kind of like shorts where we're getting blown out and covering, right? And covering. And maybe this is what happened, right? Maybe they started covering their positions, whoever was short this market, and now they're on margin call, and they were like slowly trying to get out, and they become buyers, right? When you're short, you become a buyer. And maybe they were pushing the market up. And finally they're like, oh shit, we got to start liquidating our shorts and push this market up on Friday. And now they're met today and they're saying, well, wires $2 billion or we're liquidating your entire account, putting your seats up for sale and everything else, right? So this is interesting, right? To see what happens. I mean, this is a big move though, right? What's the average true range today?
Definitely is.
What's the average true range today on this? Mine's not reading for some reason. What do you have today for the average true range?
ATR in silver is $3.30 right now. Today's range is $10.23. So about 3 times the average. Really big move there. Just a reminder to everyone: these metal markets are presenting opportunities, but there's 2 sides to that opportunity, right? There's opportunity to make and lose money. If you're going to be trading silver, maybe trade the micros. Because that volatility is there for sure. We are seeing gold continue to sell off here. New lows, 44, 40, 90. House count is still short. Watch what happens at this 44.36 area, which was that prior all-time high. Really nice trade there. Really nice trade. Let's take a look. We spent a lot of time on the metals, but I mean, that's what's interesting right now. We're going to move over to the S&P. Yeah, that is where the money is moving around. When you start hearing CNBC, Bloomberg, and all these channels start to talk about the metals as well, there's a reason there, right? A lot of attention on the metals right now, so we'll spend some more time on it here also. But we're gonna move over to the equities. We know we got a lot of equity traders out there. JD, before we do that, want to get to any news?
Yeah, let's talk about Starbucks for a second. Starbucks is closing some stores. You might start seeing fewer Starbucks shops around. Let's roll it. After decades of constant growth, the chain is now shrinking its presence in major U.S. cities. Starbucks plans to close about 400 locations, mostly in large metro areas. It has already closed dozens of storefronts, including 42 shops in New York City alone. That's due to rising competition in saturated areas, remote work, and higher costs. The company says it will now focus on fewer, stronger locations and new designs starting in 2026. Jay, Vince, how many times a week do you go to Starbucks?
I don't go very often. I did go twice last week, but I got the Starbucks Nespresso pods, so I go to Starbucks in my kitchen. But no, I don't go too often. What about you, Vince?
Yeah, not too often. They don't have many of them around here, but what I do end up doing is I buy those 2.5 pound buckets of Dunkin' and I make my own a couple times.
Exactly.
There you go.
Yep. Same boat.
Yep. And it's fresher and it's better too. Everybody's like, your coffee's better than the actual stores. I'm like, sometimes it's how it is. It's made with love, right?
I can't even remember the last time I stepped foot in a Starbucks. It's got to be years. That ain't.
Yeah, I can't see spending $7 on a coffee. I mean, if I'm really desperate, I'll do it. But yeah, they don't have too many around here, thank God. They're starting to pop up, though.
Man,
It's gold trade.
We have a trade on.
We
in
got
gold,
to that 36. Right? Yeah, man. That high I'm looking at, JD, was 44.36.90. That was the prior all-time high. The low today is 44.34.20. So I guess what I'm looking for on this trade now is just, do we get any sustained selling below that 36 price, right? Acceptance back into that prior all-time high candle. I don't know what we want to do with this one.
Where do we start adjusting our risk?
Yeah, that's the question.
I don't want to take a loss on this trade anymore because we're nearly 400. With 400 ticks in the money, we're $40 in the money. I will not take a loss on this trade. What looks like a good 50 CYA though?
56.
Like 56.
Where are we short from? 44,
short from 74 right now.
74s.
We're gonna lock in. Yeah, we're gonna lock in about $180 in profit. So moving our stop down a little bit. We're Lenny in it, but that's okay. After $40 in the money, we will not take a loss on this trade. So we adjusted our risk. We're locking in some profit, and we'll let it ride.
54s.
56.
You said 54.
I mean, this trade is just cooking right now. Gold continuing to sell off.
I like it.
We might get your what were you looking for there, Vince? 43.90s?
43.90s, yeah.
It's looking very realistic right now. 43.90.
We might get there before this opening call is over. The way this market is selling off. 44.28. Wow. I mean, I think we can honestly trail a little bit more here, JD. I don't know what we want to do here, but I think lock in some of this trade for sure. Trying to find another spot for us here.
Let's talk through some equities. We're letting time run away from us a little bit. Let's get into some
Yeah,
charts, and I'll keep an eye on gold.
Awesome. Let's take a look at the daily in the S&P. We're seeing some selling in the equities as well. S&P just made a new low for the day. We are pretty close right now to an all-time high in the equities, less than 1% off. But I said this during at the buzzer on Friday. Equities still kind of look heavy. Maybe not so much the S&P, but looking at the NASDAQ, I'm not convinced that we see an all-time high before the end of the year. I know some people were looking for it. We're kind of running out of time to do that. We have the S&P right below that 7,000 level. Seeing some selling coming in here. And again, that weakness, we'll see it a lot more in the NASDAQ. But looking at the 20, 50, 200 moving average, this is a market that's moving to the upside. But over the past couple of days, or past couple of months, really, it's been it's been 61 calendar days, 42 trading days since we made an all-time high in the S&P futures. We've seen the cash market make new all-time highs, but the futures have not caught up yet. And I think there's potential to pull back to our candle, October 10th. 68.63 is the high of that candle. We are almost as close to the high of that candle as we are to an all-time high. So, these markets really feel like they can go either way. It feels like since what's been going on with the metals has taken center stage, the equities have kind of taken a back seat. We saw a bunch of consolidation days last week. We do have another shortened holiday week. We saw what happened last week and Thanksgiving week. Holiday week, lower volume. The markets do kind of just grind up. But coming into the end of the year, we'll see here. We'll see. Right now, daily ATR in the S&P, 69 points. So far, high to low range, we have about 38. So there is still some range left, but I would not be surprised at a pullback to 69.12, which is that 20 moving average on the daily. Vince, what are you seeing on the daily in the S&P? Don't got your audio again, Vince.
We lost Vince once again.
So your October 10th high is just up against the 50-day moving average, right? So if you look at the high, here's the October 10th candle, and we'll just put a little line here. It comes right in line with the 50-day, right? So I would like to see this market pull back, test the 50-day, and maybe take a long, because it looks like every time we visit it, right, we bounce, we try to trade through it, we took out the low, rotated in. So this is our range right now, okay? This is our longer time frame range. And if you put on a composite profile off that candle, we're above value, they sold it, right? Rotate through value. Here's value low, comes in right at the 100-day moving average, which, the buyers came in and rotated back up to very high. So we're trading this range right now. So this is our range, extreme high, extreme low. So until we break out of either one of these, I'm going to probably fade structure until I'm proven wrong. We're going to see what happens here. But this is on the daily. So we have the open interest on Friday. We had a build of 6,200 contracts. We ended it with a downside day. Even though we put in a new high, a higher high, and a higher low, we did have open interest building to the short side on Friday. If you look at Wednesday, so Christmas Eve, we had a build in open interest of 10,000. Back on Tuesday, we had a build of 11,000. Monday was a roll. So that was the official. So I can't judge the open interest that day. But money was coming in long side. And now, and we talked about this last week, that if I come up here around this 69,000, 97,000 level, I'm looking probably to get short to see if we could sustain above, what stops above here. And so far it's been the trade. So we'll see, but I do like to see us pull back to the 50-day at some point.
50 moving average, 68.75. Let's take a look at the 30-minute here in the S&P. And what is that white line on my chart there? That is the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. So while we have some selling in here, this could be, in my opinion, the first spot where we see buyers step up. Right around that 69.50 area, 69.52 is that 200 moving average. We do see, we have a wick on this 30-minute candle, a little bit of a rejection down here, and we have volume trading above it, right? Right now, we have overnight inventory that is short. Here's where we opened up. That range is 69.76 up to 69.83. We have volume and price leaving that range, so pretty nice selling. But the way I'm looking at this is, again, this 200 moving average, if we don't see, and probably more so when the volume comes in for the New York session, if we don't see volume continue to sell below this 200 moving average, this has the potential to be the low for the day. 69.45.75 is that price. And again, I do like the equities to the downside just because of the weakness from buyers we kind of see up at these highs. But I'll trade it either way, right? I'll trade it either way. Higher time frame, this market is continuing to go up. Shorter time frame for right now, we are seeing some selling. But the response to this 200 moving average 69.50 area is going to tell me a lot. And price and volume below 69.50s, I'd be looking for shorts, maybe back down to 6,900. Price and volume above that 69.50 area, I'm looking for at least a test of VWAP 69.66, and then maybe back up to the highs of the day. Right now, the S&P is down 0.4%. Vince, what are you seeing on the 30-minute?
Well, I agree with you there on that 69.50-ish level, right? That's that 200-day moving average on 30. We are opening with the gap imbalance right now. Well, we'll see in the next 30 minutes, but we'll see if we can close below the 200-day. I think I like that area a little bit better. So this is going to be a really, really sticky spot, right? Are we going to reject down here and rally, right? Are we going to, the overnight low is 69.45.75. Markets tend to not like to leave the overnight highs and lows in the overnight sessions. The U.S. session likes to put them in. But, we do have a gap imbalance, right? So potential things here I'm looking at is, off the open, maybe there's an open range opportunity, maybe to try to close this gap up to 69.69, and, with a target of 69.78, and then the overnight high. And then, if I'm long, I'm probably going to cover up around 69.90s. But if we get a push below this 200-day moving average and we start to gap down more, I'm looking to get probably down to about 69.25. And if it really gets scary looking, we do have a gap that needs to be closed all the way down to 68.95, starts at 69.08. So we're going to see. And 68.88 is another target on my radar for the downside targets. Well, we're going to see how we open here. I think we're at an interesting level. I'm excited to actually see how the equities open this morning with this gap imbalance. Overnight inventory is short. Do we continue this push down? The people in the gold position, are they long equities as well? Who knows? Who knows what their overall position is? Maybe they're don't want to get out of their silver, and maybe they want to lighten up somewhere else. So you never know, right, what they're working with to try to hedge their risk, right? So things can happen in other markets. Maybe they don't want to get out of silver. Maybe they want to get out of something else that they might be in. So we got to be very, very cautious in all the markets, because you just never know where the money's going to flow from or out of. So, this is interesting stuff. I'm interested to see how we open here.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Vince. Speaking of opening, we got crude oil opening in just a minute here. Let me sign back in here. Crude oil opening in just a minute. Crude oil opens at 9 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central. In about 5 seconds here, crude right now is our biggest percentage mover to the upside, up 2.26%, trading 58.04. Let's take a look at crude on the daily. JD, you want to look at this opening range trade here in crude as well?
Yes, we could do that for sure. Let me pull up crude oil.
House count is still short 1 micro gold. Taking a look at crude on the daily. What can we say about crude on the daily? It is kind of channeling upwards since we tagged that $55 level. I do like the upside in crude oil. The question is always, how much room is there available for the New York session by the time we get to trade it? The ATR, daily ATR in crude is $1.39. So far, high to low range, we have $1.36. So I would say there's probably not a whole lot of room left unless something happens, right? We know crude can be a very headline-driven market. So if there's a headline that comes out, anything can happen. But, personally, crude is starting to, and it has been looking like a better swing trade, right? Find an opportunity to sell it against a higher time frame level, buy it against a higher time frame level, and then let the market work. For day trades, every once in a while it gives you a good opportunity, but crude again looks like something that presented great opportunities during the London session, and maybe we're kind of left to figure out what we can do here for the New York session. What are you seeing here in crude, Coach Vince, as gold continues to sell off?
Yeah, on the daily, we have a death cross here, Coach Jay and JD. Okay. We have a death cross on the daily. You know me, I've been a bear on crude for the last couple of weeks. Every time we would get up to like $58 to $59 level, I'd like short sides. It happened last week. We're looking, we tapped on Friday, 58.90s, sold off pretty good. It was a nice downside move on Friday, which we were looking to do. We were short the open range trade too on that, right?
I was.
Yeah. So, right now we're pushing up, but I think, if we can't take out the Friday's high, right, I'm still going to be short-sided. If we take out Friday's high, I'm probably going to look for this market to eventually rally up to about $60 a barrel, which is still below the 200 and 100-day moving average. So I'd be looking for shorts probably up there on the daily. But right now, I'm still a bear on crude. I'm I'm just a bear.
Awesome stuff. Crude right now trading
Now, in regards to, like,
58.02.
open interest, I have the open
Say it again,
interest
Vince.
numbers too on it. Yeah, so on
Oh
Friday
yeah,
we
yeah.
lost about 4,000 in open interest on Friday. On Wednesday we gained almost 6,000 on this particular day here, right? And we ended bearish on the day. So we had a build.
Real quick, Vince. If we are going to take that range trade, 1 minute did just trigger a short. If we want to start to look for entries around there, but the 1 minute did just trigger a short here in crude oil. Keep going, Vince.
Yeah, what's the price on that open range low?
58.02.
58.02. And it triggered a short, you said? Well,
Yeah.
well, we do have okay, so 58.02 is the gap close, right? So we close the gap. We go to are we on the 30-minute now, or are we doing a daily still?
You can take a look at the 30 if you're seeing anything interesting there on the 30.
Yeah, so on the 30, we just opened, you said 58.02. So the gap close is 58.03. Okay, so we did close the gap. Now, are we going to reclaim some of that trading day, right? On Friday, we had a triple distribution trend day to the downside, right? We rallied overnight. Overnight inventory was a little bit long. We closed the gap. So the gap was 58.13 to 58.03. All right, so that's done. Now, if this market comes down, we're braiding with the moving averages on the 30-minute chart here. So, what do we do, right? We're not sure. But if we start to get back into Friday's range and value, okay, 57.70s is an area where I'm going to see, hey, are we going to defend this area? Are the longs going to try to buy it from the overnight? But if they give up 57.70s, I have targets of 57.25, the overnight low, which is 56.91s, and then a trip down to 56.45. So those are going to be my levels to the downside. Upside areas, if we cannot get below 57.70 today and we bounce around this area in this gap, I do like targets at 58.40s, 58.85, and 59.74. So those are my upside targets. So it all depends on what we do here with Friday's range and value.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Vince. We are seeing a little bit more selling coming in here in crude oil, 57.89 last trade over there. Gold is continuing to make new lows. House count is still short gold, 44.1820. New low of the day, trading 44.19s right now. We are looking at Coach Vince's 43.90 potentially target here to the downside. We did see some sustained selling below that 44.36 price that I was looking at. And new lows here on the day here in gold. We're going to take a look at the NASDAQ in just a minute here. We got another poll up in the chat. What energy markets do you currently trade? We were just talking about crude oil, crude, RBOB, gasoline futures, heating oil, or natural gas. 75% saying crude oil, 45 votes in that poll. And Mr. Zinn says you have to put none of the above as an option in that poll. You're not trading the energies. Wow, new lows here in gold. House count is still short.
Let's go.
Let it cook, JD. Let it cook. All right, let's bring JD back in just a minute here. The metal markets are getting sold off pretty aggressively here. JD, anything else we want to do with this trade? We're just letting it go. Any news you want to get to before we get to the NASDAQ?
We've got a monster on our hands right now. This is a great trade.
Yeah, we do.
We've got almost $70 into this trade on the short. What a move.
That's LFG.
Do we want to lock in any more of it? I would say anything back above 36, we probably don't need to be in it anymore. And especially as we're coming down to this 4,400 level. Right, we could see some short covering in here. But
yep. All right, we're gonna lock in $400 in profit.
The trade. There you go.
Yeah. We're locking in $400 in profit on this trade. So,
what's your CYA on that, JD?
44.33. Call it 44.34. What a move.
44.34. Yeah, seriously.
Beautiful.
Really nice trade. We just saw. All right, somebody's honking their horn out there. We just saw one of the highest volume 1 minute candles we've had all day. I don't know what that was. Somebody truck trying to get
They
through.
knew we were looking at gold, so they were letting you know that they
Right.
were listening to it.
Yeah.
Give you a shout out.
Really nice trade we got going on here. Again, this was a 1 minute opening range trade. We took it back to basics on this trade and said, hey, you know what? It broke 1 minute broke to the downside. We're going to get in short. $50 worth of risk on this trade and locking in at least $400 here. So really nice trade here. We do want to talk about the NASDAQ. We mentioned the S&P earlier, but I can't stop looking at this quote board. Biggest percentage movers to the downside right now, all the metals. Gold down 3.11%, copper down 4.16%, silver down 7%, and platinum, our biggest percentage mover to the downside right now, down 11.38%. Some really big moves we're seeing in the metals markets. They are the show right now. But JD, before we get into the NASDAQ, any news we want to cover?
Yes, let's talk about the weather, guys. So meteorologists say a cold front that's sweeping east across the country is clashing with unseasonably warm air. The result is a string of brutal winter storms. Today, they're pummeling much of the northeastern quadrant of the U.S. Amy Kiley reports on how that's impacting travel, post-holiday travel.
This is kind of the last hurrah for folks that haven't left already to return home.
Many post-holiday travelers face weather delays and dangers today. Storms spawning along a cold front are affecting tens of millions of people. Much of the Northeast is dealing with severe snow and ice storms.
The ice is our main concern. I know temps are supposed to warm up. Ground temps are still cold.
In the Midwest today, forecasters warn blizzards are the concern. They say snow could meet winds up to 60 miles per hour in some areas. The FAA says Chicago O'Hare Airport had a ground stop yesterday. Oh, shoot! Utilities report more than 100,000 recent power outages in the region. In Iowa,
14 vehicle crash just ahead of my vehicle that's being cleaned up now. Zero visibility.
Some communities, like this one in Illinois, are recovering from tornado damage. Meanwhile, FlightAware reports about 10,000 U.S. flight delays and 800 cancellations yesterday. That follows another rough day for some passengers Saturday.
I just want to make it home to my own bed tonight.
Going with the flow, wherever the wind takes me.
In places across the country, the upside of the winter weather is the joy it's bringing children on holiday breaks.
We're trying to find a good area to do a snowball fight.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
Kids are just like, oh, we got a snow day? Perfect.
Beautiful.
Right.
I see a little bit of buying coming into this gold market right now. I see people in the chat saying they're buying gold also. What kind of structure are you seeing in the gold market that makes you want to get long right now? Just out of curiosity. Sound off in the chat, everybody that's buying it. I saw a couple people saying it.
Flash Golden in the chat looking to buy 5 micro gold here. I mean, I could see it. We're coming down to, we made a low there, 44.0510. That 4,400 level, big fat round number. You know, you got to assume that there's going to be some volume around there. That trades around there, maybe some short covering after this move, but I don't know. For me to buy this, I think we need to get above 44.20s, right? Some of these higher volume candles that we've seen to the downside, we've looked up at their highs, and then we just see, you know, sometimes high volume means continuation, and this just feels like a liquidation move here. So, you know, maybe this is an area to maybe start to look, but we will see here.
Not for me.
See some continuation. No,
you guys keep on buying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep his own.
Vince said, "You buy it first. You buy it first.
You buy first.
All right, let's take
Sold. Sold.
We're still short here, right, JD?
We sure are.
Nice.
Not too far from the lows. We've got a low of low day 44.0510 low of day. Last trade 44.10.
Awesome stuff. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ really quick here on the daily. Another one, like I was saying, the equities, it just feels like everyone's attention's on the metals right now. And the equities are just kind of asleep, right? If you look at the past couple of days, and yes, it was a holiday week last week, another holiday week this week, short and trade. We did have that, kind of low volume float up last week, but just not very convinced about the equities right now. Again, with all the attention going to the metals, we are just seeing range-bound markets have some decent selling here, but that October 10th candle, we're not done trading this price. 25,635 is that high, and it's in range of the day today. Daily ATR in the NASDAQ is, what do we got? 353 points, high to low range so far. We have, let's measure that, 232. So if we see an at range day, there's 120-ish points available somewhere. If that's to the downside, that puts us at around 25,540. But we'll see here, right? If I'm going to be short gold, if I'm going to be trading the gold, you see where my mind is, chat. If I'm going to be trading the NASDAQ, I want to watch the market's reaction to this 25,635 area on the daily chart, just because that is that October 10th high. We've seen a bunch of reactions around that, and it's a zone, not an exact price. But what are you seeing here on the daily in the NASDAQ, Vince?
Yeah, on the daily, we have Friday, we had a build of open interest. We ended up with a bearish close on Friday. So new money probably came into the short side up against this pennant formation here. So this is interesting. We're in a Dolby Dorito pattern up against the 50-day moving average. Actually, that's not the 50-day. This is a Bollinger Band here I have on. Let me put up the 50-day. Where is the 50? Oh, it's 50 days way down here. 200. That's the 200. Sorry, the 100. It's coming at the bottom of this Dorito. The 50-day. Yeah, that is the 50-day. So we're right up against the 50-day moving average here. Okay, so we're inside of a range. We're consolidating. Market is pushing down. Probably maybe some profit taking. Who knows, right? We don't know what's going on with this unraveling of this $2 billion margin call. Maybe they're going to make a movie about this. But I do like this market pushing down. Eventually to the 100-day, which would be the upward slope of this this channel, right? So we're gonna see what happens here on the daily. But it looks like on Friday we did have a little bit of money coming into the short side here. So and now we have an extension of that today. So it's going to be interesting to see, do we hold this 50-day moving average, which is sitting around 25,650? Where's the VWAP on this thing? And what's your ATR on this here, Roche?
Daily ATR is 353 points. So far, we got 233 point range. 233. So we got 120 points.
Yeah, we still got,
right.
Yeah, we still got a pretty decent amount, to get to that average true range. So we're going to see here what we do. We'll look at the 30 a little closer, but we're 65% long tilt in gold. So we did get a nice bounce here, but a lot of longs are trying to come into the market, right? Do we take over? Do we drive it down? So we'll see. Long tilt.
So let's take a look at the. Let's take a look at the 30-minute here in the NASDAQ. Continuing to make new lows here. Looking at the 30, obviously overnight inventory is short right now. We've seen some of that selling increase here. We have what we were talking about in the S&P, right? So we have VWAP crossing below the 200 moving average, which is telling me that there's real selling behind this move, right? It's not just price. Volume is agreeing with it as well. Are we getting a little extended? Maybe. And that's why I would be looking for the market's reaction to that October 10th high, 25,635. In this area, but it looks like a target, at least for now. My question is, if I'm going to get short this market, is it worth taking the short for 35-ish points based on where my risk has to go, right? Honestly, if I'm getting short here, I don't want to see the market get back above VWAP. Is it worth it taking a short for 35 points if I have to risk 110? So really, if I'm looking at the equities right now, I'm looking at the NASDAQ, it's about context. Right? Is this going to end up being a lower extreme of a range, or do we see continued selling that I can then jump on board and get with those sellers down there? So that volume for the New York session when it comes in is going to tell us a lot. 25,635 is that price. Again, the 200 moving average right where VWAP is right now on the 30-minute, 25,783 and 25,779 is VWAP. If we see buying coming in on that New York session open, this is where I have to look for, trade management if I do get long, right? It could, I could see this on the New York session, volume come in, tag these 630s, and just turn around right away. And that's kind of the personality of the market we've seen. There's not a lot of follow through in either direction during the New York session. And again, I think the metals are taking a lot of the attention. So the equities have been pretty range bound. So I would not be surprised to see a little bit more selling coming in here and tag these 630s and then turn around. But if I'm trading the equities, I think I have to wait, be patient, and see what the market wants to present for that time frame. So far, looks like a pretty good short if anyone's in it. We have a short tilt right now, 52%, so pretty much 50-50. Let's see what happens on the equity open here. We've seen some more selling coming in here, new lows on the day in the NASDAQ 25,656 and the orders low of the day. What are you seeing on the 30, Vince?
On the 30, so we're pressing into the intraday low, the overnight low right now. The downside here is looking quite interesting. We are below the VWAP. There is some structure here below that I'm looking to target. Now, like I said, on Friday, we had a build and open interest on Friday of 62. That's the S&Ps. Hold on. Sorry about that. Let me grab my NASDAQs. All right. So the open interest levels for the NASDAQ, Friday was a build of 6,700 contracts. On Wednesday, Christmas Eve, we lost 933 and we lost 1,400 the previous day. And on Monday was the roll 103,000. So, we lost open interest on this push up, right? And then we kind of gained a little bit of open interest on Friday. Friday, we ended the day pretty much range bound, right? We never left the initial balance. We traded inside the range for the entire day. And this overnight move is pretty interesting. We had a spike base sitting around 25,806 in the NASDAQ from back on the 23rd, which was Tuesday. We blew right through all those levels, but we're up against excess here, and we do have a gap below down to 25,600. So I'm looking to probably target that to the downside, as well as 25,575. And if we're cooking more downside, probably down to like 25,400 would be an overall target to the short side, and maybe I'll look for longs down there. But we'll see. We have this. Let me take the VWAP off so you can see it a little better. All right, so you see down here, this 20. We're right around the value low from the 22nd, and then we had this little bit of a gap here, and that's the 25,600 level right there that I'm talking about. But I would like to take longs up down here at 25,400 if we get it, right? But if I'm cooking short side, I'm looking to clean up this area here, maybe take out these intraday, these overnight lows, right? These haven't been checked yet. And then, I'm looking for a pretty good move. But we'll see. If we hold 25,580s, we could get a potential bounce. We're going to have to see. But if we reclaim this zone, then I like a trip down further. So, we'll see what happens if we get down there to the 25,580 level and see what happens at that point. But other than that,
Thank you for that, Coach Vince. We do still have the house account short gold. We got to get into fast markets here soon. JD, who do we got trading with us today on TopstepTV?
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule. We got a great day of tradertainment coming your way, folks. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Andre, Hogue, Dakota, and Coach Ray will be here. Hogue will be back for the morning recap at 11 o'clock Central Time, 11:15. We've got Power Players. Coach Jay and I will be here with Diamond Hands George. That'll be a great one. Make sure you stick around for that. Then I'm coming back for the shoulder tap with Risk Manager Aaron at about 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Group coaching with Hogue, Deanna, and Coach Ray. Trade with Topstep. VWAP George is in the house. He will be in the house. I'll be there with Vince and VWAP George at 1 o'clock Central Time. And we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Muhammad, and Dakota. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way right here on TopstepTV. We're here, bell to bell, for all of you. Make sure you stick around. Let's get it.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Westy says metals down on margin call for sure. You got to raise some money somewhere. Yeah, I mean that could be what we're seeing right here. Again, I want to go through this quote board. We do have the house count still short micro gold from 44.74, about 60 points in the profit here. Biggest percentage movers to the downside right now: gold down 3.1%, copper down 4.25%, silver down 6.7%, and platinum, our biggest percentage mover to the downside right now, down 11.15%. To the upside, it's all the energies. Heating oil up 1.33%, RBOB gasoline futures up 1.35%, the natural gas up 1.39%, and crude oil up 2.22%. The equities kind of flat. The S&P down 0.48%, and where's the Nasdaq? I shouldn't say flat. Equities down as well. Nasdaq down 0.71%. See the team looking pretty good there in the background. Hogue has the sweater on. Hogue has the sweater. There's a rally somewhere. There's a rally coming somewhere. We just gotta find it. We just gotta find it. All right, JD, talk to us a little bit more about this this gold trade. What are we doing here? How are we gonna manage this one? Or are we just gonna keep letting it cook?
We're going to keep letting it cook. We've adjusted our risk. We got our CYA up at 44.3390. We're locking in about $400 worth of profit, and we'll continue to adjust that stop as we. If this market continues lower, we'll continue to adjust our risk on it. That's it, though. Short house count short from 44.74. Last print 44.12.
Way to start off a Monday.
Yep,
that is a great way to start a Monday. I know we got Coach Ray coming in, who is a metals trader, so he'll be looking at the gold market. Curious what Coach Ray's opinion is on this. Coach Vince, anything you want to say before we get out of here? I know you are coming back on TopstepTV, but anything you want to say before we get into fast markets?
No, just everybody, trade well. Maybe don't try to catch a falling knife. Yeah, I don't know, but maybe it's the right thing to do. I couldn't really tell you. But no, just manage your risk, trade well, everybody. I'll see you all later on this afternoon, and let's get this gold cooking. We're getting
awesome stuff
in our zone here, so let's see if we can get it.
Those 43.90s was Coach Vince's downside target. We're about 20 points or so away from that right now. Low of the day in gold, 44.0510. Last trade, 44.0990. We are good to go. JD, keep us up to date on this trade. But we are going to go into fast markets. We got Andre Hogue, Coach Ray, and Coach Dakota coming in for fast markets. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button, like and subscribe. Tell your friends and family to do so as well. I want to give a shout out to one of our traders, Mike Brunelli. I met up with Mike at the Pats-Jets game. It was not a good game unless you're a Pats fan, but it was cool to see some of our Topstep community in person at the Jets game. Met Mike and his family out there. So shout out to the community that we're continuing to build here on the way to 200,000 subscribers. We couldn't do so without all of you. So we got fast markets coming up here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Oh, I'm supposed to come up with something clever to say. Oh, we're live. No, I'm just kidding. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. There's the Bugle. Let's see who we got here. We got Hogue up right-hand corner, Coach Ray in the lower right-hand corner, and Mr. Dakota, lower left-hand corner. Let's get right into it. Mr. Dakota, thoughts coming into this Monday. Gold selling off, silver selling off as well. What's
man,
up,
what a way to end the year, man. I've been watching silver overnight. Down $1,600. It's talk about volatility. Friday, silver was up like 8-9%. We started slow markets off. Silver pumped up to like 82.50, and now it's down to 72. So we're seeing volatility, and that might even just be an understatement with the way this market is moving. And equities are a little bit more muted, a little bit more quiet in equities, but we are down 0.6% here in the NASDAQ. Last few trading days of the year. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. Another holiday shortened trading week. We'll get into that a little bit. Hogue, happy Monday. Gold, we're looking at, we're down about 160 bucks, 170 bucks off all-time highs as we trade 44.12. How's it count short? 1 micro gold from 44.74. Happy Monday, Hogue. Thoughts coming into this thing?
Happy Monday, everybody. It's great to be back, taking a week off and just getting back into these markets. And yes, you're welcome. I have brought the volatility back into the metals here, a little bit to the downside. I'm liking the fact that the house account is currently short. I see we've got weekly kickoff low down at 43.84. That looks like a very tasty little target for our short here, but we also have a gap that we left about a week ago. The gap close is right down to 43.89, which is right near that 43.90 that Coach Vince was looking at. I also just like that whole area for a potential target for this trade. Yeah, these metals need a pullback. They need a pullback. We've been seeing gold in particular, just continuing to push higher on increasing open interest, just needs a pullback. And I think we are, of course, seeing part of that pullback right now. Don't know how far, don't know when it's going to turn, but I'm pretty sure it's going to. And I do, again, like that 43.90 to 43.84 area for a potential target for this house account trade. I'm liking it.
Liking it, loving it. Absolutely. Happy Monday, Ray. Thoughts coming in? Gold selling off. You're a metals trader. What are you thinking?
Yeah.
Prices of interest.
I would not have ever thought that we would be talking about a bearish market, but right now we're seeing some indications of it, right? I mean, on the metals, as Coach Dakota kind of alluded to earlier, I mean, we were up close to the 80s. Now we're down below 72, right? So who would have thought that we'd make an 8-point move in such a short time? So I don't know what to make of this. I think we have to kind of continue to look, especially on the gold side. I mean, right now, at least on the day side, I'm kind of looking to the short side, to be honest. I'm looking to sell a little bit of strength. I'm looking at levels here close to the VWAP. Right now, I would say 44.62, 44.63 is kind of an area that I'm kind of looking at to see maybe for continuation trade. I know that that's well below kind of where we're at with the market, but it's really hard for me to kind of chase this move to the downside without the market kind of rallying here a little bit and then kind of sell strength if I'm really looking bearish. Otherwise, I need to maybe locate some areas. I think the area that Coach Vince alluded to, just 43.90, 43.85 level, seems like maybe a logical place maybe to look for maybe a reversal in this. But outside of that, I'm right now looking more on the short side to see if it gives me an opportunity to participate in this move to the downside, because it does seem quite sustained.
Yes, it does. New York session for the equities is now open, but take a look at gold. Gold making new lows. Just printed 43.93. Yes, 43.93 last print. Hogue looking for a possible target, 43.89. Hogue, we are almost there, but let's take a look at the equities right now. Got the NASDAQ trading 25,000, called 700. ES trading 69.50. Trading 48,904. Crude trading $58.04. And we got more selling coming in here in gold. Hogue 43.90. Now 43.86 is where they're really selling this thing. 43.86.
Yeah, they are. 43.84 is weekly kickoff low.
Already. It's Monday, Hogue.
Yes.
It's Monday, 8:30 Central Time, weekly kickoff low. We are there. Wow, we are selling off again. House account short, 1 micro. Go from 44.74. 44.74, right. About $90 in the money. Man, oh man. Take a look at silver, of course. Dow's popping here. Let's take a look at silver. Silver, all-time highs overnight. Silver now trading $71.60. About $12 off those all-time highs. ES catching a bit here at 69.52 now. 53's print. Dakota, what are you watching? NASDAQ? You watching gold? A little bit of both?
Yeah, I'm watching NASDAQ and silver. NASDAQ's holding these 25,660s. And so we caught a nice little bid, maybe a double bottom that I see to open up this session. These 60s are holding off pretty well. But a lot of downward pressure. A lot of downward pressure in this market. Kind of see how it pans out. Maybe low volume. Well, look at that. But the buyer's stepping in right there. Buyers are stepping in. We'll see where this thing settle down for a minute, and then we'll see about taking some trades.
All right. In terms of numbers, we got EIA crude oil inventory. That's about an hour from now. Minor number at the top of the hour, U.S. pending home sales. Again, we'll keep you posted on that. Take a look at the tilt. Nothing really jumping off for the time being. We're seeing, again, gold selling off very heavily. Silver as well. What's going on in MBT, micro Bitcoin? Let's go around the horn and take a look at all the markets. Pop there in micro Bitcoin, trading 88,330 right now. All eyes on the metals. We saw some more selling. Again, all-time highs in gold, 45.84. We are down about $200. Yes, $200 from that right now. 43.85.
I heard the house account has an amazing gold trade on. Is that? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, for sure, from 44.74. About $80 the money right now. I know. Quickly. That was an hour. About an hour.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh,
All right.
take it.
Sign
Take
me
it.
up.
Only we
It's
have
way
a
up
runner. Well,
there.
we have a runner. We have a runner indeed. All right. Before any trades are taken, everyone's flat here except for the house account. Pinned to the top of the chat. Got those Topstep daily levels updated, refresh before every New York Open. Sure, click on that link. Have a little real estate on the screen. If you don't, if you do, you want better, you want all there right in front of you, click on the indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. Have them right there overlaid on your charts. And Topstep daily levels updated, refresh before every New York Open.
That is a $10 bounce off that low in gold.
Oh, it sure is. 43.85 lows. That's the bounce folks talking about. Now trading 43.98, 43.99s now.
Silver's
Still some really good volume on these down bars here on the 30-minute chart.
Downside?
Yeah.
Volume, folks?
Yeah. Some pretty good volume.
Silver, same story there. Yeah, little bounce there, about $1 bounce in silver, trading $72.22. Let's see if we got NASDAQ pushing a little higher here. 25,720 last trade. We got 73% long tilt NASDAQ right now. Early, just 5 minutes into this New York session. 73% long on the tilt in the NQ.
Yeah, we just bounced off those 660s, and we're still down 0.5% today in the NASDAQ. See if we can continue to find buyers stepping in. It is last holiday. We talked about Santa Claus rally. Do we see the kind of a drift higher going into the end of the year?
Well, it's going to start soon. I mean, we're not. Yes, S&Ps. We're about all-time highs like 77,011. All-time highs in S&P. So what? 60 points away from that. Can report the house account trade has been covered. $772 on one micro.
One micro.
Very nice.
Sure is. That's a nice way to go. Again, 73% long tilt in the NQ.
About 3 weeks ago, we had an $800 winner on one micro gold. Here's another $800 winner on micro gold. Seems to be our number.
Was that was a long, correct? Or was that a short?
I think that was a short, if I remember right.
Look at us making money.
Oh no, it was a long. You're right. It was a long.
Okay, long. Okay,
there goes NASDAQ.
There goes the NQ.
Catching a bid.
Catching a bid. Overnight VWAP incoming. 25,758.
A lot of overnight inventory in those equities, man. Opening ranges have been left at the dead low.
This is the buy. We buying this. We're going to buy it. ES, same story over there. Looking at about a 18-point pop here in the last. Oh, it's just the New York Belt ring. 6 minutes or so. ES trading 69.62 and Q not done. Continuing to push higher. 120-point pop. Just cooked right through overnight VWAP.
Oh man.
And closing in on 25,800. About 15 points to go. That long tilt. They're getting paid. How they cover.
What a pump right there.
800 prints.
150 points.
Yes, same story over there. Looking at about a 25-point pump as well. Last 7 minutes. Ooh, $1,000. Yeah, $2,000 just came in on the offer in the ES. What price was that? $69.65. $2,000 on the ask. It was filled. $69.65.
We've got some pretty positive delta. The S&P is 3,800 positive.
I think
flat in the NASDAQ.
Okay, well, yeah, 3,800. That jumped by 2,000 about
Yep.
20 seconds ago, 30 seconds ago. Again, big size coming on the offer. ES 2000 at 69.65. Last trade 69.67. Was filled quickly, and Nasdaq continued to see some buying.
Yeah, gold is kind of hanging out here at
What
the
happened?
the low end of the initial balance range. I don't know if it's going to hold, but if we're looking for maybe a reversal, this would be an area that I would look for something like that. Maybe a failed auction back through the and maybe rotating through. I need to see at least a 3-bar reversal pattern here on the 15-minute in order to entertain that. But it is hanging around this initial balance low here around 4409. So we'll see if we get that. We got a little buying wick developing on the 15. We'll see if the buying wick turns into a green candle. Maybe gives us a rotation back to the highs. I'm not sure.
We'll see if this Nasdaq can hold right here, 25,800. We trade. ES looking 69.64. Pretty much all buying coming in off that opening bell 9 minutes ago.
It sure seems that the path of least resistance on the metals is to the downside right now.
Sure does.
Yeah. How much selling are we going to see before the new year? Right? Just a lot of conversation always happens around this time where it's like, well, why don't we just wait till the beginning of the year to sell? Tax purposes.
Which market? Equities?
The equities, yeah. Equities.
Yeah.
Most things, right? For capital gains, short term versus long term.
Dakota, if you have Mag 7 handy, give us an update on what we're looking at in the Mag 7.
Yeah, let's do it. Got Nvidia down 1%.
No, not
Apple
green.
down or up 0.3. But the rest are basically red. We got Microsoft scratch, Amazon down 0.3, Google down a quarter, Meta down about 0.7, and Broadcom down 0.7, 0.8 now. And then Tesla is the loser of the day. I just about shorted this one last week. It's down 2%, just over 2%.
Thank you. Fed Funds Watch looking around 80% probability of a pause. Pause for that January FOMC meeting. 10-year right around 4.12%. We're seeing another push lower here in gold. Gold trading 43.87, now 43.89.
Ray, I see the 720 to 820 IB low in gold at 4409.40, and that's right where the market kind of just pulled almost right back to it. Now we're right back here to the lows.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting to see if I can get a close below, and then maybe use that same level as maybe a kind of a retrace, right? So that 4409.40 level that you just mentioned could serve as maybe an area of resistance for maybe a continuation move to the downside. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I'm waiting for this 15-minute bar to kind of close and then see what it does from there.
Watching gold now. Gold closer to new session lows. A buck to go. Trade air, new lows. Gold 43.77 now. 43.77. You're looking at a
coming in.
$200.
Below this, we got last week's low 43.67.90.
Yeah, it looks like we're headed there.
We sure are. They are absolutely gold not done to the downside, Jay.
The downside.
You're looking at
halfway from the big bar on the 21st of October all the way down to 42.82.90. Another 100 points.
Pretty much on the Sunday reopen, gold made new highs, all-time highs, 45.84. And about 15 hours later, we are down about over $200, $210 in gold.
Bitcoin caught a bid.
Yes, it did.
I think everybody already
green now.
Everybody already bought their gold for Christmas.
Yeah.
Nobody left to buy it.
Now's your time to buy it.
It sure looks that way.
Silver making new lows also, $71.34. Dow has turned around. A little over 48,898 last trade there. Again, we got pending home sales, top of the hour, the biggest market mover. But of course, on TopstepTV, we will keep you locked in on the news, hitting the wires in real time. Because we got, still got 3,300 people watching us all across the globe on a holiday shortened trading week. Be so kind. First of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Got some movement going on. We can make some money along the way, but please click subscribe. Please click like. Please click thumbs up and click the bell upper right-hand corner. Thank you kindly on the march to 200,000 subscribers.
Getting closer. It's been one heck of a year, man. 2025.
I was talking about it. Like, how do you even summarize this year?
Bears making the playoffs. I mean,
tough game. Tough game yesterday. Tough game.
It was.
Hell of a game, though. Entertaining. Insanely entertaining.
NASDAQ still holding bid.
It is.
We're trying to hold 25,800.
Niners. Congratulations. Well done. Brock Purdy can rush for, all of a sudden, he's a running quarterback. Who knew Brock Purdy can run? 69.58 last trade in the ES. Again, we saw that 2,000 lot come in on the offer 7 minutes into the New York session. 2,000 offered 69.65. That was filled almost immediately. About 6 points lower. Yes, he is. He was in college. Yes, but this is the NFL. This is the NFL. It's a little different story in the NFL.
Ray?
Yes, yeah, I have no room.
Sir.
You a Niners fan?
No, actually, I'm kind of a misplaced Ram fan.
There you go, Danielle. There you go.
I'm a misplaced Ram fan, and I've been a Ram fan for quite some time.
You guys are pretty good too.
My Green Bay Packers is going to pull fans off the stand to be able to play the game.
Yeah, mash unit. Mash unit.
How did you become a Ram fan?
I owe that to my late dad. When we used to get together on Sundays and watch, that's the team we would watch. And I'm gonna be frank. I mean, the Niners were pretty horrid during that time when I grew up. So it was easy. I mean, I'm talking Chuck Knox days. I'm talking John Robinson days.
Oh man,
it's a ways to go, right? So. But yeah, it was just something that I kind of fell into. I didn't follow him on all teams, but certainly I'm at least on the football side, definitely Rams, and that was something that I fondly remember back in my day when I spent my time as a kid over the weekends.
It's LA Rams.
Yeah, they were. I followed them from
St.
LA to St. Louis back to LA. So I've been through the greatest show on turf. Right, the whole 9 yards. Right, so Marshall Faulk is one of my favorite players at the time. Kurt Warner. I'm probably dating myself. These names probably don't ring a bell to a lot of people in the call for sure.
I would think you would be more of a Chargers fan, more like way south.
No, never Chargers. No, it was always LA and. A lot of defeats. Minnesota Vikings beating us in the playoffs. Dallas Cowboys beating us in the playoffs. I remember a lot of heartbreak days as in my childhood, but they always made the playoffs. That was one consistent thing.
Well, Bears are making the playoffs this year. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
Let's just enjoy it. Let's enjoy it.
While it lasts.
That got down here to 740s.
Did.
See if it's a pullback to buy or what we're looking at right now.
741 is the halfback in the day session so far.
Ooh, a little football pun there.
Halfback, yes.
Yes, I see what you did there.
Yes.
Dow turn around, make a new session lows in the Dow 48,807.
Silver and gold looks like they're catching a bid a little bit.
A little bit,
Ah,
yeah.
cash.
It'll be interesting to see if it can get above this 4409, the low end of initial balance low, right? Can it get above this 4409? You quoted 40, Hope?
Yes, that is correct.
4409.40. I think that's kind of the level that I'm kind of looking at. Do we see a failure off that level? And that would give us an indication that maybe we have some further downside. Otherwise, we have some upside targets here at the 9 EMA at what's that? 4428.6, and then our trusty VWAP up at 4451.5. Logical locations for continuation trades to the downside.
Also, kind of looking at a possible 3-bar reversal on the lows here in gold.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Looking
I'm
at a little
watching
bit
that.
of a hammer at the bottom there as well.
I'm watching that too. I'd like to see it close back inside initial balance hold in order for me to entertain kind of a rotation through the initial balance range. But yeah, that's certainly a possibility as well. So many different possibilities here.
Oh, for sure. Always are, right? Always are. 885 on the offer, and the S&P is 6960.
Yes, so nice catch. Absolutely. We're trading. Oh, it's about 8 points higher from where we're trading right now. NASDAQ turning around. NASDAQ trading 25,740. 10 minutes ago, we topped out at 20,819.
S&P is all the way back to the opening range.
Sure is.
NASDAQ half back.
So opening rate data is low, Hogue. So still a little bullish sentiment. But what we're seeing right now, about 19 minutes into the New York session, do we still like the longs? Or
I mean, it's the cheap trade if you're looking for it in the S&Ps, that's for sure. Still a lot of overnight inventory to the short side. The sellers are still kind of coming back in to try and knock this lower. Positive delta 3,400, so that really hasn't changed much on this pullback.
Yeah, and gold, I heard that talking about that poppers, new 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Where's that offer? Where'd that offer go? Where'd that 800 lot go, Hogue? Up to 60. It gone.
Pardon?
That 800 lot on the ES ladder vanished. It's been pulled.
Yep. Gone.
NQ ladder.
Yeah, buyers are trying to step back in, holding these 730s, 740s. In the NASDAQ.
What do we got? What is that? Very thin on the NASDAQ ladder. Ooh, buyers got rejected there in the equities. Keep an eye on gold. Gold did take a peek above 4,400s. Back to 43.96. What is the VIX? What is the VIX? VIX feels like, I haven't taken a look. VIX feels like it's at 14.9. It's just a guess.
That's close. 14.8.
There you go.
Where does this filling come from? Because it's pretty good.
22 years of doing this shit. 22 years.
14.9.
Felt nice. 69.54, 69.55 last trade. ES. Keep an eye on gold. Gold closing on those lows. 43.75 of those lows. Last trade 43.92. How about this? Upper left hand corner of the screen. See the hashtag fast markets. Use the hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour. If you'd be so kind, hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Let's see some cool trader station setups. Hoop has the record right now, I do believe. 8 screens. Hoop's working with 8 screens, 6 in front of him.
Really?
2 behind. He has 2 screens behind him just to get 360-degree coverage if anything does happen. But please hit us up. Let's see some cool swag. Trader wins. Funny trader certificates. Whatever you got. You got hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour at TopstepTV on the X.
Oh, look at that move here in the NASDAQ.
Jay, like
up
that?
to the 810s, right back down, 100-point sell-off.
Yep, we are
I would
Right.
entertain longs here, except for the fact that we're not seeing delta decreasing. It's actually increasing at the lows here.
Yep. Delta increasing.
Yes, in positivity.
So well,
Looking like
you like the long. So
looking like we've
that
got
would make you
some
pause on the
sellers here.
longs. That would make you back off the
Yeah,
longs.
yeah, because price is now near the lows, and the increasing delta would indicate more aggressive buyers, who are unable to continue to push price higher.
Okay. So I kind of look at it the other way. I just
I don't hate the long.
Looks like to
Not
get more
really a fan.
reinforcements. The longs got more backup.
Yeah.
Gold.
You can't short it though, because the opening range is the dead low.
That's right. Okay. All right. We got 6 minutes. Top of the hour, we have the heading home sales. But before we get to that, everyone's flat right now. House count up $722 on one micro gold trade, catching a short. Oh, let's get the new tip of the week. The last tip of the week of 2025. Perfect. Review your trading performance and journal. Assess key performance metrics. Identify recurring errors, patterns, refine strategy and rules needed. Track progress over time. Yes. Perfect time to review, reflect, assess the year for that matter. Your trading performance. Absolutely. Dakota, I remember this time last year, December was maybe a little rough, but you went back and you back tested, assessed, and it came in January. You did pretty damn well, if I remember correctly.
I struggled last December, and then January I did take
Yep.
out that like $225,000 payout. It's almost been a year, man. It feels like forever, but I was
So long
talking
ago.
to my slow markets class. I'm like, that's what happens, man. It doesn't matter how long you've been trading, you're gonna have ups and downs. I have like one or two of them every single year. I go through ups and downs, and it's been
That's
nice
it?
trading at a
You
prop
only have
firm.
2? That's not bad at all. Market changing, right?
I'm talking about like dry spurts or hot
Sure.
streaks, but it's nice at a prop firm because it limits my downsides. Whenever I do struggle, worst case scenario, I'm not blowing my personal funds or like losing a lot of money. It's like what's in my prop firm, what's in my profit account, or it's a combine or an XFA or daily loss limit or something like that.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, who knows better the trade? I mean, if you don't have, some sort of written document that kind of talks through how you trade, how do you go about correcting it? If you're just completely impulsive and going in and out of the market, right? So you have to have some level of understanding so that when you do go through a dry spell, you have something to refer to, right? To help correct whatever might be awry in your process. So having some little notes as to when you're going when you're seeing the markets well, so that when you do get into that dry spell, you have something to refer to kind of get you back on track.
Well, I'll pose a question. We got about 4 or 5 minutes till the number at the top of the hour. For all the gentlemen here, reassessing and reviewing and refining your process and approach when you are profitable, when you're not going through a dry spell. How does one approach that when they are they're pulling some money out of the markets? However, how do you approach that? Is keep it going. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Or I'll throw it to you, Hogue. How do you assess when you are trading profitably? Group coaching. Get those questions. I stumped them.
No, I'm just trying to think of the best or the right way to kind of address this. But I mean, if you're trading profitably, it seems like whenever anybody's trying to review the year or their trading day or a specific trade, they're always picking out the things that they may have done wrong. If you've had a good year, try and focus more on why you've had a good year. What changed? What did you do better? What did you learn from all of that? So it's not always about, okay, what can I do better? It's what did I do right, and how can I continue on that path, right? It's like, you had a good year. Yeah, there's always ups and downs. But at the end of the year, if you can look back and say, I had a good year, figure out what created that good year. What did you learn? What can you repeat the following year to maybe even have a better year?
Like that. Maybe it's your preparation going into the trading week, sleep regimen, diet, something along those lines. Yes.
Yes, I'm personally looking forward to increasing my diet and some of my personal habits in the next year.
New year, new Hogue. Well,
New
we
year,
got gold.
new Hogue.
New Hogue. Order filled.
Order filled. Well, I like to slow things down in January and February, so keep doing that.
Yes. And gold. 43.80 last trade. 43.79 now. Again, session lows, 43.75.
Yeah, Nasdaq just hanging out at the 730s. Market's starting to settle down just a little bit.
Yes, it is.
Nvidia down on 2%. Sneakily. That was a little bit of a sell-off there.
U.S. pending home sales expected 0.92% has changed month over month. Not the biggest market mover, but again, TopstepTV, we keep you alert and aware of the economic data that is hitting. Look at gold. Gray looks like this push to the downside.
Yeah, didn't get that little pullback back to the IBL. There's a lot of strength. There's a lot of strength in this market to the downside. It's just kind of picking the place to participate is the question right now.
Yes, you're not wrong. Just early.
Yeah,
Sometimes in my life.
Oh.
That's what you do after your review. You concluded I was never wrong. I was just early. No, I'm kidding.
Just early.
I'm kidding.
Exactly,
I'm kidding.
yeah.
No,
I wanted to chime in on your question, Andre, about what do you do when you're in a good stretch.
Hold that thought.
I think you want to even
right?
magnify that even further, right? As far as the focus on making sure that you're not taking any shortcuts in achieving those achieving those results. I think we have a tendency when we're seeing the markets to say, okay, well, we get pumped up on ourselves, and we then maybe lose sight of what got us there to some degree, and maybe we don't take all the steps that we need to take, and we're just a product of the kind of the market condition, and not so much the process that we've been following. So I think we even need to double down even more to make sure that we're really following the process. And I would say that I'm even more critical of myself when I'm going good than I am when I'm going bad, because I'm going bad. I don't need to beat myself up any further, right?
Yeah, hold that thought. I want to say right there. Pending home sales came out 3.3%. It was a beat.
Wow.
New lows, gold. Gold continuing to sell off. 43.65. New lows there. We were just trading 4,000s about 15 minutes ago. If you guys do take a trade, please call out. But yes, Ray, you're more critical of yourself when it's going well, you say. In what aspect?
Yeah, I think you just want to make sure that, so the idea is that you're not taking any sort of shortcuts, right? You're still, checking the boxes when you're going through your checklist of items that you need to see in order to take a trade, that you're not skipping any steps, right? Because then when it does go south on you for whatever reason, you want to make sure, and what do you correct at that point, right? Well, I wasn't following the process, so I don't know exactly what I did to maybe skip that. I think that's kind of what we want to make sure of, that we're just not, going with the flow to such a degree that we're not following the process to the way we had defined it.
Love it. Good stuff, Ray.
I like it. Nasdaq holding these 700 still.
It really is. They really are. Yep. Gold trading 43.69. 67s. Those new lows 43.65. Sunday reopen. Globex reopen. We made new all-time highs in gold 45.84.
Yeah, and then we dumped.
We're down about $220 from there. Amazing.
Wow. Same with silver, right? We
Silver,
hit
yep.
82s and we're down $10 in silver, like
So we are.
almost 10%.
More selling in gold. More selling in gold. 43.56 now.
Certainly not making it easy for you to participate on the short side.
No.
How to get in?
How to get in?
there.
Exactly. How to get in? How to get in and feel good about it?
Gold down $60. Gold down $60 in the last 30 minutes.
Man.
Incredible.
Bitcoin red now, but 87,200 spot.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Nvidia down 2%. Tesla still keeps grinding lower, down 2.5%. The rest of the market's slightly down.
And silver not selling off as aggressively as gold is.
It's hanging around what, 72? Hanging around 72.
Yep. $71.94. Yep. What's going on in micro Bitcoin? MBT. Where'd you go? MBT. 87,640. Last trade there. Right now,
I need a gold not done.
I saw that. I don't. Yep. Well, it's not.
Not done. Yeah.
It's not done. It's absolutely hammering this thing.
Whether it's going up or down, it's just not.
50-50 on the tilt across the board. How about that fill at 69.65 in the ES? Sold 2,000 times. We're now trading 69.50. Oh my God. And we're gonna see some more selling here in gold. It is man.
It's 3,900 now
Brutal.
positive in the S&Ps, sitting here at the bottom. Delta negative 1,600 in the NASDAQ now.
No kidding.
Yeah, but still, I mean, the opening range, 1 minute opening range is still the dead low of the session in both. Let's see if we can find a failed downside auction down here somewhere.
Yes. Okay.
Come on.
Oh, dude. Again, bottom of the hour. 25 minutes. We'll get those initial balance, high initial balance, low prices in the equities. What are those, you ask? That's simply the highest price and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session. We do that at the bottom of the hour. I got the pros here. I got Ray. I got Hogue here. So we'll get it right. And we'll see where to go from there. I feel good. I feel safe. I'm confident.
Buyers are struggling here in the NASDAQ.
Gonna give it a shot. Buyers gonna give it a shot here. Gonna give it a shot in gold as well. About a $10 pop off the recent lows put in there. Again, silver not selling off as aggressively as gold has.
It's holding up a lot better.
Yes, it is. ES 69.50. NASDAQ trading 25,716. Down about 100 points last 25 minutes or so. Ooh, man. Wow.
Still,
but
yeah,
those
the
buyers.
69.99 in the S&Ps. That's a mile away, but
looks like it's just short covering in gold there. Again, bottom of the hour, we got the EIA crude inventory. Numbers always a
so
doozy.
bizarre on a Monday.
Yeah,
oh, that's right. It is Monday. It's typically Wednesday. Numbers typically on a Wednesday. Expected a 2 million barrel drawdown. Typically, that number is nowhere close to what is estimated. New lows gold. Low silver.
New low S&Ps.
Right. Wow.
Regular session.
Yep.
Okay.
The buyers tried walking that thing up to 43.64, 65 or so, and they got met with some more aggressive selling. What's delta in gold, Hogue? Got to be negative.
Positive.
What?
770. While it's been going up, every day has been negative delta, except for one last week.
Why is that?
Every day has been negative delta as it continues to push higher.
Oh.
Today we got a positive delta on a down day.
Go figure. Squeezing those buyers.
That's what
Squeeze
yeah.
them.
Nasdaq's getting smacked around right now.
Yes, it
Continue to go
is.
lower.
Yes, also more selling a lot of red. Red in the Dow, red in silver, red in gold, and yes, red in Nasdaq.
We keep going down.
Yes.
Bitcoin's selling off as well. Tesla down almost 3%.
Wow.
They are absolutely hammering this thing. 43.44 new lows in gold. Incredible. What's the ladder look like in gold? I should probably pull it up. What's that look? Oh, very oh boy. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's
There's a 5-tick spread in there. It's very thin.
Nasdaq-esque.
Yes, it is. Well, MGC, micro gold. A little better. It's still very thin, and there is a tick spread in there.
I think Nasdaq could just hit these low of days.
Yeah.
To be honest, we're struggling here in the Nasdaq.
Okay, yeah, we are. More methodical selling here. Oops, 25,691. Last trade, last 25 minutes or so. We're looking at about 100-point sell off in the NQ. Last 25 in the ES. 15, 16-point push lower here. Still nothing jumping off the page right now. And what we got? Markets closed on Thursday. I do believe New Year's. Markets will be closed.
Weird.
It is the middle of the week. It's like, what, 2 days on? 3? Yeah.
Equities are just getting smacked, man. I'm watching this. Nvidia down 2%. Yeah, that's more selling. Chance the Nasdaq just sells through these lows,
and it's still holding the opening range at the dead ass low.
Well, I mean, how much more room do we have though?
Well, the regular trading hour session low, I'm seeing at 25,664.
664. Okay.
There may be some change in that.
20 points away. New 5-minute just
64 and a quarter.
664. Okay. And we're gunning for it. 15 points to go in the Nasdaq. ES
already took out the low of the opening range.
Yeah, we're about to make. Yes, we did 69.44. And they're just selling. It looks like we just gave back the entire opening.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing. And look at that. Look at gold. Just a $16 pop up to 43.60. Are they going to sell right into this? 43.60. Is that you just selling anything? Let's see. Silver again holding up much better. 73% short in the Nasdaq tilt right now. Oh shit!
Oh my!
Getting a whiff. The last trade. That was 689, 691 now.
I find myself smacking my hand because I'm looking at buying gold, but I gotta just take my hand off the mouse. Smack it. Don't do that. Not yet. Don't do that.
Yeah, I'd like to see at least a 50-minute bar to be able to hold bullish. That's kind of my criteria. If it's moving in one direction, I'd like to see with the opposing side to be able to hold it at least one 15-minute bar.
I gotta hear myself continue to say, "Don't fight a directional market." EFADM.
Mm-hmm.
Apologies, I missed this. In case you missed it, yeah, gold and silver prices. Partially due to CME raised margin requirements. Apologies for not. Yeah, that will do it. Oh, what does that mean? The CME raises margin requirements. Why would they do such a thing, and why would it impact gold and silver in such a way?
All right, so you have gold and silver prices trading at, historically high levels, particularly in gold. So with that kind of increase in price, there's also the potential increase in risk. The reason the exchanges are raising margin is because at these prices, a 1% move is a lot more risk than at prices that are half of this. So they raised margins to protect themselves as well as other things like clearing firms against over leveraged positions for people that don't have the cash to put to put up a substantial loss. So they raise margins as prices increase, as volatilities increase. They raise margins to protect themselves and to protect the clearing firms from under leveraged traders. So you see, if they raise margins, you're getting the weaker hands saying, well, I've got to raise cash to at least cover part of my position. So I need to sell gold or need to sell silver to get that cash to maintain those positions because they've raised margins. Make sense?
So, thank you, Hogue.
Makes sense. Yep. We're talking about the tick value in even micro silver last night on some of those moves was seeing 100 ticks every minute at one point, which is $5 a tick, even on a micro. So, the amount of margin and the amount of leverage we have is
silver's what did it.
Hey,
also headlines.
Look who's here.
We got
John Hoagland's brother.
Well, Rick, where?
He's in the chat.
Brother Rick, happy holiday. There he is. Volatility's, he's looking at me. Volatility's the reason, Andre. What's up?
What's
Rick
up, brother?
Here goes NASDAQ testing lows of the day, lows of the session. There we go. We did break through the New York session low.
I'll keep an eye on Russia and Ukraine headlines. Nothing yet, but we're starting to see some headlines hitting. We'll see if that does continue. And bottom of the hour, got those EIA crude inventory numbers. See
Rick,
a little bit.
We got to get you on screen, man. We got to get you on screen.
Hey, Rick, what did your brother John get you for Christmas? Did he?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Throw in the chat. Throw it in the chat. Coal? Did you get coal in your stocking? All right. We looked like we were holding some pop here in equities. 5,069.
Gold bars. There you go.
Oh, wow. Good.
Oh. Silver bars. That's better RR.
Well, Rick's been piling silver for a while now. He's looking good right now. And I don't think that he needs margin money, so I think he's good.
I catch your drift there. It looked like gold was holding structure. Nope, not more. We were just trading, chopping around 43.60s, 43.50. $6 off the low. Now silver's making a push lower. Someone in the chat, Kyle, asking leaderboard today? Question mark. Well, glad you asked, because let's take a look at our live funded trading leaderboard right now on this Monday. Man, oh man, Efren up $44,000. Nice job. Alexander up almost 20 large. Shang up 15, almost 16,000. Christian up $14,000, and Liam up also $14,000. Job well done.
44.
Hang on to that. Hang on to that. Well done. We will check back in with them. A leaderboard a little bit later today. More selling here in gold.
We got what? Crude oil in about 13 minutes. Is that right?
Yep. What is crude trading? Crude trading.
Take a peek at it.
$58.14.
Looks strong.
Is this right? About a 50-cent.
When's the last time you said crude looks strong?
Yeah, I mean, crude has been. They've been keeping crude under $60 for a good amount of time. They have it just stuck here in the 50s. If it does get up to 61, 62, smack it right down in the 50s. We'll see if those EIA crude inventories are at the bottom hour, about 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Ooh, pop
NASDAQ.
here in. Yep, pop in the NASDAQ.
Yep.
5 minute, looking at a 40-point pop.
Still down a little over 0.5%. Bitcoin right back to green.
What was that? That short. Yep. The NQ tilt was short 73%. And look at that pop.
Rebar reversal. Yeah, that's exactly where it was down here.
Where was it?
One at the top and one at the bottom. This one at the bottom was a nice clean play. It's hard to take, but yeah, right there. We had that nice sell off down. We hit these lows and around these 680s, 670s. I'm sure there's somebody in chat who caught it. Down and out. Great work. Right there. Rebar. Simple, yep. I tell you what, traders in the chat are a lot better than I am at taking these trades.
Was the setup? Was it a pretty clean setup?
It's very clean setup on Andre. It's hard to take in the moment. It's always easier to look back after the fact, but yeah, this was a clean one. We haven't closed yet for another 30 seconds, but still, it was very clean.
Yeah. Okay. About gold just selling everything. 43.49. Last trade in gold. Since that Globex reopened, gold down over about $230. And not sure what to make of this. Not sure what to make of equities so far in since this New York side. What are let's go just high to low, low to high.
That's it.
It's just kind of holiday, right? Low volume going into the last trading days of the year. And it seems just no one wants to buy in right now.
Yeah, I was so excited to get back into the markets, and I just had to remind myself, you know what? Let's just go slow.
I'm gonna be hitting gold. New lows, gold.
When in doubt, walk away.
Yeah.
And silver puking now as well. Silver puking. $70.83. New lows put in there. It looks like
it's like if you go looking for trades, you're gonna find them.
Right.
You be patient and wait for one to come to you and take it.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, they're absolutely killing. Here we go, man. Oh man.
Wow.
43.30 gold, just absolutely being destroyed right now.
Pretty bloody.
Silver. But NASDAQ's not. That 3 bars playing nice.
What's the gold ladder look like? Oh man. And yep, another push higher here in ES and Q as well. $69.52. And bottom hour will get initial balance, high initial balance, low prices. What's Delta now, Hogue? Still positive? Tell me it's growing positive in gold. Wow. Acceleration to the downside. Absolutely getting smoked now. Wow. 43.16. And silver getting smoked. Absolute.
Wow. Look at that.
Just look out below. Absolutely look out below. We are I mean, it is very thin on this ladder. It's $70.50. New lows put there in silver, 43.16. New lows put in gold and bounced off about 15
Make it
bucks.
stop.
You're looking at a gold down $100, give or take $100 in the last
Real
50 minutes. Same story in silver. But
Yeah.
it is absolute acceleration to the downside. Very thin on the ladder.
Nasdaq's going up though.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what's happening. What's wow. Make it stop. Let's see him make it stop.
They started this thing. Yeah, silver's down quite a bit.
More selling silver here. Absolutely. News. CME raising margin requirements. Silver and gold.
Last time they raised margin requirements in silver, same reaction, right?
90s.
Sell off.
Gold. I think it was the 90s. We'll check here. Yeah. It's naturally like Hogue said, you gotta sell it. Cash to margin. Yeah, I believe so, Dakota.
Yeah,
this is
the deeper it goes, the more people are going to have to sell it to cover the margin. So it just kind of snows on itself.
Yeah. So that being said, Hogue, levels and stuff, we can kind of throw those out the window because when you're taking your levels into account, this isn't part of the equation.
No, this is new information and new fundamental, basically, information. Any levels we look at are usually going to be pretty technical, right? This is new fundamental information. So some of your weaker hands levels they're just not going to hold. They tried to hold weekly kickoff low 43.84. That just did not happen. So when that gets walked through, that's usually going to be longer time frames or new margins, right?
Look at Nasdaq, that 3-bar reversal, everyone.
Yeah,
on
nice
the Nasdaq just printing. Look at it going up.
Hogue, they're giving the clearing firms, they're giving the firms, they're giving them the heads up, correct? Before they,
of course,
yeah. We're getting blindsided.
Yeah.
69.54 last trade. Yes.
Sometimes you have to wonder if sometimes the clearing firms are telling the exchange, hey, you need to raise margin.
Yeah. About $20 pop off the low. Ray, what are you seeing here? You see a little bit of a pop. I know, obviously, the trace the short side. $24, $25 pop off those lows in gold. How do you get in?
Yeah, I mean,
there's
I
movement.
honestly need at least a 15-minute candle to kind of close bullish for me to fade this. Honestly, I mean, it's very directional.
Getting with it. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess I'll pose the question this way: what would you look? We're seeing equity.
Yeah, I need some sort of bullish candle, whether it's an engulfing, whether it's piercing, whether it's something that encompasses the prior candle. I need something to indicate to me that the bulls have kind of put in a foothold here at this point. I mean, I've got a couple of levels that I've marked. I have this current level, and then I have a level below, and I'm kind of looking to see on how they react around those levels. I am seeing a little bit of buying coming in, but I'm at least another 4 minutes away from seeing another candle that's going to give me some data to indicate some indication of whether the bulls are here to stay or this is just a temporary, just temporary, right?
How would you get into the short side? How would one
short side is for me is hard. A short side, I would say I need price to get back up to say the 9 EMA on my 15-minute candle here. That would be kind of an area where I feel I can manage my risk. VWAP would be another area that I could look at, to manage my risk. But right now, I feel like I'm potentially selling in the hole.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So really, the only direction I can go to manage my risk is to the bullish side. But have I seen enough to indicate that this move to the bullish side is going to be sustained? I don't know.
I don't think
That's
so.
the question I'm asking myself right now.
You get 10 straight red bars on the 15-minute chart here.
Yeah, it's hard to say, oh well, this red bar is going to be the bar that goes up, right?
That's going to be the one, right?
Yeah.
That's
After
the
I've
one.
seen 10 of them go down.
I mean,
That's where I'm at right now. I'm kind of in a. I was actually looking at crude oil to see what it's going to do maybe for EIA.
Mm-hmm.
It's up at the up.
Nope.
It's still struggling to get above 58, but
take a look at platinum. Minus
$15.
15%.
Also getting hammered. Okay.
It's getting smacked down 15%. Have you ever tried any strategies like that, Ray? It's popular, but I don't like it. Where you're just like, yeah, if we're X amount of candles in a row, green or red, then I'm gonna just get in long no matter what, because the next candle, the roulette strategy type.
yeah, no, I mean, I'm I'm a little bit conservative when it comes to those kinds of things. I need to see some sort of evidence. I know a lot of people will place a very extreme buy order, but I always kind of cringe to those kinds of things. I understand the premise behind it. If you're picking an extreme, right, an extreme, and you have evidence that that's an extreme, what better place, right? They tell you all the time, right? Place your bets at areas where you might want to take a stop, right? You hear that all the time. So, but I need to see some evidence. I need to see some sort of candle to indicate to me. Yeah, like I said, it is tempting sometimes to kind of fade this, but from a risk reward perspective, you don't need to risk all that much. But I always err on the side of caution. I'm always looking for some sort of indication that buyers are present, and right now I don't see buyers are overly aggressive.
Fair enough.
All right, crude number coming out in 2:15. Top of the hour. Get a load of this. Sorry, we're trading $58.09. Forecast a 2 million barrel drawdown. Let's see how close they get. The last CIA crude oil inventory number of the year. And hold the phone. It has been pushed back all of a sudden. It has been delayed. Delayed the release of the weekly petroleum status.
Interesting.
An hour.
Interesting.
Okay.
On pause. That's what they
Throw
released.
Wow.
What is going on?
Maybe they thought today was Wednesday.
What is going on?
that-
That number. Okay, yep.
It's rallying on vapor then.
There we go.
Crude number.
NASDAQ likes it.
NASDAQ pushing here.
We could guess the crude oil number. It'd probably be more accurate.
Are they still counting? Do they need an extra hour to count? Is that what is happening right now?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
What's going on?
The counters were on holiday.
Yeah, there's a guy in a field going 1 million
barrel.
1
There's a
million
barrel.
2, 1
There's
million
another barrel.
2, 3.
I missed that one. Yeah, where that barrel? Oh, there's another barrel. All right, so we'll get that. Oh, initial balance high, initial balance low prices. Get that one.
Sure.
Dow sell off new lows. Hogue, ES or the NQ. Yeah, and the highest price,
ahead,
lowest
Nick.
price traded.
IB low 25,661.75. Initial balance low in the NASDAQ. Initial balance high 25,819 even. Initial balance high. We're right in the middle of it.
819 even and 661. Okay. And what do you got for the ES?
S&Ps 69.43 half to the bottom. And 69.67.75 at the top.
Okay. What do we do with that now? Ray, I'll throw it to you. Look at that. I got the IB guys. All you
Yeah,
initial
I mean,
balance haters. All
for
you initial
me-
balance haters. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm looking. I don't know if that's relatively wide. It seems like a relatively wide initial balance range for me. But for me, as long as it stays inside that, right now we're in the middle of the range. For me, that's really an indication for me to not to do anything. Right. I'd like to be either on the edges of the range, or maybe I can consider fading those the upper end of the IB range or the lower end of the IB range, or maybe I can look on to the break, assuming let's say the break is to the upside. Well, then I can use the IB high as kind of a potential support level, assuming that it holds. So right now we're inside the initial balance range. For me, is indication that it's the price action is pretty balanced in consolidation, in range. Probably not a market I want to be trading, especially in the middle. Right. So I'm going to focus in on the upper end of the ranges at least, and then maybe I can fade the ranges, fade the ranges down, fade the ranges up, but it has to be at the edges of this initial balance range.
Good stuff. Okay.
Otherwise, I'm looking for a break of the range, and then maybe I can get a break and then a retrace, or a break and sustain. So that's kind of how I play. So it's kind of establishes the marketplace for me. And if price is inside the middle of the range, that's indicating to me that both buyers and sellers are content with where price is, and there's really not a whole lot of aggressive buying or selling going on at the moment.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
An area where two-sided trade is likely.
Yeah.
Two-sided trade meaning buyers and sellers comfortable doing business inside of this range.
Yeah. So we need to make one side uncomfortable.
Yes.
What does that mean in terms of longs or shorts?
Yeah. So we need to get to the edges of these ranges to start making people uncomfortable. We want to either make the sellers uncomfortable, or we want to make the buyers uncomfortable, because if we make them uncomfortable, then that's going to cause them to act in an aggressive way. And when they act in an aggressive way, we as risk managers, I was going to say traders, we as risk managers can take proper risk and then entertain an opportunity, kind of riding on the coattails of these either aggressive buyers or aggressive sellers.
Awesome.
On the move higher here in the NQ. Any prices, any levels of interest here in NQ, Dakota? Trade 25,000.
I missed that 3-bar reversal, man, and we're just going up since. So got a little FOMO on that one, and I know the traders are trading it up. Maybe we run back up to this New York session high, which is going to be these 800s, looking pretty good, to be honest.
You like 800s? Okay.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest of price action. Straight up to 810s, right back down to 670s, and right back up. So we haven't had much in terms of market structure other than like a 3-bar reversal to reference.
All right, look at gold. There we go, gold.
Gold's starting to firm up here a little bit. We got a 15-minute developing candle here. We still have, I don't know, a fair amount of time here before this 15-minute candle closes in about 10 minutes. If it firms up a little bit, then maybe that gives me a little green light, maybe to take a trade up to either the 9 EMA or to VWAP, something like that, when risking the lows as my trade. But first thing I need to see is as strong of a 15-minute candle as possible.
ES trading 69.58. Looking at a 18-point grind higher. Off the lows, NASDAQ. 25,000.
Strongest we've seen gold in this session.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And what's significant? I'm always asking that question. Why here? Right. So I tend to look at the higher time frame and look and see, okay, what is it about this level that would cause buyers to step in? Well, we're seeing some buying at this level. This used to be an area where buyers have done business in the past. Right. So I draw this area right here. So that's giving me at least something to kind of lean on, right? Something to kind of reference to support maybe an execution to the upside, because I do see evidence on a higher time frame where that we've had whatever participant I'm looking for present. So that's giving me
something to somebody.
Yeah, at least that's giving me something that I can consider, right? Otherwise, trying to trade or find locations in thin air without any sort of reference level to support my sort of hypothesis. It's really a hypothesis, right? I really don't know for sure. All I know is that they've done business and done business in an aggressive way the last time they were here.
Did see a turnaround there in the NQ. We're walking that thing up to 25,775. They smacked it down about 30 points as we trade 25,775. Dow has just been heavy. Dow has just been grinding lower and grinding to new lows, 48,756. Does seem like ES and NQ did take note of it as we're seeing those turn around to the downside. here.
Yeah.
Look at gold. Gold, strongest. Oh, rally. $40, $50. That's our $40 is a rally.
Yeah, that's pretty much the biggest rally we've seen.
It is a rally. Yeah. And now we're down $10 off of that.
NASDAQ's negative delta now. Negative almost 1,200.
Oh, damn time.
S&P is just kind of hanging around here, right in the middle of the range. I mean, we're mid-range in the NASDAQ as well.
I can see this market
Don't
going.
diddle in the middle. Don't diddle in the middle, Hogan. Don't diddle in the middle.
Diddle in the middle.
Dakota, what was that? I heard you mutter yourself. I can see.
I can see this NASDAQ pushing back down to these lows maybe again. I'm watching. It's just a difficult market today, especially since it's just so.
Why difficult, Dakota? What's difficult about it?
It's not as clean as price action. We say, like Hogue said, don't diddle in the middle, and here we are right in the middle of this this range. Kind of on the high end, we pushed up to these 770s, and we got a nice maybe a reversal candle forming. Mm-hmm. So that's why I would be tempted to look for maybe a pushback down towards like 710. These lower 700s.
Yeah, taking a peek here at silver. See what silver's doing here.
Silver
also firming up.
Yeah.
See what the 15 minutes doing.
Gold's trying to hold right now as well.
Yeah, a little bit indecisive candle, 15-minute. But
initial balance, high initial balance on the equities. We got that. We'll keep an eye. We're not really there. I see. All right. Again, in the woods. Again, we are keeping an eye. We're seeing those headlines coming out of between Ukraine and the United States and Russia, for that matter. We do have an update here. Let's get us all caught up. Good stuff. We're bringing this in right now. Very, very timely. From very limited progress on a peace deal. So let's get an update on that here on TopstepTV. Let's see what we're looking at.
We had a terrific meeting.
President Donald Trump meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Florida for high-stakes peace talks to develop a plan to end Russia's war in Ukraine.
And I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close.
We had a really great discussions on all the topics, and we appreciate the progress that was made.
The goal of the meeting to close gaps in the original 28-point peace plan Trump first proposed last month, and which Ukraine has since revised to 20 points.
There are one or two very thorny issues, very tough issues, but I think we're doing very well.
Any potential deal would need buy-in from Russian President Vladimir Putin, who spoke with Trump by phone ahead of Zelensky's visit. Trump described the call as, quote, very productive. Trump's meeting with Zelensky came on the heels of a massive, deadly weekend attack on Ukraine by Russia. Moscow launching the year's longest sustained assault on the capital city Kyiv, killing at least 2 people and leaving many without residential heating amid freezing temperatures. Zelensky said the latest Russian attacks, quote, really showed Putin doesn't want peace. In addition to the call with Putin before the meeting, Trump planned to speak with the Russian leader again after the talks.
I'm also calling President Putin back after the meeting.
I'm Reed Binion reporting.
Storyline that will definitely continue into 2026 as we keep an eye on that. Any progress looks like it is slowing down.
Pray for peace.
Yes,
Absolutely.
please.
We watching Lowe's Platinum, new Lowe's Platinum, right?
Yeah, Platinum's just tanking.
So fascinating what we're watching in gold here. Gold's the biggest mover today by far.
Yeah.
Fundamentally,
Yeah, it's firming up.
changed.
This looks like it's firming up here a little bit. We have about 2 minutes
Yeah.
remaining for this 15-minute candle. Let's see if it closes as strong as it is right now, and that might provide an opportunity maybe back to the 9 EMA, back to the VWAP kind of area.
What's VWAP? What price you got for VWAP, Ray?
Let's see. 40. I got it at 4424.6. That might be. I don't know. That's
okay. Right. Gotcha. 44.20. Oh man, that was 75 bucks.
You have that anchored somewhere, right?
No. That's just standard VWAP from the Topstep X.
Okay.
So I don't know, 4424.6. I can cross reference it with them in my other one, but let's see. Maybe it actually might be an EMA. Sorry, take that back. VWAP's a lot higher. I'm looking at the 20 EMA, 4425. Okay. 4425. That's a 20 EMA. So VWAP, according to what I have here, is up at 4472. Is that right?
Yeah, approximately
4472.3, somewhere in that range.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be a pretty nice move.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would.
Yeah, I think our expectations need to be kind of
more reasonable than that.
Yeah, maybe back to the 9 EMA, which would take us back up to 4388. That would be a pretty good move. And then the other one, the 20 EMA at 4425. That would be another logical place. All right, we got a relatively strong candle here.
Yes, we do.
So I'm going to go ahead and drop to a 2-minute chart.
Okay.
See if I get one last little event here. Looking for a little pullback and then maybe a pop.
Okay. Pullback then a pop. All right. 43.50. Let's trade in gold. Looking at about a $36 push higher off the lows. 43.16 were those lows. Seeing the same story in silver. Trading $71.14 now.
Just got a little.
Yeah, look at the equities return.
There's opportunity here. I think it's in gold.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. All right. I'm gonna buy 2.
You like the setup?
All right, in gold.
Yep.
Nice patience.
If I can position myself here.
Let the coast clear. What? All right.
I haven't. I'm still battling my platform here a little bit.
Okay, I'll get 43.54 last trade.
Oh, you get this on. I just asking where your risk is.
Yeah. Let me get it on, and I'll see. Come in from below. Limit buy. I'll go to. See. Let's watch this current price action and see if we can get a rejection away from the 9 EMA.
50-50 on the tilt. Watching NASDAQ just chop around overnight view up.
Yeah, I like NASDAQ back down to 700.
The lows in.
Are the highs in? Are the highs in for silver? Can we see all-time highs?
We saw it on the reopen yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at silver now and you told me we were at $80, $82 just last night, I
What?
wouldn't believe
What?
you. Yeah.
Got Matt Walker in the chat just now checking in. Happy New Year, fellas. Happy New Year's to you as well. Happy New Year's to those who celebrate.
Yeah, did not react well off the channel, so I'm kind of holding off right now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty wiki up here on the 5-minute.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It closed above the 9 and then wasn't able to hold it. So no bueno for me.
Yeah, some selling coming here in the NQ. 25,730. Look at about 25 point push lower in the NQ. Make it 30-point push lower in the NQ in this 5-minute candle. Yes, same story there. Only about down 4 points in the last couple minutes. Now trading 69.53, still in the middle of the range. Daily range, that is.
Well, we're definitely seeing a little bit of a slowdown in momentum to the downside, which is giving me a little bit of hope. But
Yeah, I like this NASDAQ sell-off back down to 700. Maybe go retest the lows.
25 points to go there.
Got a 3-bar reversal if anybody shorted it.
So Dakota, to that point, 3-bar reversals can happen even in the middle of the range. You know, we say don't diddle in the middle. A 3-bar reversal can.
Yeah. They can happen anywhere, right? I think the biggest context is what's leading going into them. For example, we had the last 20, 30 minutes. It was a rally off these lows. We went from 660s. We've rallied all the way up to 770s. So 100 point plus rally. Then we got that 3-bar reversal. I have a harder time taking that one because it's more in the middle versus the one that's down here at a big level of support, like this overnight support and where we started the New York session. But nothing against it. It was a nice and clean one, but I'm sure I know there's a lot of people that was able to take that one. And here we go, down to maybe 700s here.
Picking up some steam. Yep, picking up some steam on the downside here. 5,714 last trade. Now 712s. It's the NQ. ES picking up some steam on the downside also. Down about 8 points here in this 5-minute.
I love to call 3-bar reversals after they happen. I do it both. You guys see me call it, talk about it as they're happening too, before they happen. Let's see if we break through 700s now. That 5-minute bar just closed.
And Dow continues. Dow might be one that's dragging this lower. Dow continues to push new lows. And there you go. 25,700 Dakota.
Yep, there's a 700. Right on cue.
Right. ES also seeing some selling here, down about 10 points in the last couple minutes, or 6 minutes or so in the ES. NASDAQ looking about a 55-point sell-off. The last 7 minutes as well. Top of the hour coming in about 10 minutes.
Weak.
Initial balance low incoming. Initial balance low incoming in the NQ and the ES. ES has about 3 points to go for initial balance low. Price is 69.43.
All right. I like it. I think maybe we could go down and break through these session lows.
It was I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it was a pretty deep, a pretty shallow pullback off those lows, those previous lows.
Yeah.
Our gold trade's looking more like a bear flag than anything else now.
Yeah, it does.
Pretty low volume on that pullback.
It's going to get there for, Dow is just continuing to go low, just grinding lower. Yes, seeing some aggressive selling. Looking at 13 points lower, closing on no initial balance low, session lows, about a point and a half to go. or
Break these
Nasdaq
session
also.
lows.
Yeah, what do you want
I
to
could
see, Dakota?
600. Yeah, if we break these session lows, I could come back down and see these 600, 610, 610. This is the low from I think it's Christmas low, right? That's where we were at around Christmas Day, around 590s, 600 evens.
That was last week's low.
70%
608.
short tilt in the NQ. 70% short tilt in the NQ right now as we trade 25,682. So the market wants to go from here.
Or we bounce off here and stay in a range. That would be that would be the one that pisses everyone off.
Are the lows in on gold?
Yeah.
Yep, a little short covering there.
So
You know, this is pretty much the session lows. Buyers stepped in. Range trade.
Yeah, we're just having a hard time breaking the session lows.
Yeah, I mean it's really setting up to be a normal day where the initial balance high and low just remain the high and low for the session. You got so many wicks on the lows here in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. On the 30-minute chart, it's just all wicks at the bottoms here and wicks at the top as well. I mean, you know, we took that one good push to the upside, and we haven't been able to get back up there again. The pullback was pretty weak. We're trying to make lows, but seems to be struggling to do that. Just two-sided trade going here. If you plan for it, you can make money in this.
Mm-hmm. It almost feels like it's just kind of a holiday week, shortened week.
Yeah, well, we're talking equity. Yeah, maybe in equities, guys, gold is down 200.
Oh yeah. That's just not gold or silver. That's different.
Yeah, gold and silver, absolutely. I mean, historic.
I'm talking NASDAQ.
Yeah, there's but to your point, Dakota, it's you trade what you trade. But gold, silver, platinum, right?
Yeah, know your market. That is for sure.
I took a look at the silver ladder. Careful.
You can imagine why I was watching it last night during slow markets. Those silver minis, it was scary. Like
I was too.
10 ticks. And like 10 ticks, if you mark it in using a mini, that's $400. It seemed like it's insane.
And you're not gonna get a good price. You're not gonna like the price either. Gold may be rolling over here. Is gold rolling over? Are we just gonna? Are we building structure here, Ray? In gold.
Well, I mean, I have a little bit of structure I kind of drawn onto my charts.
Yeah, let's see it.
That I don't want to see. So that green area there, I don't want to make it a new low if I'm entertaining along. It's trying to hold that level. I don't know what it's at, 43.40. It's like
NQ tilt.
It's trying to hold 43.40.
Ray, do you do a lot of entertaining?
Oh, you should have seen it last week, Hogue. You should have seen it last week, man.
I hosted Christmas this past year. What do you ask?
Well, you said you were entertaining longs, and I thought, well, how do you do? How often do you entertain?
Yes.
How was entertaining Christmas? How many people did you have?
We had about, I don't know, 15 or so. My sister, my nephews, my uncle, my aunts. So yeah, it was a good get together. We don't get together often enough.
Sure.
So it was always nice to be able to get in, together.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't see any of my extended family. we did just have some friends over in the family and 2 days of revelry. And those family parties are always fun until somebody says, "Now, what the hell does that supposed to mean?"
Yeah, exactly.
And then it's over.
Yeah. Well, as long we have one rule where we're not allowed to talk politics at dinner, and that
There you
usually diffuses any sort of discussions along those lines. So that's kind of one rule that we have. We don't breach that rule.
Yeah.
I hold them to that rule. You can talk about anything you want except politics.
We played. What's the fun in that, then? There's no memories being made in that.
I mean, when Grandpa's had a little too much eggnog, I don't think there's any rule that's going to stop. I mean, Grandpa's going to say what Grandpa's going to say.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mine was the exact opposite.
Ray was on. Go ahead.
I was gonna say mine was the exact opposite. We played Monopoly as a family, and it did not go well.
There it is.
Cheaters Monopoly. So it encouraged cheating of stealing money and doing this. And yeah, that was a mistake. That was a mistake for the family.
Fingers, huh?
Yeah, we were going at each other.
We played LCR. You guys know what LCR is?
Yeah, we actually played it also.
You'll laugh at what we played.
No,
left, center, right.
I don't know what the what's LCR.
Left, center, right.
Left, center, right.
Left,
yeah,
center,
you have
right.
these dice, and they have each die has 3 dots, and then an L, a C, or an R. Everybody starts with $3. You roll the dice, and if you get an L, you give $1 to the person to your left. If you get an R, you give $1 to the person on your right, and if you get a C, you throw it in the pot, and it goes around until somebody finally wins, and you have to have a dot to win. If you don't get a dot to win, the pot stays, and you start over with another $3.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to play with C notes.
Oh,
they wanted to stick with singles, but I would have been cleaned out. It was terrible. I'm like, oh, thank God we only use singles.
You guys,
we actually played the Wii. We were playing we bowled,
Really?
we boxed, we golfed, we played tennis. All sports covered. A little competitive boxing going on between the uncles and the nephews.
Nice.
That was always fun.
So fun. Yeah.
I always
Don't
feel
play
sorry
Monopoly
for the
with
little
family.
people when you
No
pick them up
Monopoly.
by their heads and their arms and legs are flailing on Wii. You pick up the people, and
yeah,
I'm like, hey, stop that.
The chandelier gets hit. The chandelier gets
there you
hit.
go.
Yes, there you go.
All right, top of the hour has come and gone. We got the London close at the bottom of the hour. Let's take a look at these prices. Your NQ trading 25,707. ES, a little bit of holding pattern pretty much all around. ES trading 69.49. Gold.
Yeah, I'm entertaining along again. I'm waiting for this 2-minute candle to close above my channel here. See if I can get above this blue line. That would be nice.
Okay.
So we'll wait next minute.
$30 off the lows. We got gold down about 220 bucks since the reopen yesterday. Silver, same thing, also down big time. CME raising margin requirements on the metals, so we're seeing a big sell-off there. Dow has been just down and to the right. It's been selling off. Let's trade the Dow, 48,756. Also, at the bottom of the hour, we got those EIA crude inventory numbers. It was pushed back an hour, so make sure to bring that to you. It coincide with the London close here. All right, TopstepTV back on a Monday. Let's bring in Gabe. Gabe, come on in. What do we got? Bringing the people here. Happy Monday, Gabe.
Hey, good morning and happy Monday, everybody. It's another shortened holiday week, but I want to highlight just a couple things for you guys. Today's show, we do have Topstep X 5 minutes or less tutorials. If you are new to Topstep X or you do have questions, there's 2 things I want to drop for you. First one is going to be in chat. We're posting the link to the playlist on YouTube that you can find a lot of the great 5 minutes or less tutorials that Coach Robert has put together so far in the last year. In addition to that, Coach Robert actually hosts in Discord every Tuesday at 1 p.m. Central. He hosts an all things Topstep X related session live on Discord. So if you are in the Discord, definitely check out that event. You can find it in the events list in Discord at the very top on the left-hand side of the Discord platform. But just look for all things Topstep X every Tuesday, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, if that's something that you'd like to participate in. And second, we do have group coaching coming up today. Speaking of coaching, see who we got on the schedule for today. We have Deanna and Ray both joining Hogue for group coaching at 12:15 after shoulder tap. You're getting a double dose of Ray today for this holiday week, and it should be a great time. So make sure you drop your questions. We're going to pin that in chat right now. Thank you, Hoop. So that if you have any questions related to maybe what you've been seeing for Ray's trading, anything related to Deanna's trading, we'll have that this afternoon at 12:15 Central Standard Time. So 2 things to look out for, Topstep X tutorials and the Discord session Tuesdays at 1 p.m. and then group coaching today at 12:15 for Hogue, Deanna, and Ray. That's what I got for you guys. I'm going to pass it back to you, Hogue.
Thank you, Gabe. Thank you. Yeah, Ray, the double dose. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Man, you guys, everyone's missing out if they're not hanging out in the Discord and catching that coaching from you and the other coaches. It's just free, convenient, and I wish I had that when I was starting out learning how to trade.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. What are we thinking here, Ray?
I'm thinking long. I'm trying to figure out how to get in.
You got to buy market, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Whoops. I went the wrong direction.
Just kidding. Oh, no. Now, where's your risk on this?
All right. I would say the bottom of the bottom of this bar, the demand zone I've got drawn here. So right around, I don't know, 43.32 and change.
332.
That's a pretty big. That's a couple of micros here.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of micros. I mean, the next logical level would be right around this 43.39.4, somewhere in that range. A couple of micro trade.
Right.
See how this plays out. I got in short by mistake to start, so not off to a great start here.
Where's your position now? What price do you get?
Looks like I got in at, I don't know, 43.54 ish, somewhere in that range.
Okay. 2 micros.
Yeah, a couple of micros. I'm not looking for anything spectacular here. I'm just looking for maybe a move back to this MA above me, 43.67.
Okay. Yeah, that's the 20 session.
Yeah. But if it breaks out, if it doesn't, then I'll just have to close this trade.
Gotcha. All right, we'll watch this. But all the other markets, other than it seems the metals, are really just stuck inside their initial balance range. You've got crude inside its initial balance range, 57.87 to 58.28, just kind of flopping around inside of that. A little bit of a gap fill through the day today, but S&P is still inside the opening range. Still inside the initial balance. I was looking for maybe a little bit more of a pushback to the upside with all of this overnight inventory that we saw in the equities. We're just not necessarily seeing it. We did get a pretty decent push early in the session, but again, S&P and the NASDAQ basically just holding inside initial balance, basically setting up a normal trading day. So the place to be, folks, certainly seems to be the metals. And we've got Ray long, couple of micros in gold. We'll see if this plays.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it depends on what direction you're trading. If you want to say the safest.
Yeah, it's true.
Man, it was.
That is true.
Oh man.
Yeah, if you were long gold, if you were long metals today, you're probably done for the day.
Yeah,
I know. You're
all right.
Nasdaq.
Let's see if we can get above 4355.8.
You're long from 55.8.
Yeah, looks. I'm in that range. Like I said, I fumbled. I fumbled. I did a short initially, and then turned it into a long. So
yeah. Okay.
I was initially short, and then I had to switch it over to the long side.
Nasdaq's looking heavy. Nasdaq's
Yeah,
looking
looks a little
heavy.
heavy.
We tried to get back above 700 and just failed.
Yeah, and we've moved point of control lower as well. Sellers certainly seem to be winning in that regard.
So as long as we stay above the 9 EMA, I'm feeling okay. A little bid here. See if
Apparently the Dow is getting hit pretty good here.
so. I
Dow
would say
is
the target probably around
trading
here
below
somewhere.
the initial balance. And a little wobble in the Santa rally here, folks. Little wobble.
Come on now, you can do it.
Everybody get out and push.
There you go.
Nice. I
Come
like
on
it. If
now.
we could break through those 50s.
Yeah, if we can
fives.
get above that 55.8, 54. I think I'm in at 54 and change, I think. Mm-hmm. Root juicy.
There you go. It was green for a second.
Yeah. It's trying. It's trying.
It's trying. Ripen up here.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of strange not being on the opening call this morning. I feel like I didn't do my homework. Of course I did my homework, but missed you.
Mm. And Nasdaq, not directional. Still holding. Still holding. Looks heavy, but still holding.
Come on now. Come to Papa.
Let's go. Start eating up those single prints.
There you go.
Like Pac-Man. Speaking of trading playing Wii.
Yeah.
Let's go Pac-Man all those single prints. Come on.
Oh my God.
It's green. All right. We're green.
Yes. We were a minute ago.
I still like the longs here on gold. I
do too.
All right.
Come on now. Where's the volume?
Let's go. Get out and push. Oh, thank you, Don. I never even looked at the charts last week.
No, that's got to feel good.
It was weird. I'm like,
well,
what am I
why
doing?
was that weird?
I don't know. It's just 40 years you kind of get a routine, I guess. And I was missing my routine, but we'd people around and do a lot of cooking, hanging out. Made my first prime rib
Nice.
Christmas Day. Turned out perfect. Turned out great.
I'm always
learn
up.
a lot
I'm
on
always
you.
up for a nice prime rib.
Absolutely.
A bottle
Oh,
of
yeah.
wine.
Yep. Twice
There it
baked
is.
potatoes. We had some cold shrimp and some shrimp de Dijon on Christmas Eve, and lasagna and baked clams.
Let's see if we might get prime rib.
Yeah, my
Folk
aunt
bounces.
makes a mean empanada. Have you ever had empanada, Hope?
Oh, love empanadas.
Empanada is one of her staples.
You guys are making me hungry. I haven't even had breakfast. It's not trade. Not good to trade when you're hungry.
No, it isn't. You're right.
No.
You start seeing
Ray to
food
eat
on your
here.
chart.
We need Ray to eat, so let's go. Keep going higher. I like how it says target on your chart.
Just in case I miss it.
Yes. I mean, if you make money on this trade, you're going to target.
Yes. Oh my God. This is not good.
Target.
Oh, let's pick up some momentum here to the downside. Okay, back down to the 9 EMA. That's my line in the sand here.
Hold it.
Hold it.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm talking to
I
your
thought
EMA
you
there.
were telling me to hold my stop.
No, I'm just talking to the EMA, telling it to hold price.
Are we in? Okay, hello. We are in.
We are in.
What's your position, Ray?
Yeah, I'm in at 45. Looks like I'm in 45.8 or 55.8 on a long, but it's not playing nice right now.
Okay. Let's trade 4-3.
Was in profit for a little bit there, but was not sustained. Let's see if we can hold a 9 EMA here.
Look at the tilt. 76% long on the tilt in gold.
Okay.
Silver.
Need more volume.
Yep. Silver holding.
Yes, time to make some empanadas. You're right.
Empanadas. I saw that. ES 69.49. See that price a lot today?
Well, Ray, I think they did it. I think next year
That's it. That's all this talk about empanadas.
It's a Mexican food Christmas.
I'm out.
Empanadas, tamales. All right.
Ray had a chop suey joke last week.
Yeah, I did. This is what it looks like right now. But
let's see here. Again, bottom of the hour, London close. Also, we got the EIA crude oil inventory number.
You haven't missed anything in the NASDAQ either. Kind of hovering around 700.
Scratch that. Crude oil inventory number has been pushed back another hour now. Now 11:30 a.m. Central. What is going on?
Okay.
Counting by hand.
They may just say, you know what? Let's do it Wednesday anyway.
Yeah. Wednesday 31st, yeah. We have Dow continuing to grind lower. Lows Dow, 48,731. ES, be looking to test the lows. About 4 points or so. D, yes. DOC, Deanna, and group coaching. Again,
He's
hit the top of the
singing.
chat.
Hold the line. Da-na-na-na. I got you.
Pin to the top of the chat. Yep, we got those the form for group coaching questions. D. Ray, Hogue.
Sorry?
No, group coaching. You're in group coaching, Ray.
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. You're
Yes.
in a trade. You're in a trade.
No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm just kind of a little focused, I guess.
Gotcha. The NQ train 25,688. Initial balance low 661. It's about 20 points to go.
Nasdaq trying again, push these lows.
Oh yeah. What do you want to see there around the lows, Dakota, if anything?
I want to see us run the New York session lows, and then we could reverse off that. We could have a continuation, but I just want to see. I want to see that. It's. I don't want to say we have to do it, but it just seems only right that we run and go break the New York session lows. At least go down there, test it, kind of similar to what we did this morning. We ran up to those 810s and then we reversed. I mean, imagine all the longs. If I was long, my stop loss is going to be the New York session low. It's a big level of support here at these 660s. So I'd like to see the NASDAQ run that. And then if we get a reversal, I'd like to see longs. Or if we get continuation, then maybe we could get pushed back down to the, lower 600s, maybe the low of the week.
And buyers
also overnight low down there as well.
NQ?
Yep. NASDAQ, S&P. I'd like to see if there's anything down there. There's nothing down there. Let's run it back up.
Let's run it up.
KU in the chat. I want to see better hands from the Bears. Offense was not the problem. You. Silver might be looking to make another push lower here. Now beneath $71, $70.97.
Yeah.
Gold chain 43.44, about $28 off the lows. In the chat, Razzie asks, what's IB low in NASDAQ? That is 25,661. $50 across the board in the tilt. Dow just grinding lower right now. What's going on in MBT, micro Bitcoin? 88,000. I call it 88,000 last trade there. And that crude oil inventory number is pushed back another hour. It was scheduled to come out at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Pushed back to 10:30. Lo and behold, they pushed it back another hour, 11:30. Will we see in the afternoon? Also at noon Central, President Trump and President Netanyahu will be meeting. Noon Central. Keep an eye out for the headlines there if anything does come out. $43.48 last trade. Gold. Again, gold down. Globex reopened yesterday, just made new all-time highs at $4,584. Then same story with silver. Silver got up to what, $82.67. The CME raising margin requirements. The metals seeing a very, very precipitous fall in both those markets. Gold lost what, $230, $250 in the last 18 hours or so.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's insane. Biggest drop I've ever seen. Gotta be, right?
In what, gold?
Yeah, $250. Never seen that.
265.
265. It's got to be.
That's one of those things where is it percentage basis or dollar amounts?
Dollars.
Yeah, from the dollar amounts, yeah.
That's 3,000 people hanging out with us on this holiday shortened week. Click subscribe, click like, click notify the bell. Be so kind. On the march to 200,000 subscribers.
Nice.
I wonder how many people in the chat and you guys, does everybody go out on New Year's Eve or do you stay home? Ray?
I stay home.
I mean, I don't like to stay at home. I'd like to go somewhere. I don't know where that is, but I like to be away from home on New Year's. I feel like it's, I don't know, not the place I want to be to start the new year at home. So I don't know what that is, whether that's a trip to the cabin or a trip to someplace, but a trip somewhere.
Target.
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 Right.
Start your new year off at Target.
Target making another attempt here, but see.
Do you ever go to like friends have a party or something like that?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, either it's a party or somebody is having something at a cabin, so we make a trip out to a cabin, close to the snow, something along those lines. I don't particularly like staying at home on New Year's or New Year's Eve. Just want to be out of the house.
And Dakota, you stay home.
Yeah, usually I don't like to go out on New Year's. I'm not much of a party or a drinker.
Amateur hour, yeah.
Hey, I'd rather just stay home and not get in trouble.
Ray, excuse me, Andre.
Yeah.
You got your reservations at Dow?
Not this year, Hogue. Not this year. It's someone's birthday. It's a birthday for me every year, so we do birthday celebration. Yeah.
Nice.
How about you, Hogue?
We're just going to the same friend's house we go to every year. Relax, eat, drink, Uber home.
Be merry.
Be merry.
Uber home.
Uber home. Yep.
Still can't. Back to 25,700.
Yeah, NASDAQ can't. It's not picking a direction.
No, it's not. Anything on the wire?
It'll be my last drinks New Year's Eve till March.
Maybe you and Michael can work out another arrangement.
Well, I mean, we did that the last couple of years, but I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it this year, but I'm just going to do it.
Are the sellers out of the way in gold? So I guess the question is, they raise margin requirements. I call it puking. Essentially you saw one massive puke over the last 18 hours or so. I want to put you on the spot here. Is it kind of thinking in the back of my mind, is that pretty much out of the way? Can we see a continuation of it tomorrow in terms of meeting those margin requirements? So how soon do those requirements need to be met, Hogue? Is my question.
End of the day.
Okay, so all right, fine. Hey, then.
End of the day. Yeah, so
is it out of the way? Is the puking out of the way? Who would still be coming? Yeah.
Is it much of a puke though? I mean, we're just basically
$250, Dakota.
I'm thinking of silver anyway. I'm just thinking about that where you have a day to meet margin requirements. We had that huge rally on Friday in silver. We were up like 8%, and then we're just right back down to where we started. So it wasn't too insane of a move. But no, I get your point, Andre. I'm looking at a long-term perspective, right? Like big banks and institutions, like how much does it really affect them?
I don't know. I don't know, but I'd say
I would think
it's over today.
Yeah.
Anybody who needs to margin or can't meet margin is out by the end of the day today.
Three minutes, about on the hour till London close.
And it doesn't affect people that are sitting on actual gold or silver. Of course, it affects the price that they can get today. But if they're not going to be selling their physical, because they don't have to pay margin on that.
What are pawn shops doing today?
Ooh.
Yeah. All weekend, my socials were just like everything I seen was regarding silver, and everyone rushing to stores to buy silver this, silver that. It was insane.
That's
I had family calling me, asking me, like, how can I sell my silver? Because I brought it up one time, and then just like, wow.
Called the top.
Wow. It was way over the top.
JD coming your way after London. Silver might be.
Was it something I read that China was blocking exports of silver?
January 1st.
Yeah.
Not blocking exports, but restricting them. I think you have to have a permit and certain hoops to jump through to get silver from China.
Hogue question: can you get a Delta update? Gold,
of course.
Gold, ES, and NQ.
Gold, positive 2,300. NASDAQ, negative 1,400. S&P's positive 1,600. We've been seeing that diversion a lot between the NASDAQ and the S&Ps.
Yes,
I thought that would pretty much be over after rollover, but a little bit of divergence there.
What was the number again, Hogue, on the gold?
Positive 2,300.
Been positive all day?
Yeah,
yes.
I think so.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Just lifting the offer, huh? Okay. Well, like a gold now. Gold, but again, 37 bucks off the lows as we trade at 43.53. Those lows were put in about an hour ago. It was just straight down in gold. In the first hour and a half of what did the house account sell? House account was short gold from 44.74.
Yes. Yeah, that was a great entry.
One of the best house account trades I've seen for a while. That was amazing.
London close, 30 seconds. And that EIA crude oil inventory number pushed back another hour. No guarantee it'll come out at 11:30 a.m. Central. However, we'll keep you to date on that.
NASDAQ still holding 700s.
Yes, it is. Dow's been the one just drifting lower. And London is now close. See what the market wants to do now. Everything in holding pattern. Okay, very good. Hey, let's get JD in here. JD executing that micro gold short in opening call. Also got some P&Ls and payouts. JD, talk to us about that trade real quick. Then we can do some P&Ls and payouts. Nice stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, we took the opening range breakout trade in gold. Let's pull this up. We got it here. We were looking at the 1 minute opening range this morning. That's what we took. We got in 44.74, got out 43.96 half. Took a nice $77 in profit on that trade. So good move. We took a nice chunk out of that move. We didn't get the whole thing, but we're not here to catch the whole move, right? So we got our piece and we got out. That was it. Here's some traders that took a nice piece out of the market on Friday. Let's take a look at some P&Ls from Friday. Here are Friday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Colin S. up at the top, trading the ES and the NASDAQ, $11,673. Liam C. trading the NQ, $10,220. Catherine, just about $9,300, trading the ES and the NQ also. Shamaslov becoming a popular name around here. Another $7,000 in profit for Shamaslov, trading gold, silver, and the NASDAQ. And Wen, $6,800 trading gold, silver, and the NASDAQ also. Big shout out to all these live funded traders taking money out of the live markets. Here are some traders taking money out of the live markets and putting it in their pockets too. Take a look at these payouts from Friday. Top 5 live funded payouts. Rajnikan, $38,250. That is a great way to end a year, start a year, however you want to put it. Almost 40 grand in the pocket. Hector, just about $27,000. Yassine, 18,177. Prayug, 17,807. And Jacob rounds out the top five, $15,525. These traders had some great years here at Topstep. Pulling money out of the live markets, putting it in their pockets. How about that? Back to you guys.
Well done.
Beautiful. I was even seeing some people have those live performance bonuses.
Oh,
going into
JD's
the end of
favorite.
the year as well.
JD's absolute favorite. ES got a 600 lot on the bid, 69.45 on 600, about 4 points lower. We're trading
What's
right
a live
now.
performance bonus? That is a bonus for the live traders. Once they've reached profit levels, then Topstep just gives them cash bonus, right?
Yep.
On top of the profits they already made.
Extra money for making money. We're going to grind this thing higher. NQ. Grind this thing to 25,712. Pop here in the Dow. We'll pop in ES as well. And pin to the top of the chat at the form for group coaching. Submit your questions in there. Hogue, D, and Ray. Bring that to you. Yeah, very cool. Very, very cool. Ray, have you been stumped before?
Have I been stumped? Yeah, more than one occasion. Yeah, absolutely.
Coach, you can stump them.
Mm-hmm.
Also, yes. Oh, Dakota, yes. Star of Slow Market, 7:30 p.m. Central Time here on TopstepTV. Dakota, who will be joining you today? And what can they expect? For those that never watched Slow Markets, sure to tune in. What can they expect when they tune in?
My man, Coach Jay is going to be joining me. He's going to be joining me. He joins me Mondays and Wednesdays. Obviously, we have New Year's, so tonight's going to be the main night with me and Jay. These markets are moving, so we're definitely going to be watching the metals. Metals are they're the movers at slow markets, and traders have been doing extremely well during that time of night. It's at 7:30 p.m. Central, like you said, Andre, and there's opportunities everywhere.
Excellent. I'm watching gold here.
Gold's pretty.
Look at the channel here. We get into the 60s, 43, 60 or so. Looking to fill that 600 lot here in the ES. 2 points to go, 2 ticks to go. 69.45 bid 600 times. Was it pulled? Oh, why are you doing this to me? Quit doing this to me.
NASDAQ
Just
right
like
back
that.
down below
Yeah,
700.
it's the Dow. The Dow is the one that's doing this. The Dow. We close Dow 48,725. All right, close. Here's initial balance. Initial balance low in the ES. Pretty much right here. 69.43 would be that 800 lot downside. 69.42 on 800 in the ES. 2.5 points lower. 800 lot. We'll go fill that. Well done. The Jackal in the chat says, can't spell down without Dow. I like that. They loved it more. Ray and Hogue loved it more. It's tricky right now. Gold can get into, it's got about $4 or $5 higher. We can get $4 or $5 higher into 43.60, 61 area. Maybe I'll get some clearance for another push higher. Still 74% long on the tilt in gold.
Yeah, I think that's the direction we can manage risk for sure.
So a little rising channel here in gold on this 5-minute chart worries me a little bit.
Worries you about?
Yeah, I mean, is this just a little retracement for another leg lower?
Little bear flag. Volume has really dried up. It's typical of this time of day, but that's what's got me wondering.
Man, Dakota. Yeah. Woo, woo, woo. I'll finally do it. Longs got wrecked there. Finally did it in the NQ. If you're talking NQ, we were trading 25,720, like quietly, just grinding. Smack down to 25,693. Dow just new lows Dow.
Wow.
There's gotta be some stops down here too in the ES, right? Gotta be some stops. Nasdaq gonna try and push it higher. Will they be successful? Will they get this up above 700 and stay there?
I still want to see NASDAQ run through the New York session lows to just see what we do. Are we going to break lower, or if we're just going to run liquidity and come back right back up?
We need the volume, right?
We need the volume. We need liquidity. Yep. Just 25,700 is the line in the sand.
Got an eye on that 800 lot again in the ES ladder. Saw a 2,000 lot coming on the offer pretty much right after that opening bell. Let's take a look at NQ. Oh, we got 70 lot down below, 20 points left. All right, we're gonna try
800.
We're gonna try it. Back above 700 is the NQ. All right, gold might be grinding here. About $40 off the lows. Gold trading 43.50. Jeez, just like that, man.
Got to see a little bit of volume in some of this, but it's just not coming.
ES, they just every time we touch 48, they sell into it. Right back down to 69.45. Is this how they get? If this is how the longs just get stopped out? Yeah, that was brutal. Dow, a little push low. Look at that, man. Oh man, got wrecked indeed. Ooh. Just for reference, Dow is down since the New York bell rang. Dow is down. Just methodically down 300 points, just grinding lower.
I'd like to see a run of these New York lows here in the NASDAQ.
Oh, what would be the play? Right around initial balance low. I'm talking about the ES here.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the ES. This is the initial balance low. This is also the overnight low is just below that. You see that 830 lot on the bid there. It's 69.42. That's liquidity. It's probably going to sweep that. It's probably going to fill that. And then we got to see what happens, because the initial balance low is just a simple reference level. It's not support. It's not resistance. But if we can't hold below it, let's say we take a look below it and we close this next 30-minute bar back above it, that's going to be a buying tail. Price got too inexpensive down here. Sellers backed off. Buyers took over. That can be the end of a downside auction. Now we're hitting these stops below the initial balance low.
Yep. Here we go.
We're going to test the overnight low.
Yep.
And we got to watch the dome here, because the dome will have secrets in it. Does it look like anybody cares that price is now at this level?
Hold it.
They pulled it. Doesn't look to me like there's a whole lot of concern that price is down at this level. There's not a lot of orders being placed and canceled. Price just died here. All we did was run the stops below the initial balance low. So now we'll watch, see if we get back above the initial balance low, see if any buyers come back in. And that gives us the opportunity to possibly look for a potential long down here. And it established the low of the range here, the low of the overnight and the low of the session here as potential for our risk on that. We don't take the trade yet. We got to see if we see any kind of rejection down here. Maybe some sort of 3-bar reversal down here might be a good signal for us. Right now, we're just watching the dome, and it's very quiet. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of eyeballs on this at this time. You got to remember it is a holiday week. There's probably going to be lower participation. It's going to be trickier to read. But on a normal day, I would say that this breakout of this initial balance low has a lower probability of continuation because of the lack of participation I'm seeing in the dome.
Good stuff.
Been wrong before.
What about silver? Silver trading 71.25. Ooh, gold just got hit. Oh man,
got pummeled.
Gold took a peak. Man, gold took a peak above 43.60.
Yep.
Well, they just smashed at $14, and the buyers are gonna step in.
Is this the break of
that
our?
Was vicious. That was vicious.
Fair flag on this in gold.
Possible.
That was vicious, man. Oh man. Yeah, gold did, man. Oh man. Now, just methodically, just is it JP Morgan? Is that what's doing it? Oh man, that it gives you pause there, Ray, for taking a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of heat to the long side.
JP Morgan's down 1%.
That's it. Well, what's dragging the Dow down? How's Mag 7 looking? Is Mag 7?
Yeah, I mean it hasn't really changed much. I mean, Nvidia's down 1.7, Apple scratch, Microsoft down 0.5, Amazon down 0.5, Google down 0.6, Meta down 1, Broadcom down 0.75, and Tesla's down 1.5. So nothing crazy that would be dragging it. No individual, I guess.
So much for Santa Claus rally. I guess we got what, 2 days?
Yeah, we got it before Christmas.
Is that true? Okay. We got
It ain't over yet.
Still, what constitutes this old Santa Claus rally? I don't even know if it's real. I don't know what it is.
It's
what is Santa Claus?
technically the last week of the year.
Well, it is the last week of the year. How much does it need to rally? I mean,
right here, right now, I guess.
Right here, right now. All right. Damn it. I'm gonna buy some. No, it's
Well, silver hasn't been able to make a new low.
No, it hasn't.
Right. We have a low here at what, 73.10? Is it? $70?
$70.
Let's see.
So
yeah, 70.30, 70.30.
25.
70.03, 71. Yeah, 70.275 is the low. And now we have a 15-minute candle that's kind of firming up here. Again, I'm kind of similar to what I was kind of looking at on the gold side. Rally back up to the 20 EMA doesn't seem like out of the question. But
man, this is very calm compared to last night. Aston says, yeah, we went from 82.5 down to 75 in like minutes, and then we went right back up to 80, and it was a roller coaster. It seems calm, but it's still very volatile right now.
Don't catch a bid there. Don't catch a bit of a bid. We got we got 10 minutes left here in fast markets again. Got morning recap after this. Oh, you got prep for morning recap? There's, I guess, you ride this out.
Yeah, there's just a couple of trades. We're fine.
And then, yep, we got, power player, Diamond Hands joining JD and Jay after a morning recap. We still got a little time here left in fast markets. Buyer's going to give it a shot in the ES. Formula did not get filled.
And I'll be joining you, Andre. I'll join you for Power Hour.
Oh, will you? Oh, yes. More Dakota.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Dakota and Mohammed. Again, you can't spell Monday without Mo. It's
like
bury that. Andrew,
doubt.
I got to retire that joke. It's so
Every
bad.
day.
I got it. That is so bad. Yeah, Dakota. Yeah, that's excellent. Then we got JD, VWAP, George, and Vince with trade with Topstep after group coaching. Of course, at the buzz. Wait, ooh, Danielle doesn't like when I do it like that. Shoot. Goldman heaviest on the Dow. Okay. Case of the Mondays. No. And
They're
silver, get out. Yeah.
trying to tease everybody down here in the S&P is 400 on the bid at 69.40 for 400. Trying to tease everybody down there, but your risk is established. I mean, if you're gonna wait for confirmation, it may cost you in trade location, but
man, they just continue to sell into it. I have a hard time getting in there. Okay.
That's come off quite a bit down here.
Silver. Man, oh man, they just sell into Nasdaq having a hard time getting above or staying above 25,700. Takes a peak, sellers come in. Just saw.
Now we do have to know that things are starting to settle down, and we have two big news events this week. We have the FOMC meeting minutes, not the meeting itself. And then we have initial jobless claims to end the year. We're ending the year with jobless claims on December 31st.
Yes, we are. FOMC minutes, and tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central. It's going to be very, very interesting. We had 3 dissenters, I believe, in that last FOMC meeting just a couple weeks ago. We'll see. It's basically taking you a peek behind the scenes. Mike, Mari in the chat. Lots of fake outs, super annoying. It's definitely tricky. Head fakes. Looks like we're going lower. Nope. Looks like we're going higher. Nope. Ray, what's the play with gold? What price do you want to see it get above?
I'm actually looking at silver right now. Silver is looking much stronger to me than gold at the moment. So I see a 50-minute candle that's about to break above structure. The only thing I'm a little concerned about is, do I want to enter long during the lunch hour? That's not really my cup of tea. So that's kind of my only kind of reservation. That's like we said last time, right? That's kind of chop suey time, right? I like it on my plate, not on my chart.
There it is. Wow.
So that's the only thing kind of holding me back on this potential silver trade long time of day.
Silver trading $71.70. About
like it on the plate.
$1.50 off the lows there. New 5-minute just open. It's gonna be more behind this Dow. Just selling every pump.
That's just hanging around the 700 level.
Yeah, the longs, they're going to definitely test. They're going to make you sweat. That's for sure. They're definitely going to make you sweat if you do take the longs.
Chop water.
You bear flag. Where were you seeing it? Gold?
Yeah.
Can you show it on the chart? What time frame you're looking at?
Well, this is a 3-minute. Here's a 5-minute. So obviously the trend has been to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
So, if we're going to be looking at higher highs, we're looking at higher lows. So you've got small range, opposite direction on lower volume. That to me is kind of classic for a bear flag. So you can do one of two things. You can, if you get the opportunity, you can just try and short it up against this upper trend line, or you can wait for a breakout with some volume below the low of this. So we haven't really seen. We've got 1, 2, 3, now 4 points of contact on this lower trend line. Haven't seen any breakout to the downside. So the market is still trying to push higher. We're putting in higher highs and higher lows on very low volume. The fact that lunch is coming into play here is something to think about. So right now it still looks to be setting up a bear flag. If you know it fails, you'll know it fails when it fails, and you start to see this market continue to push higher. But bear flag, you can do one of two things. You can take the risk up here against this trend line, wait for a breakout, and then use this trend line as your risk for continuation to the downside. What I like most about it is it's very small ranged, and volume is just absolutely getting crushed.
Low
Volume is
participation.
very low. Yes.
What was the volume? Quick, we got about 3 minutes left here in fast. What was the volume in the first, hour and a half, or first 2 hours? Opening call and fast. I mean, massive volume or no on that whole?
Here it is. Here's the 7 o'clock bar on the 30-minute.
Right.
You start to see increasing volume.
Yeah.
Each consecutive 30-minute bar brought in higher volume.
Okay.
So that is a relatively healthy downside auction.
Oh, yeah.
Bear flag. Does the auction continue?
To the downside? Yeah.
We shall see.
It really peaked. Okay, I'm just watching. I saw that. I mean, it really peaked down there. Okay.
Yes. Now that could be, that can mean a blow off bottom too. I mean, there's some excess on this bottom here. So this shadow or wick at the bottom here. Here's how auctions die. You get too cheap, buyers take over, and you never know. But if this is going to be a true bear flag, if we break out below it with some volume, you could certainly see some more continuation to the downside. And if you really want, you can take a look and say, okay, well, if this is where the trend began and this is where the trend broke, now we'll take this and we'll measure if let's say the bear flag plays out and you get the breakout on some decent volume, your target takes you all the way down to 41.97.
Measured move.
41.97. 40.
Yes.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Now, there are visual targets for the market to target down there. We have an old gap. We have a naked point of control right through that gap, 42.2690. We have another naked point of control, point of chill, 41.9040. And those are unrechecked points of comfort, happy places in the market. The market is going to head in that direction. Those are visual targets that will often get revisited.
Good stuff, Hogue. Get more of that on morning recap here on the other side of this. Coach Ray, as always, bringing the heat. Fantastic stuff, Dakota. I'll see you in Power Hour. We got morning recap coming up after this. Then we got Diamond Hands joining Jay and JD. Let's get to the morning recap. Markets are starting to wake up. Look at the rally, a little push higher here in the equities. Can gold take back some of those losses from earlier today? It's TopstepTV. Let's go. Stay locked in. There is opportunity. Come on.
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from TopstepTV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
it is time for the morning recap. It's great to be back with all of you. It took a little time last week. Hope everybody enjoyed their holiday, and there's more holiday coming. A shortened week this week, New Year's, everything seems, I don't know, cleaner after New Year's. You zero everything out, you start the new year fresh. And of course, we are looking forward to an excellent new year for all of you and all of our traders. Quiet markets today a little bit. That does have a tendency to happen during the holidays. Hopefully you are remaining patient and waiting for the market to come to you. Always think, if I go looking for trades, I'm going to find them, and waiting for the market to come to you, especially when things are a little bit slower, you're going to probably find maybe you're a little bit better off. Now, we were just looking at the initial balance low here in the S&Ps, and we were watching as the S&Ps, I'm just going to go a little context here because we didn't take a lot of trades during fast market or in the house account. We will, of course, review those, but in the S&Ps, we've got the initial balance high, the initial balance low. We took a look below the initial balance low. We tested directly to the overnight low, and we are about to close this 30-minute bar back above the initial balance low. We were watching the dome as we were kind of hanging below the initial balance low and saying, you know what, if this were a normal day, there was not a lot of participation down there. It didn't seem like there were a lot of eyeballs looking for continuation of price below that level. So we're about to close this 30-minute bar back above the initial balance low. That is going to confirm the failed downside auction, and the market could actually rotate back to the initial balance high at some point today if that is indeed what's going to happen. There's no guarantees, but that is, pretty much what we look for when we do see a failed downside auction. And again, that is about to be confirmed. Let's take a look at gold. Gold was the market to be in. The metals apparently were the market to be in. They've raised margins, and that has sent a horseshoe into the rally. So let's take a look at the 30-minute. The market, when this was the last week when I was here, we were watching the market increasing in open interest on a daily basis with negative delta. That is usually one of the signs that I'm going to be looking for in longer time frame for continuation moves to the upside. Last week, we did see the market continue this push to the upside, even through a holiday week. Friday, we put in the all-time high, 45.84. We looked at it last night. The market has come off considerably, and of course, that margin information has been part of it. Now, the opening range trade today, I guess you guys all voted for the 1-minute chart. I wasn't on the opening call this morning, but you voted for the opening range 1-minute call. Apparently, got short 1 micro gold 44.74. Nice. That turned out to be a really great trade. And we took a big chunk of the move to the downside out of it. We took about 775 ticks, $772 profit on 1 micro. That's pretty darn good. We were looking at the weekly kickoff low as a potential target. The market did kind of base there for a period of time. That I think had something to do with our cover, but still a really decent trade. A decent push to the downside. We're setting up a potential bear flag. Ray was looking to kind of see some basing coming in here. He was looking at these highs of a close above these highs on the 5-minute chart. He got long 2 micro 43.55. Those unfortunately did not continue to pay him. As soon as he got to his point of invalidation, he got out of the trade. So that was really the one trade that we took on fast markets today. And that's all right. It's all right. We have to be patient. We're taking trades, not just to take trades, but to try and make a little money on them. So let's take a look at the context in crude oil this morning. Didn't get a chance to really go over too much, but what I was, kind of focusing on this morning was the fact that we do have a lot of overnight inventory to the long side. There was a gap from Thursday. I guess this was Thursday. It's the 24th. I guess that was Wednesday to Friday. There was no trade here, of course, on the 25th on Christmas. So there was a little bit of a gap, and we've basically just been filling that gap. No real overnight inventory to speak of to the downside. No, there's no gap, no island bottom. We did leave a late spike to the downside. So $57, if it is revisited, might be an interesting level for an execution. We're pretty far from that right now. We did take a look above the initial balance high. We did not sustain any volume, any continuation up there. The market is now doing what it is likely to do, is rotating back to or at the initial balance low, which is 57.87. We're seeing a pretty good rotation, at least halfway through the range. After the failed upside auction, let's see if we can get to the low of the opening of the initial balance. Here we are. So we've kind of confirmed the failed downside auction. Now it's watch. Now it's, you know what, we want to see price action going in our direction. We don't have a whole lot of risk in this trade if we're in this trade. Excuse me. So what I'd like to see is, of course, if I'm long this, I want to see price continuing to push higher. There's no guarantee for anything. It just gives us the opportunity to limit risk. And in the NASDAQ, we have not traded outside the initial balance at all. At all. So overnight inventory was pretty short. The market opened, leaving the opening range, the 1 minute opening range, at the dead low of the session. A pretty decent inventory adjustment was met by sellers. There was a gap left from Friday's session to the high of the regular trading hour session today. That can be a visual target or a weakness in structure above price. We also have weaknesses in structure. There's a weekend gap that we've filled in the S&Ps. We have not filled this weekend gap so much in the NASDAQ. Pretty darn close to it last week. I'm going to go with, yes, we have filled that weekend gap. So again, you know, though the initial balance low and initial balance high remain, this is a normal trading day so far. That is a bit of a misnomer. They don't happen that often where the market just kind of stays inside the range for the first hour. Sometimes it has a tendency to happen more often when you are in a holiday market, which we are to some degree in today. So be patient. Look for opportunities near the extremes. Let the trades come to you. And let's finish the year strong. No reason to get all biffed up. Make sure you do your homework, of course, and review your trades at the end of the day, just like any other trading day. And, well, let's take a minute and take a look at today's quotable quote. I've missed you all. It's great to be with you all again. All right. So, Ben Franklin tells us, and this is so true to me, and I'm sure to everybody here, if you tell me something, I'm probably going to forget it. If you teach me, I'll remember, but involve me, and I'll learn. So tell me what a bear flag is, and I'll forget it probably, but teach me and I'll remember it. But I'm not going to really learn it until I use it, until it becomes something that I'm going to look for and that I'm going to respond to. Involve yourself in the markets, whether it's in practice, make that practice deliberate. They say you can become an expert in things if you give it 10,000 hours, but if you stare at charts for 10,000 hours and you don't involve yourself, you're not going to learn much of anything. So be purposeful and deliberate in your practice. Make everything count. Involve yourself and you will learn. There's our quotable quote for the day. We're looking forward to seeing Diamond Hands with us again right after this. Coming up with Power Players with JD and Coach J. Still lots to do on Topstep TV today. So glad you're all here with us. Glad to be back. Let's go. This is Topstep TV.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV. We got a power player back with us. George, Mr. Diamond Hands is back. To the far right, we got JD back from the opening call with a really nice gold trade that we had on earlier today. George, how are we doing today? What's going on, man?
Good. How about you guys? I'm doing good. Even though I'm red,
Doing good.
pretty good. I'm in a trade right now as well. I am short from the 689s, so we'll see if it plays out.
Some stuff. We got George short the micro NASDAQ, short 3-lot micro NASDAQ from 25,689. Last trade in the NASDAQ here, 25,684. Took a couple losses earlier on, but I know the risk is managed. JD, what's going on? We saw you earlier during the opening call. We took that house account trade. How are we looking at the markets right now?
I just pulled up that NQ chart once we talked to Mr. Diamond Hands, and we found out he was short NQ or MNQ. So I'm looking at this chart right now, and we're really just looks like we're stuck in a little range for the time being. Things have really died down or slowed down, I should say. Volume kind of dropped off, and we're just not getting that same movement that we had this morning. So I don't hate this trade that George has on. I don't know. Maybe we'll back it up at the house count too. What do you think? I'm gonna switch over to the micro NASDAQ. I've got the mini up.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I mean, all the equities right now are on their lows. 25,681 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.43 half last trade in the S&P that just made a new low of the day. We got the Dow on its lows, the Russell on its lows. Gold looks like it might be rolling over a little bit here. What's your target to the downside on this one, George?
I got 622, and then probably like last December 23rd lows right here, 608 around that area. So 2 TPs. I got partials. Yeah.
Okay.
I got three micros at 622.50, and then I got. Hold on, let me change this. This is gonna be. Yeah, I'll do another two on 608.
Some stuff. looking for some continued selling here in the equities. 622 downside target. Edgy Invest says, is this live? This is in fact live with a little bit of a delay, of course. Shout out to YouTube, but you are live. You are here. Welcome. Today is December 29th, 2025. Just check your calendars. Make sure you are on the same date, unless you're a time traveler. But you are live here with us. All right, we're looking to maybe get in with George on this house account. Potentially 25,680. George about 9 points in the money right now. You were saying you got chopped up a little bit earlier today. Were you looking short the entire day, or?
Mostly, yeah. I had shorts here, somewhere here, and I was in profit, but then it came back to stop me out. So I tried this again. So we'll see if it works out this time. My risk is about $200 right now, $270. So I'm in 5 micros. We are below opening print, so I do have confidence that as long as we stay below that, we can still potentially go under. We are about to approach IB low, so if we can break that IB, that'd be perfect. 622 will be about close to 25% of the IB low, so that's my first target.
Very good. Very good. Are you seeing anything in particular that's telling you we're going to break out to the downside here? Or you're just playing
I did see some orders in Bookmap as well, 600 down there. So also we have that gap. Let me see. Minutes. This gap right here that we could potentially fill from last week, December 21st. So we'll see if we can potentially go all the way down there. That's pretty much where those orders are as well. 600, 599.
Makes sense.
Taking a look at the tilt here, 58% short in the NASDAQ, 50-50 in the S&P. S&P is on its lows. 67% long gold tilt here. We got the S&P trading near its lows. We have the NASDAQ a little off of its lows right now. But George is short. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. What are you guys looking for as for potential trades? Are we short? Are we long? Are we flat right now? Up or down on the day? Any trades anyone's scouting for? And we'll see whether or not we get into trade how this one plays out. 25,682 last trade here in the NASDAQ. George looking for some more downside. Rob Trey says, I don't trust the tilt at all. If you don't trust it, go the other way.
What don't you
go the other way?
I don't get it. What don't you
trust?
trust about it? Yeah.
Right.
Do we still have that graphic of the tilt? Maybe this trader's a little confused about what the tilt is. Rob trades gold. It's the aggregate. It's the it's a total number of positions on for sim traders here at Topstep. We'll give you a handful of markets and show you what the position size is in each market. So right now, Jay just said, let me refresh my tilt actually.
55.
So we got 50-50 in the ES, right?
Yeah.
55.
Yep.
Okay, so we're 55% short in the S&P right now. So it's the aggregate number of traders here at Topstep in the sim environment. Those are the average positions. We've got an average short position of 25,707. So right now shorts are getting paid in the tilt. Just dropped to 52%. So we're seeing a little bit of covering right now. That's all it is. We're just showing you what the positions are for traders here at Topstep. That's what the tilt is. Tilt includes combines.
Yes, it does. All sim trades, combines and XFAs. Combines and XFAs. 25,684 half last trade here. We had I think it was Gandhi in the chat that says, pretty wild. I'm in the same exact trade with the same target. I've been in it since 11 though. So sitting in that trade for a little while. I saw some other traders holding short. Wildfire holding short for 2.5 hours here in the equities. I mean, the trade has been to the downside pretty much since we opened last night, right? It's just the pace slowed down. It's lunchtime right now. Are we going to see a ton of volume? Of course, anything can happen. You know, a headline could come out. Somebody could say something. Somebody could accidentally just, trip and hit the short button. And we see some volume coming in. But, George, diamond hands, how long have you been in this trade?
Let me see. 8:35, 30, like 15 minutes since
Okay.
11:35.
Nice. And risk is defined. Really nothing to do but let the market decide what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Nice. Is there any point that
As
you would think
Rob-
about adding to this trade or making any adjustments to it, or this one is just
Maybe
set and
if we
forget at this
break,
point?
maybe if we break below IB low, maybe I would.
Okay.
But I got to see a strong momentum go to the downside. Right now it's really slow.
That IB low would be a new low of the day here in the Nasdaq, currently trading 25,683. JD, you were going to say something.
Rob Trades Gold is back in the chat with a little follow up. Gold, he said gold was short. It was a good short all night, but the tilt was saying 66% long. What does that tell you, Rob Trades Gold? Now that you know what the tilt is, we are not here to give trading advice, right?
Right. Right.
But that means some traders here at Topstep were trying to buy it on the way down, right? A lot of traders are trying to buy it on the way down. I don't think anybody really saw that level of a move coming in gold this morning. So we had some trapped longs here. That's basically what that is telling you, according to the tilt, right?
Yep.
Hope that
Sometimes
clears it
tilt
up.
gets
Hope that
paid,
makes sense
sometimes
to
it
you.
doesn't.
Yep.
Nasdaq is in fact stuck in the opening range.
George, you ever look at the tilt?
Time frame.
You find any value
Not
in the
really.
tilt? No.
No, not really. Yeah.
That's fair. In certain markets, it can be a decent indicator. And crude oil for a long time, anytime we surpassed that 80% level, either long or short, he typically signaled a reversal was coming or a change in direction. Haven't seen it in a while, but there was a good sample size there for a while in crude oil. Above or below 80%. It was almost like a reversal was imminent.
Speaking of crude oil, JD, crude right now trading 58.09. The EIA just put out the natural gas number. The crude inventory number was pushed back twice already today, but right now it's showing on the calendar for about 7.5 minutes or so. We're supposed to potentially be getting this crude number. We'll see if it actually comes out, and whether or not it comes in exactly as expected. Forecast is negative 2 million. That number comes in on the dot. I think we maybe make some assumptions about what happened there, but we'll see what happens with that crude oil number. It's supposed to be coming out right now. I'm seeing it on the calendar in the next 7 minutes. 58.09 last trade in crude. Really hasn't done much all day. I think it's actually still inside that opening range. Yes, it is.
Let's take a look.
Crude is trading in that 1 minute opening range. It has looked outside of the range on both sides, but it is right in the middle of that 1 minute opening range right now. Whole lot of nothing going on in that market. Seeing some selling coming in here in the Nasdaq just a little bit, 25,677. All right, pace is starting to pick up a little. See if we get this continuation to the downside again. George is looking for 25,622s. George, we were talking in the green room, and you said it last week. Starting 2026, you are going to add the data for the metals to your Topstep Live account, so you can trade that. But I know you've been looking at them, maybe trading it in a practice account or something like that. What do you see in the metals right now? Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, I've been trading some my personal accounts with gold and even silver. I know silver's a little crazy too, but I haven't traded on my live account due to the fact that I don't have data for it. But I would love to trade it during like slow markets kind of time frame. That's the area where I'm trying to look at, and then very much trade NQ during New York session.
So, I mean, that's when the metals have been moving, right? You look at the overnight sessions, slow market session, that's when the move really starts in the metals. Of course, today we had a really nice sell-off after the New York session opened, but a lot of that move happened in the overnight.
Yeah,
Seeing
pretty much
Nasdaq
within
close a
1
little
hour.
bit lower. Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
so
first
we
hour we
had
see that volume come in.
up silver, and then we came back to weekly open. Once we broke weekly open, you see that big sell off that came in on silver.
Antonio in the chat, I got short the Nasdaq an hour and a half ago from 685s and looking for prior week's low at this point. Yeah, I mean, this is just a slow moving market right now, slow moving train, but it is going in that direction. It is going to the downside. We did just see the S&P make a new lows of the day. So let's see if the Nasdaq wants to follow here.
It feels like it wants to make a move.
It does. Russell on its lows, Dow on its lows, S&P on its lows. Nasdaq, we're looking at you. We are looking at you, Nasdaq. Couple ticks off the low here. Couple points off the lows. 25,656 is that low, and the Nasdaq 669 last trade here. Tilt 58% short in the Nasdaq, 54% short in the S&P. So maybe building a short in the S&P here. See if we get that continuation here. Coach Hoop says patience pays in the equities. It's not always the case, right? The equities all year have been insane, and the metals right now, you put on a trade and it's either going to stop you out or get to your profit target pretty quick. But I think with all of the attention we're seeing the metals getting, the equities are pretty slow here. So nice trade we got on by George right now.
Looking good. I was counting to not get in on this. Being a little stingy with trade location, but it's looking pretty good.
Hey, you were stingy with the trade location on that gold trade this morning, JD. Waited for those 74s, and it turned out to be a pretty damn good trade. So
we only got a partial fill. I was working a 3-lot on those 74s. They gave us one.
Oh wow. They said this price is too good. You can only have one.
Yep. We're only giving you one. That was in the live market too, guys. Liquidity. It's for real. You're not guaranteed a fill, no matter what. But yeah, we still took one for a ride, and it was a good trade.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Got George in a good trade right now. Short from 89s, 25,689 in the Nasdaq. About 25 points in the profit right now. Looking pretty good here. Looking pretty good. S&P just traded some volume at the lows. About 1,100 contracts traded at the low there in the S&P. See if they get some follow through on that. George, you said you were looking for some orders lower. Are you still seeing them down there in the Nasdaq?
Let me see. I kind of turned it off a little bit, but let me see if I can pull it up here.
Here we go. Nice continuation
We're
here.
getting some movement now.
Yes, we are. New lows in the Nasdaq. New lows there.
656 overnight low. Looks like we're about to take it out, and we did. 655 new low.
Nice trade here,
yet.
George, and continuation.
Very nice trade.
Coach Dakota in the chat. Hey, there we go. George with a nice trade here right now. Looking for these 622s to the downside. 25,653 right now. Last trade.
Yeah, I still
Lows
see
in
them.
the S&P as well. Still down there.
They're still there. Yes, they're 600. We got 600. We have 608, 610. There's 100 on Bookmap. There's 56 at 600. So I'm still seeing them.
Let's see if we get that continuation. 25,653. Sorry in the chat asks, what's 150K live? So George is in a Topstep live account. One of our newer live funded traders. Been in that account, I think, about 2 months now. But it came from a 150K XFA, right? So it uses the rules, the drawdown limits of 150K XFA. So what is it, a $4,500 daily loss limit?
Yep.
George obviously can adjust that how he wants, but it's using the parameters for a 150K account, but it is a live account. Orders going into the real live markets. And then you heard George, one of the benefits of trading in a sim account at Topstep, you can pretty much trade any market that you want. in a combine or an XFA, and you don't have to worry about paying for the data. But as a live market trader, as a professional trader, you have to decide whether or not it's worth it paying for the data for those accounts. I know there are ways. I don't want to be misquoted. I don't want to misquote it, but there are ways that Topstep is going to pay for the data for live accounts. But it's a consideration that you have to make, right? Do I pay monthly for a market that I may not be trading? It's part of your cost of doing business, right? So you have to make that decision. Very nice trade we got going on here.
Yeah, it's looking better and better. So a decent little volume spike there as we hit new lows. Not much of a volume spike,
George,
but it was there.
Not much. George, do you move your stop at all, or you just
Usually,
let it go?
I let it go. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I let it play out. The only reason I'll move it to break even is if we hit, like, for example, this 622. I have a limit buy of 3, and it hits it. Then I'll move my stop to break even after that on my. But I need to hit at least one TP.
Looking for 622 to the downside here.
Oops in the chat, keeping up on the news. Crude oils, crude numbers have moved again.
Just tell us you're not putting them out, right?
Yeah, what's the point?
Just wait, guys. It's the last one of the year. I guess they want to make it a special one. But now that number is moved to 2:30 Eastern time, 1:30 Central.
A real
poly
special
market
number.
odds that we actually get that crude oil number.
They're going to be off anyway. It doesn't matter.
Right. D says, yeah, they're not coming. I mean, now they're saying we're going to get the number on the close in crude oil. And again, at that point, just put out anything. The number's so off, you could literally put out whatever you want. And everyone's going to say, awesome, thanks. We'll see you next week. Seeing a little bit of a bounce in the equities here, 25,673 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.40 last trade in the S&P. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, we're back inside the IB range. Trying to see if this thing's gonna continue to pump up back to pretty much break even, or we're gonna continue to the downside here. I want to see what this 5-minute candle closes at.
That IB low I have at what price is that? 25,661. Is that right?
Yeah, 0.50. That's what I have.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. Right around there. Yeah. Nasdaq trading above that IB right now, 25,666. So I know you use initial balance extensions for your targets. Is that what that first one is?
Yeah, right here.
Okay. Nice. Looking for an extension of the initial balance to the downside here. Nasdaq trading back inside the IB. The S&P is still below it. Nasdaq may be holding everything up right now.
People still believe in IB and trade them. Interesting. I mean, it got me a live account.
Right.
I don't know.
Trade what works.
How about that?
Yeah, 82,000 in payouts this year. So
it's a pretty good year for sure. Are you trading full time now? Is this your?
Yeah.
Do you have a day job?
I used to.
Put it aside.
Yeah.
Very cool. How long's it been since
a year
since you started trading full time? It's been a year. Very nice. Takes traders takes a lot of traders a long time to find profitability like that. That's impressive for sure. Nice job, George.
Really nice job. Hogue would love to hear that, right? And again, at the end of the day, who cares what strategy you use? If it makes money at the end of the day, right? It should make sense to you. But Hogue would say to the IB haters out there, you just dropped the mic, George. Got me a live account, right? The initial balance and the extension's got a live account. So hey, if it's not broken, don't fix it. It only has to make sense to you. Really nice trade in there. See if we get these IB extensions. 25,666 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at that tilt again. Tilt now long in the S&P, 52% long. It's pretty much a 50-50, but it was leaning to the short side. 55% still short in the NASDAQ. Gold, 65% long there. Let's take a look at gold price. 45, 43, 46 evens. Wow, we were trading the 45 handle. We're trading 4,500s at one point today in gold. The house account trade was in the 44 handle, and now we're in the 43s. That is a pretty insane move. Platinum still down huge on the day. I'm looking at our quote board here. Platinum down almost 15%, 14.89% on the day. On its lows. Metal markets, man. Been pretty crazy to watch.
See some people in the chat asking about merch. Where do you guys get all that cool gear? We do have a merch store, folks, where you can purchase Topstep gear. Maybe we can get somebody to throw the link in the chat. Hope if you're out there.
Got you right now, JD. Honestly, it's one of my favorite things to do now. Shop.top. There we go. There's the link. Shop.topstep.com. Get your Topstep merch.
We got some cool stuff for sure.
Yes, we do.
Are you adjusting risk on this trade?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, JD.
Are you gonna adjust risk on this trade at all? We're in the money. Looks like we're seeing some buyers stepping in.
Not yet.
But
I'm at lower.
Not adjusting the trade.
Probably just the opening print. But I still want to see this played out.
At 25,675 last trade here. We've got George short from 89s. 69.40 half last trade in the S&P. The Dow is still making lows. Maybe the Dow and the Russell are leading us lower here. Dow looks pretty heavy. Russell looks pretty heavy. Gold fell asleep. Take a look at micro Bitcoin, see if that's doing anything over there. Pretty quiet.
Very quiet.
Here. How many days do we have left in the year? 2 trading days left, 2.5, right? Are we off Wednesday? We're off Wednesday. Markets are closed Wednesday?
We'll be off the air Wednesday and Thursday.
Got you.
Just so everybody
George,
knows.
any plans?
Yeah, it's my last
plans
day trading.
for 20? I was just going to ask that. Last day trading,
Yeah,
you wrap it up for the year?
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up with my live account. That's it.
Nice.
Today's my last day with this. Yeah, I won't be trading this till probably. Let me see the date today. Yeah, probably the 5th.
You gonna take some time off? Any time away?
Yeah. Well, last time I wouldn't really live trade on Topstep, and so I took 2 weeks off from trading. Last 2 weeks of December. So I'm just gonna wrap it up for today for 2025.
Good move. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. The real magical X in the chat says next year gonna go hard, homies. George, do you have plans for 2026? Do you make trading plans that way? Do you make New Year's resolutions, or is it just take every day as its own day? And
I do have some plans. I do want to probably once I get to maybe so I'm really close to daily payouts with my live account. I'm I think 4 days away from my daily payouts. So that's one of the things I want to do.
Okay.
This account. Another thing is probably taking some payouts in January. I don't want to take any payouts right now due to taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'll take my big payout in January, and then eventually I do want to grow my account to like 100,000 on my live account. That's another goal that I have.
Okay.
And then taking a payout there. Yeah.
Strong
Awesome
goals.
stuff.
That's for sure.
Yes,
Smart
they
move
are.
not taking the
I
payout.
It's called running your trading as a business, right? Got to think of the expenses also. Um, you know, a lot of people don't know that, right? But when you get to a live account with TopStep, if you have 30 days, 30 profitable days, $150, right? You can take daily payouts, and that changes things a lot, right? Where you could have a big day and take a part of that, right? You have a $5,000 day, $10,000 day, whatever. We see some huge numbers on the live leaderboard. If those people have 30 winning days, they could withdraw that day, which is pretty awesome. So I like that goal, George. I like that goal. You said you're about 4 days away right now?
Yeah, 4 days from daily payouts. Yeah, I'll probably get it next year.
Awesome stuff. Very cool. Dow new lows here. Let's see if the other equity markets want to catch on to that trend. Got the Dow trading 48,670. NASDAQ right now, which George is short 25,667 last trade there. What's the insight on gold? So gold just looks pretty heavy here, but we're still kind of range bound, right? If we look at the candle that made the low in gold here, I'm looking at a 1 minute chart right now. We just tested the high of that candle. That high is 43.3740. So if we start to see price acceptance back through that candle, maybe we make another run for the lows. But this is where either selling stopped earlier or buyers stepped up. So gold has a decision to make here. Do we continue to be range bound and we reject off of VWAP again, or do we start to see some acceptance into that candle in the low of the day, 43.16? What is that, 43.16 evens? Yeah. So we will see. Gold has a decision to make here.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see in gold, JD?
Did they ever confirm what institution got hit with that $2.5 billion margin call?
I saw it on Twitter. I could probably find it.
Is it accurate? I looked around before we started this segment because I'm still curious about it.
Yeah.
That margin call.
I'm sure someone in the chat knows.
Yeah. CME Group raised margins on metals products overnight. And a high-profile banking institution got clipped with a $2.3 billion margin call, which they couldn't cover. So their position was liquidated, which accounted for some of that panic selling earlier today in metals. Or you could assume that's what that might have sparked the move. I'm still waiting for absolute confirmation on what that institution was. I'm very curious.
Yeah, I'm reading the tweets now, and it just says a major bank, but it doesn't say what bank.
Yeah,
which
I wonder why
sounds
they're not
like
announcing it.
Seeing a little right. Seeing a little bit of a pop here in the equities, 25,680 last trade in the Nasdaq, 69,4075 last trade here in the S&P. Little pop. Really no news. Been a pretty quiet news day for sure.
Very quiet.
Just a reminder to everyone in the chat, after this, we do have a shoulder tap coming up. Shoulder tap with Gabe and Ben. And then after that, we got Gabe, Coach Vince, and Coach Ray for group coaching. We do have that form pinned to the top of the chat, so make sure you get your questions in there. Again, group coaching, 12:15 Central Time. Gabe, Coach Ray, Coach Vince. You saw Coach Ray on Fast Markets this morning. You saw Coach Vince on the opening call. Make sure you get your questions in there for them. If you like how those guys analyze the markets, they do classes in Discord as well every day. But you can ask them.
Minor correction there, Jay. Today, group coaching is Hogue, Deanna, and Ray. Deanna and Ray. That's it. Hogue, Deanna, and Ray for group coaching today.
There we go. I'm reading tomorrow's calendar. All right, stop going to break even here.
Pretty much, yeah.
I just read the wrong calendar. Thanks, JD.
Yeah. We're pretty much done almost, with the segment. So I'm going to put my stop at break even. I'll re-enter if we get back to OP or if we go below IB, if I get stopped out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So just not seeing the follow through that you like to the downside?
No, it's kind of choppy right now. And we're back inside the range. Yeah, so stop our break even. We'll consider another entry if we get back to that 706 or we break below that 661.50.
La Buya in the chat saying El mercado está difícil, and I agree. It is very hard to trade these markets right now. Kind of choppy. The market's not really choosing a direction since the open. The metals maybe, but a lot of chop right now, and that's kind of what we expect, right? The holiday markets. It is a shortened week again here, so. Do we get the follow through that we're looking for, or do you have to adjust your expectations? I like what George is doing here, saying, hey, you know what? I'm not seeing what I want right away, so I don't have to continue to take the risk on this trade. I could always, and you just said it, right? If it does this, I could always get back in. But if it's not doing what I want, I can adjust my expectations. Seeing the Dow off of its lows, the S&P and the NASDAQ off its lows as well. So making some adjustments on the fly here. Stuff here. Let's take a look at that tilt one more time. Did it adjust? It's getting long now. Long in the NASDAQ now, 56%. Who was that said they didn't trust the tilt? Is this where you go short if you don't trust it? It was short earlier, and we saw a little bit of a bounce, right? So
I don't get what there is to trust or not trust about it. Are you using it as an indicator?
Maybe.
As Hogue would say, there's 1,000 ways to peel an onion, right? But
100%.
If you find value in it, then keep using it for sure.
Game Boy Tommy says it was me. I said it.
I said it. Frosted throwing some shade at us.
Yeah, of course, always. It's always going to be shade.
Go ahead.
Always.
We're here to take it.
Break even, pretty much. Stopped out.
Break even here. You get stopped out. All right, there we go.
Yeah, $12 positive on that trade.
$12. That'll buy you a cup of coffee. Maybe 2 cups of coffee. I don't know where you go. A little latte, right? 25,685 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 69.4150 last trade in the S&P. Seeing it bounce off of its lows. Gold bouncing as well in that, what was that price we were talking about? Those 330s, right? Gold up about 10 points off of that. If you look at I don't have my chart shared, but if you look at a 1 minute candle in gold and you look at the 1 minute candle that made the low, that's kind of where I'm looking at as, the market has to accept price back inside that range or it's going to reject there. Anything we say here is for educational purposes only. But if I'm reading gold and I'm looking for more downside, we have to start to see some acceptance back inside those prices, and we're just not seeing it right now. Kind of range-bound market since we've seen that sell-off this morning. A little bit of a pop in the equities here. That long tilt getting paid depending on what price they're at. See if we get to this question. So when you are up 300, is that a trade you didn't take and then you ended up losing it? I struggle with this a lot. I take profit too early and then the price drops much more. How can I change that? We had a perfect example of that today. When you say, is that a trade you didn't take if you end up losing? So JD, let's talk about that house account trade we had this morning, right? We were short from 44. What price were we short from? 44.74, right?
74. Yep.
At one point, we were up maybe $800 in that trade. If it comes back and stops you out for a loser, how do you assess that trade? Does that make sense?
It does. It does. And it all comes down to risk management, right? We're money managers.
Right.
Aside from making good trades, you are there to protect your capital, your trading capital, right? So when you get a trade that's $80 in the money, like we had on gold, there's absolutely no reason to take a loss on that trade. I mean, we were trading a single micro contract, and it gave us $80 in profit. If that market were to turn around and rip higher, and we did not take any profit on that trade, there's something wrong with your strategy there. But we were trading it. We were talking through that trade in real time. As the market kept dropping, we continued adjusting our stop, right? So we started at like first we locked in, I think it was $150, then $250, then $400,
Right.
and then we hit Hoag's weekly kickoff level. So we were talking through this in real time. Once we hit Hoag's weekly kickoff level, we started to balance out a little bit, and we decided to take the trade off. So you're always talking through trades. That's why it's good to have a trading buddy sometimes too. We did it in real
sure.
time here. So when you get that kind of profit, that kind of open equity into a trade, it's I don't think it's reasonable to not lock in some profit. Does that make sense?
I would agree. Yeah, definitely agree with you there. And I think what Faisal was saying is it greed? If you don't take it, I don't know that it's necessarily greed, but I think you have to, you kind of have to do a risk assessment in real time, right? If I'm looking for 100 ticks out of a gold trade and I'm 80 ticks in the profit, is it worth me now giving up the 80 ticks to make another 20? Right? I have to ask myself that question, right? Would I put on a trade with that inverted risk to reward? Personally, I wouldn't. But if that's your strategy and you know to a high probability that you're going to hit that profit target, then go ahead, take it. But is it worth giving up all of that floating P&L to make another, however much you think the market's going to go? Now, if I'm 80 ticks in the profit and my target, and we can say whether or not you have realistic targets for your trade, but let's say my target is 500 points and I'm 80 ticks in the profit, then it may be worth it to just let the trade work because I'm looking for way more than I've already seen from the market, right? But it really depends on your risk strategy. Can you take that risk in your trade management? We're really talking about trade management decisions at that point. We're seeing the equities pop here. Nice cut on that trade, George. 25,696
nice.
last trade here in the NASDAQ. 69.44 quarter last trade in the S&P. Nice cut on that trade. Was not seeing what you wanted, and it's okay to cut it.
Yeah, that was a great out
now,
for sure.
George, are you only looking short side in the equities right now?
Yeah.
Would anything flip your bias? Okay, got you.
Maybe if we get above 76, close it. But we're so this is such a big range for me to trade longs. I'd rather look for shorts. Yeah.
Got you. Let's see that tilt now. 56% long in the S&P, 60% long in the NASDAQ. 66% long in gold. Tilt is getting actually average price in the NASDAQ 25,709. So still a little underwater here. Need to see the NASDAQ back above the 700s. I got a VWAP 25,717. That is the New York session VWAP, and another one 25,734. That is full session there. Let's see if the NASDAQ can get back there. All roads, like our friend George would say, 25,696 last trade here. All the equities off of its lows. Dan Emmons in the chat says ES back in the IB range following the NASDAQ for now. Yep, seeing equity. Are the lows in? Are the lows in?
Tough call right now. Tough call.
Right.
Volume's really dying right now.
Yeah, it is, JD. Like
George,
how convincing
we're gonna
is this
get
move to the upside?
And it's weak. It's just
It's kind of floating.
yeah, it feels like there was a minor trap making new lows. Trap some shorts, and the bots are taking over. Just pushing it higher. Slowly. The battle of the bots. You got to expect low participation, low volume on these types of days leading up to a holiday. Keep that in mind also. VWAP George in the chat. We're going to get VWAP George in here at 1 o'clock. Trade with Topstep. Me and Coach Vince will be here with VWAP George, our old buddy. It'll be fun.
Stuff. Defrosted in the chat says, y'all are using emotions instead of technical analysis. Some people might make the argument that the markets are collective emotions of all of the traders. And when you look at a gold chart or a silver chart, it could show, that could be exactly what we're seeing. I don't think anyone here is trading off of emotion. George, right? You had a trade based on a process that's gotten you this far in this account. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. 69.
Still pushing higher.
Yes, we are. Pushing
Minor
higher.
injection volume there.
Delta flip.
What do you have as Delta, Jay?
I'm seeing the Delta positive now in the NASDAQ, positive 400. Flipped in the S&P as well, positive 1,700. That was negative up until about right now. So maybe some buyers stepping in here. Joe Black says, looks like the longs have the rest of the day. We will see. We still got another 3 hours to trade here on Topstep TV. And we got a shoulder tap coming up. Let me read the right schedule this time. Shoulder tap coming up with JD and Aaron. And then after that, we got Hogue, Deanna, and Coach Ray for group coaching. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat. If you sent in a question for tomorrow for Coach Vince and Coach Ray, we'll get to it tomorrow. But today we got Hogue, Deanna, and Coach Ray for group coaching. Make sure you get your questions in there. And that is right after shoulder tap. George, you said it, last trading day of the year. What are the New Year's plans? Going out? Bottle service?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Bottle service.
Just hanging out with family. That's it, pretty much.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah. Rest up and then close my trading. Pretty much. This is probably my last. Probably my last trade of the year for 2026 with Topstep live account, and then get back at it 2026 and hopefully start trading gold and NQ.
Awesome stuff. Well, George,
Sounds like a
great
plan.
trading. Great year. We will see you back on Topstep TV in 2026. I would say that you won this year, especially in the Topstep account, getting into that live account, taking a bunch of payouts. So congrats, man. And excited to continue to trade with you next year. So we will see you back on Topstep TV soon. JD, we'll see you sooner than that because you're coming back for shoulder tap here. We're going to go to a little bit of a break, shoulder tap, and then group coaching coming up. This is Topstep TV. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. Let's go.
Hey, welcome back, friends and traders. It's time for the shoulder tap. I'm JD. We've got Aaron here, risk manager on the live side, and we're going to talk about a pretty popular trader. This trader's been around for a while. We've definitely mentioned their name on our P&L board, our payout board. This guy's been around for a while. But first, Aaron, how are you? What's going on today?
I'm doing really well. Our traders are doing even better because we've got some leaders up on the board right now that we can go ahead and shout out some kudos for. Efren, Alexander, Liam, Shang Chiang, and Christian all had a wonderful Monday to start their week. A couple of them took advantage of the precious metal volatility that we've seen. A couple other ones playing around in the equities. But nonetheless, shout out to all 5 of these traders for putting up some very large numbers. As I'll say every single time, make sure that we hold on to those profits, folks. The risk team will step in and make sure that we hold on to those profits. But if you've got some stops in place or the wherewithal to put that in your pocket and walk away for the day, we'd much rather see it go that route. But aside from that, I am doing great. JD, how are you doing? How was your weekend?
Excellent, excellent. Good to see Liam moved up a couple notches on this board. He's the names haven't changed since this morning, but Liam added a little bit extra to his P&L and moved up a few spaces. So big shout out to Liam V. Yeah, I had a great weekend. It was watched the Bears game yesterday. A little disappointing. They just needed a little more on the defensive side, and they would have been okay. But other than that, it was a great weekend. I was about to drop an F-bomb. I had to stop myself. All right.
Hard to be
all
a
right,
Chicago
let's get
fan.
into it.
That's all right.
Oh yeah. We're going to the playoffs, though. That's all that counts.
That's all that matters.
Let's take a look at this trader. Oh, the card is up. Ju Yoon, our buddy from South Korea. This guy has been around for a long time. 207 days in this live funded account. That is an impressive amount of time to be in a live account. Aaron,
it really is.
What do you want to point out about this trader to share?
A couple things. First of all, yes, the amount of time that Ju Yoon has been in the account is nothing to balk at. 207 days, trading days, mind you. That it's not calendar days, folks. This trader has been in the account for nearly 1 calendar year. That's really, really impressive. So shout out to Ju Yoon for being in this account for as long as he has been. Some of the other metrics, maybe not as much of a positive light that I can paint on things. There's some things that we can dive into when we pull up the trade report. But average daily P&L of negative 302, focusing on the sister equities, the ES and the NQ, and then dabbling in gold, mostly as of late, but been a member since October of 2024, which means that they've been in this live account for nearly as long as they've been with Topstep. Once in the live account, 21% winning days, 23% winning trades, averaging a 1 lot off of 5 trades a day, a reward to risk ratio of 2.4 to 1. So those winners much larger than the losers, and some lower hold times relative to some other traders, 28-minute winners, 5-minute losers. Not necessarily a scalping strategy for what my team and I look at, but overall, the trader has taken substantial amounts of payouts, 12,000 in payouts. But what I do want to highlight on this today, JD, is a lot of high watermarks turning into hitting of a daily loss limit. I know I've stressed on the shoulder tap segment in the past that is my biggest pet peeve when looking into a trader in general, but specifically when I'm looking to pluck one out of the bunch for a trading card. It's always a tough pill to swallow, and I'm sure it is for Ju Yoon too. One suggestion that I would make just right off the bat, let's size down, rehone that strategy. I think there is a sense of maybe a little bit of deprivation from seeing some green days. I'm not sure what else, psychologically might be going on, but just looking at numbers and nothing else but numbers, it's difficult to say that this trader is doing the things that we would like to see them doing in this live account, in the sense of trying to remain or get back to a place of profitability. That's what I got right off the bat. We can dive into some more conversation, but what do you got for this trading card here, JD?
Yeah, so it seems like Ju Yoon's sort of a legacy member. He transferred a lot of money over from his XFAs to this live account, I would assume, right? And had a rough go of it to start. Just looking at the trade report, went 20 days to start this account at DLL, hit that daily loss limit, 20 consecutive days after opening this live account before sort of righting the ship a little bit. What I don't like to see, though, is it looks like at one point, Ju Yoon doubled his daily loss limit. So you can see in the early days, going back to February, he was hitting that $1,000 DLL, and then all of a sudden it jumps up to $2,000 in more recent months. So if you're not finding success, I don't think risking more is always necessarily the answer, right? There's something else not right. And I don't think adding more risk to the way that you're trading is the answer for that. So I like what you said about scaling back a little bit. He's not trading huge size either. Some of these days he's only putting on, 1 or 2 trades, a total of, 6 to 10 contracts. So not taking huge swings, right? But he is a little bit addicted to that daily loss limit, it seems. In recent days, I told you, I mentioned this last week. One of the first things I like to look for is comparing the P&L high versus the net P&L for a day, right? And we see it just the other day. Went from up $1,000 to that $2,000 daily loss limit, which is very disheartening to see, because when you see a P&L high on your trade report, that means at one point this trader closed out a position with $1,000 in profit, put on another trade, and went $3,000 in the wrong direction. That's a tough pill to swallow for anybody. So you really got to start wrapping your hands around that thing and figuring out what is going wrong. Taking a $3,000 swing in a live account, it breaks my heart when I see those kinds of swings from a trader. But I wouldn't disagree with taking a little bit more risk off the board. Cut that daily loss limit back down to $1,000 maybe for a little while and see if you can't find some success. That's my take on it, though.
Yeah, I think, one thing for anyone and everyone watching, and those that might watch the recorded episode that aren't here live right now, just because the risk team or Topstep in general gives you the wiggle room to go down to $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,500, depending on your account size, does not mean we got to use that full breadth, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So keep in mind, like JD said, I think sizing back, pulling back or scaling back to $1,000 daily loss limit in tandem with maybe sizing down in the position sizing and going to micros. Checking out the MNQ MES would not be a bad idea for Ju Yoon, just until we start to gain some traction in the right direction and see that needle move back toward a place of profitability. But for the time being, I think enjoy the holidays, Ju Yoon. I think there's a lot that we can say when it comes to the amount of time that has been spent in this live account. Obviously, something is working. I think there's just minor tweaks here and there that might see the results that we're all looking for. So that's what I have for suggestions and analysis. What else you got?
That's it. Finding your way to a live funded account is in of itself an impressive move. So Ju Yoon's definitely got a good hand on his shoulders, knows what they're doing. Just got to sort of hammer out a few kinks. I'm not too worried about this guy at all. So good luck to you, Ju Yoon. Hope to hear your name again soon. All right, Aaron. Thank you for joining us for the Shoulder Tap today. We'll be back again tomorrow. Oh, Ben is back tomorrow. Gabe and Ben for the Shoulder Tap tomorrow. But stick around, folks. We got group coaching coming up next. Hogue, Deanna, and Coach Ray are here to answer your questions. There is a form pinned to the top of the chat right now. If you have a question for any one of them, Hogue, Deanna, or Coach Ray, grab that form, fill it out, and they'll answer your question live here right on Topstep TV. All right, Aaron, thanks a lot, my man. I will catch you later. Always a pleasure. All right, folks, stick around. Group coaching coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome to group coaching, the noon hour, lunchtime. Hopefully, you've got a little sustenance, and the best time of the day is here, and some of the best people. To a couple of my favorites, we got D, we got J, we got Ray, we got Ray J, we
Ray
got
J.
Ray J. You can call him Johnny, or you
Yes.
can call him Ray.
Yes.
Good to see you. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. A happy Monday. Still kind of in the teeth of the holiday markets here. Some opportunities are always present. And D, you were talking about a copper trade that you took earlier. Tell us about it.
Yeah. Yes, it was just a little short scalp on the way down. It was after my stream, I was looking at it. I wasn't a short during the stream. And then I got out. And then I was like, you know what? I want to try and scalp a little bit more. So I did that on one of the other XFAs because I don't like mixing and matching in the same session. But yeah, so now I'm looking at a long copper because out of all of the metals, copper is the most sane today. And wearing my copper jacket. So yeah, I feel like I can limit my risk a little bit better, especially because we have micro copper that is a true micro, not this micro silver that is $5 a pop. So yeah, we'll see. I'm kind of looking for the fade into COMEX settlement and maybe even past it. So this is going to be one of those slow D trades that last for hours. So get ready to be tortured. But there's a consolidation. And I'm looking for 57s to hold because every time we came down to 57 on the tape, it was defended. So may it continue. But we do need a little bit more volume, which I'm hoping that COMEX settlement enforced hedging is going to provide. So we'll see. It might not work, which is fine. No problem at all. So yeah, let's just see what they want to do with it.
All right. Well, we will certainly keep an eye on that. And Ray, you took a trade during fast markets.
Yeah, I took a little preemptive strike on D's idea. Probably a little too early for a kind of full retracement back to what I was looking for there. Managed to get on the right side of the trade. Took a couple of at least one short here in the silver. Managed to get myself back on the positive side of the ledger here. So. Like anything else, right? We risk one, and when we shoot for our targets, we reward two. So as long as we're looking for those kind of opportunities, it doesn't take much to get to the right side of the trade.
Awesome. Indeed. Yes, win 200, risk 100.
Correct.
Do that half the time. You can build an empire with that.
Absolutely.
Build an empire. All right. Well. It's group coaching, and we do have some interesting and hopefully challenging questions for you coaches and for me, of course. This is just a quick one. Ray, how many times a week do you lock yourself out when you're up?
Honestly, I guess I've grown and matured in my trading that I'm disciplined enough to know when it's time to leave, and I've never had the need, knock on wood, to lock myself out. Right. So I know that once I reach whatever daily loss limit that I've set for myself, I've been disciplined enough to walk away, and I've not had the need to use the lockout feature. I've never been tempted to do that.
So you're capable of doing that outside of the platform. That's impressive. That's impressive.
Yeah. I wasn't like that. I mean, certainly I was, probably in the same boat as many other traders that find themselves. I wasn't that way to begin with. I think like everybody else, I think you, as you grow as a trader, you realize that, you really don't have much control, and you're really kind of only making things worse by forcing trades. That usually doesn't result in anything positive. So you just need to recognize the fact that, hey, it's not your day, and you're probably best to doing something else, and then come back to a new day with fresh set of eyes. So that's kind of a motto that I've kind of followed since I've gotten a little bit better in my trading.
Impressive, Ray. D, are you also that disciplined and able to just walk away? Now, the question really is about locking yourself out if you're up.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I don't really have a problem walking away if I'm up on the day. I also work on the basis of the number of trades per day rather than a hard daily loss limit. So for me, if I've done my 3 to 5 trades in a day, whatever happens in those opportunities, and Ray, me, I work in my day trading time zones. If I don't get anything in that time period, I'm done. So there's nothing for me to do. Very rarely do I feel the need to keep coming back if the first couple of trades have done what they were supposed to. Now, on a day when things don't quite go to plan, I will still stick to a certain number of trades per day, and I will still aim not to do more than about 2 per session, and then come back if the what I call the post-NY cut day trading time zone offers me a couple of more opportunities. But like back in the day when we first started Topstep, the risk team said something about me that is very true, is that I'm very good at pulling myself out of holes. And that's exactly why, because I have a strategy for a particular part of the day. So if the first part of the day doesn't go well, usually if I've left enough capital for the end of the day, those will be the trades that pull my day up. And I've spoken about that on my live streams and everywhere else. And that's because there's this behavior on a lot of the days where there's forced hedging into the end of the day. So if you can capture those, maybe not on outlier days in like gold and silver, I feel like we have massively smashed down due to multiple reasons. But copper, again, to me, looks pretty sane. Again, like I said, out of everything, it has the highest chance of maintaining the price inside this value area that they're building now. But having said that, we're very far away from the previous day's value. So, I look at the markets not from an emotional point of view, but rather than, what sort of conditions do we have right now? So I'm never really freaking out. If my stop doesn't work out, it also invalidates the area. So I have nothing else to do there. I don't really chase very often. Maybe a couple of times, when there's something else going on in my life and maybe my attention is a bit split. But in general, that's not one of my issues. If anything, my issue is holding trades for too long. So quite the opposite.
Yeah. Ray D, I think we're all kind of the same kind of idea that 3 to 5 trades in a day in a particular market in one market is a lot to us, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, for sure.
We're looking for
I know that's not
bigger opportunities, I think, and
yeah.
I don't have the energy to scalp.
Yeah, neither do I. We're all way too old for that, man. It's like unless I can automate something, I ain't scalping. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think, Coach. I think it's the distinction between being a trader and being a risk manager, right? We talk about quite a bit, and I talk about in my VIPs. One of the things that I tell people all the time as they are introduced to me in our first session is that they can't refer to themselves as traders anymore. That we're now risk managers, right? And that usually, just by the word risk managers, we reduce hopefully the number of trades we take on any one day as a result, right? For some,
it's the
for some,
tendency
yeah.
For some,
it's the tendency to be patient and let a good trade come to you instead of going to look for it. I think that it's a big part of it, and I think the trades that find you are probably the better among the ones that we're going to be taking. So I got another question here, and there's a there's a million ways to peel an onion, right? Kate is asking, D, how do you tell fake outs above or to the upside or to the downside?
First step, especially in metals, have a reference level, which is usually Asia high, Asia low. If they wick below or above those areas and then come back with a spike that is not bigger, I actually have a pretty solid conditions around this. If the spike on the lower time frame is not bigger than 3 times the volume bars that precede it, it's usually a fake out. And the volume spike also needs to be more than 1.7 times. I know it's quite like nerdy and stuff, but to me that's very specific. But this is because I work with mechanical trading systems and you have to give them these conditions. And I've tested that manually for many, many years. And that's what works. So if something spikes and then the volume is quite high, what's going to happen is you're going to get a spike, but very quickly they kind of pull it away from the reference point and keep going. So that's where the volume can help you. I'm not much of a volume trader, so I don't start everything by looking at volume, but I do use it as a small component in figuring out whether it's a fake out or a true breakout. And breakouts are tough, I've always found them a bit meh. I would rather wait for a breakout to happen and then trade on a pullback than go in on a break. That somehow never really works for me. But depends on how many ticks you're gonna look for, right? So if you're only looking for a few ticks, that might work, but I don't. I look for more, and therefore I have to be a lot more selective with the types of trades that I take. And immediately that excludes most nonsense spikes that you get from non-relevant areas. So
Seems most spikes eventually fail. I mean, a good percentage of them, right? They get everybody
unless
roped
there's
in.
volume behind them.
Unless there's volume behind them. Ray, and I have a feeling you're going to say something very similar to that. You're watching volume on breakout.
I watch volume and then I let price action. I like to use a combination of the 15 and the 2 minute. I like to see, the 15 minute break the range. And then I drop to a 2 minute chart to kind of set a time frame. And if I'm looking for something in the direction of the trade, well, I need another price event aligned with that direction, right? So I'll draw a little channel around a reference level, generally the IB low or IB high, depending on the direction of the trade. And then I'm looking for some sort of price event, ideally, again, aligned with some volume, but volume is kind of secondary. For me, it's all about price action. So if I see price action in the direction of the trade, volume is a secondary kind of component. Obviously, you want to see volume in the direction of your trade, and that just gives me added confidence that I'm in a proper trade.
So you also, Kate, you got to be thinking about, what kind of type of breakout, what time frame of breakout you're talking about. If you're talking about a breakout of, a daily chart, something like that, that's something that's going to take a little bit longer to actually play out. And, watching the volume on that, of course, is going to take a little bit more time. It's going to be probably a little bit more difficult to be able to determine whether this breakout is more probable or less probable for continuation. And then there's, daytime frame range where you break out of the range and you watch the volume. You watch, as Ray was talking about, watching the price action. If you get a breakout of, of something in a shorter time frame chart, a 30-minute, a 5 minute, something like that, you may be able to recognize any kind of momentum or tempo, as Jim Dalton likes to call it, on a breakout. If the tempo on a breakout it doesn't impress, if it seems like nobody cares, it's probably a much lower probability of continuation. We were talking about that during fast markets today. There's breakouts of initial balance high, initial balance low. If the market takes out that initial balance low and you're watching and it doesn't look like anybody even cares, that's a lower probability for continuation. And if you do see a breakout of, let's say, an initial balance high, for example, and you're seeing good tempo, you're seeing price moving around a lot, you're seeing bids and offers being placed and canceled, at a high rate. That means a lot of people are looking at that, and if people are looking at it, it has maybe a little bit higher of a probability for a continuation move. So there's like I said at the beginning, there's a million ways to peel an onion. I almost said the skin thing, but no, there's a million ways to peel an onion. It's all in your ability to recognize, what is the breakout that you're looking at? What time frame is it? How long is it going to take to determine confirmation of the breakout or failure of the breakout? And then just always be watching, always be learning, even journaling or accounting for while you're looking at these. Even if you don't take the trade, make notes, account for what you're thinking and seeing when you see a potential breakout, and then how the outcome of the breakout completes. Does it continue the price action above the breakout, or does the dome kind of die and then price just kind of comes back inside the range and then rotates inside the range? Accountability and recognizing more and more instances of what you're calling a breakout, Cade, and watching and seeing what happens is, you got to be, you have to take action to learn how to recognize these things. And Cade, no matter how many times you see it, no matter how much you learn, no matter how many times you account for it, sometimes it's just not going to work in your direction. It's just the nature of the beast. The thing I like about breakouts, as Ray D have been talking about, we are risk managers. It allows you the opportunity to limit risk on a potential breakout or failure of a breakout because you get that reference level.
Yeah.
Anything
So
else you guys want to mention?
yeah, I just want to kind of an example here. I think in the gold, and it made it really difficult for me to participate in this initial balance breakout to the downside in the gold. But we got a relative. I don't think this is the strongest of candles to break the range. To be honest, we got a buying wick on the bottom. But one of the things I look for, and again, if you focus in on, let me go ahead and expand this. But you see this wick that came back to the initial balance low, and we got that rejection. Well, if you look at this on the lower time frame, well, if you draw a little channel, right, then that's going to be a break in the same direction. So I in particular, if I'm looking for a sustained move to the downside, this is what I'd like to see. I'd like to see a break of whatever range I'm looking at, and then a pullback to that same location. And I can drop to a 2-minute chart here. Let's see, this is 6:45-ish. Or sorry, 8:45. I realize that I'm not dealing with Pacific time here. But you see these things here, right? This right here gives me that little channel break that I was telling you about earlier, right? So I can draw a little channel on this here right up against the initial balance. Now, someone may ask, well, why not this one? Well, this is still the 15-minute candle developing in this area. I don't know, right? So this area is still developing that 15-minute candle. Once that 15-minute candle closes, then I'm looking for this 2-minute candle kind of situation, and the price of it I'm looking for is a close outside that channel, and then I can risk, basically the lows of the initial balance as my risk, and I may participate in a defined extension. It could be 50, it could be 100, but that's kind of the general impetus about how I would play a sustained move to the downside.
It's
Yeah, I
pretty
think
much, I
the
think
question.
he was saying the same thing is, you look for the breakout, you look for the market, you look for price to come back to the breakout point for your entry.
Correct. That's the
Yeah, I
ideal.
think there's
That would be the ideal situation.
There's a good point to make whether the move is sustained on a meaningful time frame, meaning not a 30-second chart. So 15 minutes is probably the lowest time frame that I would look for to define a sustained move outside of anything. Anything lower than that, I feel like it doesn't have enough trading information to make it as meaningful. It doesn't mean that it's going to fail, but relying on a slightly bigger time frame has always traditionally been the better way to figure out if it's a breakout or not. But it's a great question. I do like the the approach of finding something systematically that you can use so that you can have some conditions around whether it's a breakout or a fake out.
All right. Thank you. Cade, there's your answer. Hopefully that's going to help you. Hopefully that's going to help you. Everybody has different tools, different things that they use, different indicators, if you even want to call certain things indicators. Alex is wondering what indicators are used by you guys. Dee, what indicators, if any, are you looking at?
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be pretty similar for all three of us. We don't really look at indicators per se. We look at tools that are telling us the situational awareness side of things. So market profile, volume profile. For me, it would be also the quantitative extremes, so ADR high, ADR low, and also gamma exposure. And then I try and smush all of that together and see where the confluences are. Smush.
I like that. You take all that stuff and smush it together and see what happens. You're just taking, basically market generated information, at different levels and kind of pushing them into one stream of consciousness to look for your decision making. Ray, I know you're a profile guy. What else are you checking out?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely look at the multiple time frames, right? I start off with the daily, look at the 4-hour, and then move my way down to the time frame that I'm looking at, and I want to be aligned as much as possible. So I use, there's a fair amount of moving averages that I look at. I look at, where price opened above or below the prior, ranges from the prior day. That gives me kind of an inclination as to direction. And then my staple, the things that kind of stay on my charts are certainly the moving averages. VWAP is another. And then I particularly like the 9 EMA as kind of a trend following kind of indication, right? As long as once I'm in a trade, it allows me to kind of manage, the trade. As long as price remains below my 9 EMA, I feel like I'm in a relatively good place. And that's those are the main ones. But it's probably the busiest you'll ever see my chart. I don't like to see it any busier than this, because if you get too many indicators on your chart, then I guess you get paralysis by analysis, right? You want to you want your chart to be, you want to be nimble, right, with whatever you have on your chart. And if there's that particular indicator is not offering you any kind of insights as to a potential trade, then you're probably better served not having that on your charts at all.
So, Dee, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, somebody is asking, what indicator do I use for the GEX levels? It's not an indicator. It's me basically going through some of my data, looking at the monthly options, maybe some mental Q levels from end of day and how they relate. And then I just put them on the chart manually, if you would believe it. So I'm very old school. So yeah, it's not an indicator. It's just drawing things on the chart.
So, Alex, whatever the indicators you're using, whatever tools you're using, what you're looking at any given time in any market that you're looking at is an auction. Price is going to auction higher until it's viewed as too high by buyers. Buyers won't pay it anymore. That'll attract sellers. The upside auction will end, and a new downside auction will ensue. And you can watch this and see this on any chart time frame. And what you want to be asking yourself by using the tools that you choose, I know that Dee and Ray are always asking themselves, what direction is the market attempting to go, if any, and how good of a job is it doing getting there? How good of a job is it doing getting there? Sometimes it's a moving average. Sometimes it's volume. Sometimes it's open interest. Sometimes it's something else. Maybe it's the profile that's telling you that this market is performing well in a particular direction, or hasn't chosen a direction, and there's good information in that. Just always, Alex, remember what you're looking at is historical information, market generated information, hopefully, about the current auction process. What direction is it attempting to go in, and how good of a job is it doing getting there? Like, like we said, it can, these auctions are occurring in infinite time frames and sometimes in opposite directions. You could be looking at a big down move on a 5-minute chart that's just a pullback on a daily chart. Always be thinking about the direction in multiple time frames. I know it's difficult and it's confusing, but
To start with, yeah.
there's information in it. Looking at the longer time frames, and that was actually one of the questions that we had and that we have. Any last comments on the indicators, what you're doing, what you're looking at, anything else?
No, I mean, if it helps you, keep them. If it doesn't, get rid of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I think is we want to get to a point where we can make objective decisions, right? And if we can keep it as black and white as possible, that's just going to help your mental capital to execute at the time it needs to execute. And if you have a slew of indicators that are up on your chart and you're waiting for all of them to align, well, good luck with that. You'll probably take one trade a year, right? But if you have a small set, maybe I would say no more than 3, 1 to 3 items that you particularly are looking at, and you get those 3 to trigger, you're probably at least you have a consistent process you can go back and tweak if necessary, right? So again, keep it small and then be very judicious about what you add. That would be the recommendation I would make.
I would also add, decide at which level you want to be a buyer and where you want to be a seller. And ideally, you don't want to flip and flop around the same level. Or if it goes up above here, I'm going to be long. But if it goes below that, or stays, I'm going to be short. Traditionally, that tends to lead to people getting chopped up. Like you said, Ray. How did you say it? You like chop suey on your plate, not
on my charts.
Or something? Yes.
Yeah. I like chop suey on my plate, not on my charts.
Yes, that's a very good saying. I love that. So just be mindful that whatever you're using, whatever indicator set that you decided on, or tools, as I like to call them, just make sure that they're giving you clear areas where you want to be a buyer and where you want to be a seller. And you generally don't want to use the same level for both, because that brings confusion into the picture.
Yeah, especially when price becomes magnetic near that level, and you're long above, short below, long above, short below, long above, short below, long above, short below. That creates some pretty quick chop suey there, and we certainly don't want that. Certainly don't want that chop suey. No. This next question is, I don't know, maybe a bit of a hot take, maybe not. Parsuva asks, I heard for trading must be emotionally have some kind of anger to be fast and active. But as I see Ann and Hoop usually are in calm zone, can you please explain the feeling you have and should have when you're a trader? Parsuva, I don't know who told you need to be emotional when you're trading. You want to be cognitive, and every time I'm emotional, I stop thinking. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I think you need to be present at the moment. I don't know about, I mean, I'm sure everyone in this room would agree with this statement. I don't know of ever making a good decision when I'm emotional, right? I think the more objective decisions I can make, especially the decisions that are based and grounded on what I'm seeing with respect to price action, are usually better. Emotions, in my humble opinion, don't really have a role necessarily in making good decisions. So I understand that I'm human. I understand that emotions are part of the equation, but I don't let my emotions interfere too much with my objective decision. Right. So I often, I don't know, kind of back to my Star Trek days, I often tell people, well, do you want to be Bones or do you want to be Spock? Well, I would say I'd rather be Spock. I think, right. I'd rather be Spock with respect to trading than Bones, right? Bones is an emotional mess, right? Spock is very logical and methodical about his approach. And I think that's what we need to aspire to be. And I know that's not always easy, right? Because again, we are by nature emotional, beings, right? So it's in understanding when you become too emotional and knowing that maybe it's time for me to kind of step away from the market. That's, I think, the key, right?
Jim, I'm only a doctor.
Exactly. I'm dating myself with this kind of Spock references, but
I love it. I'm a huge Trekkie. This is great.
Trade well and
live long and prosper. Live long and prosper.
Yeah. That's right. D, what do you think?
Yeah, so I have a hot take too. So I don't know whether the person asking this question has been maybe reading or watching too much Wolf of Wall Street or something. You cannot be angry when you're trading. If you're angry, something is very wrong. In fact, in recent years, and when I say recent, that's probably like the last 20 years, ever since the electronic trading really took off, the most successful traders that I've known are usually the most emotionally intelligent people, very in tune with themselves. And, you have to strive to be that. To me, I find a lot of comfort in data. So I try as much as I can to keep the emotions out of it. If something doesn't work out, we're not 3 years old. We can't be throwing our toys out of a pram and going, yeah, it didn't work out. You have to be a little bit more mature about it, right? Whereas I feel that certain products irk people and poke in that fight or flight response. And, YouTube hasn't helped that because we have a lot of influencers that look very emotional and angry and, whatever, but that's not the reality. So, just know that whatever you see on YouTube, it's performance, it is entertainment, straight entertainment, some of it, obviously. But you don't want to be emotional. You want to not feel, ideally, anything when you're in a trade, which is extremely difficult. Like Ray said, we're not robots. And yes, the Spock reference should definitely be, it should be our idol. Very logical, indeed. So if you can trade with size that doesn't elicit an emotional response, that's the size that you should be trading with. Nothing bigger, nothing smaller. You should be a little uncomfortable because trading is never going to be super comfortable, but not to the point where the uncomfortable side of things starts to mess with your rational thinking. And just remember that emotions come from our primal brain. They're not a part of our rational thinking. So whenever you see people losing it, that's always some sort of a fight or flight response. And as traders, we can't really afford to have too many of those days because they can be very detrimental. Luckily, Topstep as a platform has lovely risk tools that you can lock up. And I'm hoping that at some point we're going to have weekly lockouts so that you just lock it on Sunday, don't touch it. You can't touch it for the rest of the week. That would probably save many people. And yes, it's never comfortable to hit the daily loss limits or any kind of loss limits that you've imposed on yourself, but they're the ones that will save you, especially in moments and days when things don't go to plan. If you can't stop yourself, let the platform do it for you in the beginning and then slowly learn that there's no other option. And then once your brain understands that you're working with this new problem effectively, it starts to work on a solution. How do I get around this within these risk limits that I've been given? Prop trading is a very tough thing to do. Arguably the toughest form of trading ever, intraday, right? Because we have the time constraint. So even if you have a good swing, you can't hold it overnight. If you want to swing trade, that's very well, but that's not what the prop firms are all about. You're supposed to be flat at the end of the day. It's because of margin. It's because of a whole bunch of other things, but in general, to me, becoming a prop trader was an extremely creative side that had to come in. And I went from swing trading, I was very good at that, then straight into, intraday trading. And at first I sucked at it. I didn't know how to translate things. But in the end, I found a way to marry both. And this is why I'm not a scalper, because I want to get the most out of the market for as least amount of effort. So in that regard, I'm a very lazy trader. I don't want to trade 100 trades. That's not why I got into trading. And I probably wouldn't be here 19 years on if I was a scalper. And, I would probably be completely gray, not just getting one white streak just now.
So it just dawned on me that
Yes.
there are things outside your lives that have probably helped you become a little bit more patient inside of trading, like 8 dogs. Imagine that's got to
Oh yeah,
keep.
they will they test our patience for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Today we actually have sheep. So the sheep have arrived in the field behind our house, and they went absolutely insane. They just got used to the cows, and now they're like, "What is this?" And there was loads of them. There's like hundreds of sheep just rambling around the field, and they just lost it. So yeah, and you can't get angry at them because they are creatures that are protecting your house. So you have to manage yourself. You can tell them to shut up for sure, but at some point you have to recognize what it is they're trying to achieve to protect us. And it's kind of sweet, really. But losing your shit over that is just not worth it. And same thing with trading. Very technical. Yes, very technical language here. I apologize. But sometimes you have to really get to the point. I would say that how you are outside of trading is definitely a mirror that you can reference to see how you're going to be as a trader, and then times 100. So if you don't think of yourself as an emotional person, but you're a driven person, let's say, yeah, try trading. It's going to mess you up for a couple of years, and then you'll be all right. So trading has this incredible power to derail even the most calm person ever. And once that happens, you have to learn from it, and you have to start becoming hyper aware of what is happening introspectively. This is why many of us have gone to trading psychologists, regular psychologists, because there are certain self-limiting beliefs that you hold deep down that it might have been a huge driver in your life, but you weren't aware that it's actually a self-limiting belief driving that. And in my own life, that was a random comment that my dad made when I was like 4 years old. So I have I have an older sister. She's like 10 and a half years older than me. And she was always good at everything, like one of those annoying children. So when she was 13 and I was 3, I was trying to emulate what she was doing. So I tried singing. And obviously I was 3 years old. I wasn't very good at it. And then my dad made some stupid comment how my sister is better than me. And my little brain just lost it. So from that moment on, I became the most driven individual ever. I had to be best at everything. I never do anything halfway. And it wasn't until I started trading that I realized why. It was because of that comment. It went to when I was back to when I was 3 years old. It's completely ridiculous, but it was there in my subconscious, driving all of my ambition and everything.
It affects everything. I mean, things like that can affect
Yeah.
everything moving forward. It's I thank you for sharing that with us. I mean, I think all of us have something like that in our past that was said to us or happened to us that is some sort of limiting belief, and you got to find those. You got to dig them out. And in your case, D, you used them to your advantage. You used it to your advantage, really. And again, I appreciate you sharing that. And I know where Ray gets his patience. He's a teacher.
Yes.
Yes. A high school math teacher.
Oh God!
Imagine that.
Ray, I would have
Hormonal
frustrated
teenagers.
you unbelievably.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I mean, it's a different I was going to say the word animal, but I mean, animal is probably a little strong, but yes, it does take a little bit of, and again, I think anyone that has even children, right, I think will attest to the same, right? So parents, being patient with their kids, I think is also, I guess, training to become patient, and in our trading as well. So I just see that on a daily basis, and I keep coming back to it on a daily basis, which is kind of a strange trait that I have.
NASDAQ is the bad kid.
Oh, yeah. Silver is getting there too, by the looks of it.
Yeah, right. Right. Well, thank you both for joining us today for group coaching. You have some really good questions and a really good conversation. You guys are both awesome. You know how I feel about you.
Likewise. Look at a little heart out to both.
I love you both. I love you both.
All right. We got VWAP George coming up with JD and Coach Vince on Trade with Topstep coming up. A week off and I can't speak anymore. That's just crazy. Blessings to you all. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
we live? We're doing it live. Here we go. Welcome back, friends and traders. It's time to trade with Topstep. In the middle, we got a couple all-stars here. You know him in the chat as VWAP George. We know him here on TV as VWAP George also. Over there on my right, our other bookend, I should say, Coach Vince from Topstep VIP. What's up, George? Great to have you back. Our old friend. What's going on, man? Tell us everything.
Great to be back. Not trading too good during the holidays on the XFA. I locked that out minus 200. Got on a combine. I usually don't trade gold, but I kind of been dabbling in it a little bit, and I took a 5 micro short for 1,500 and a 50K, so that's locked out. So opened up another 50K, and I'm down $43 in that. So that's where.
There you go.
That's where I'm at today.
A lot of opportunities. A lot of opportunities in metals today. Gold, silver, copper. Everything's moving. So, yeah, it's always good to have options, too. Strike while the iron's hot or strike while the metal's hot. Vince, what are you up to today? You in the markets at all? What's going on?
Yeah, not too much. I mean, we were playing around with gold this morning. Had some family up, so I had them doing a little bit of practice and had them blow up a few accounts. But I'm in a practice account on my own. I was like, well, here, instead of just randomly buying and selling, let's try to work on some structure. And so I'm long the silver right now. I've been playing with silver this morning. Right now, banked 16,000. It's a practice account. 16,700. I'm up 6,100 in this trade right now, and we're gonna see what happens. But if something comes up, I'll pop one in the XFA as well. But we're long right now, 5 silver, and we're at break even on this trade. So worst case scenario, we'll be up 16 grand.
Not bad, not bad. Vince, you kind of piqued my interest. You said you got some family in, and you're teaching them how to trade. How is that going? How old are these traders? Are you trying to hook them while they're young, or is this sort of like a hobby? You go from coaching
Young,
to coaching at
doctor, you name it. Army doctor, lieutenant colonel, Army doc. So them, a couple of older, like 20 years old. So yeah, it's been fun, but it's been fun watching them try to do it.
Yeah,
like if you've never done it before, it's very difficult. You know what I mean? It's very difficult, but it's it is eye opening, and it's all about being patient and really having a plan. If you don't have a plan, it's really tough in this game, to be honest with you.
Oh, for sure.
We really want to have a game plan. Yeah.
What's that old saying? If it was easy, everybody would do it, right? But
Yeah, Coach Vince, do they have different
it's
personalities?
the hardest way to
or-
make easy money.
They have
Yes.
different personalities
So
where one of them's like pretty good at it. Maybe take on a little bit more risk than the others.
I will say my son, he's more of a risk taker. He's got a couple XFAs on his own, but he's a little bit more of a risk taker. Me, I'm more just risk management all the way, game plan, come into it. A couple other people, they're doctors, so their perfection is a little bit of difficulty trying to be perfect all the time. And in that profession, you have to be, right. You don't want somebody messing up if they're your doctor. So it's fun to see the different spectrums, of people and traders out there and how they look at things. But, when somebody doesn't have a game plan, they come in, I think they probably blow up like 12 accounts.
Oh, wow. That's a day. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
So,
Vince. A good doctor and a good barber. When you find one, you hang on to him. All right, George, walk us through one of your trades from earlier today. What were you looking at in the markets? Let's talk about gold. So the house count took a gold short based off that 1 minute opening range at 7:20 a.m. Central Time, and we piece of that move. What were you seeing in gold that got you into a trade? Let's walk through it.
I'm not gonna lie. It just kept going down, and I had to I had to pull the trigger. I didn't think it was gonna stop, and 5 micros just got me to the 1,500 and a 50K in 3 minutes.
Yep.
That's pretty much the only gold trade I had. I actually had to kind of lose a few trades to get it under the 1,500. Sometimes things just sell off fast enough to where you can just caveman into it, as Andre would
For
say.
sure.
And, some people are good, some people are lucky. I just think it was painfully obvious that it was going to continue to go
Mhm.
down when it had the momentum to do so.
Very true. Very true. For those of you unfamiliar
Mhm.
with what a caveman trade is, it's the most simplest yet the most hardest thing to do in trading. When the market's going up, you buy it, right? When the market's going down, you sell it. That's what caveman trading is, and it sounds so simple, doesn't it? Actually, the rules to this game are very simple, but
And I really wish it was like a holy grail setup or something. But I mean, that's the best I can give you.
that's it. But good job on locking it down at 1500. You hit the you're playing the 50% rule. In a 50K combine, you got a $3,000 profit target. Consistency rule is 50%, so you need 2 days of 1500. But do you pass trading combines pretty easily these days now, George? How long would you say on average it takes you to pass a trading combine now? You've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, if I don't have them hooked up to some new automation thing, and I should just do those on test, it doesn't take me too long. But I still have hiccups because I honestly treat it like real money if it's not on automation. If I'm trading it, I'm watching it.
Perfect.
I try and not just YOLO and pass and all that stuff. I actually really try and take on the trades like they were real dollars and cents. And it kind of like, what's the saying? It's not practice makes perfect. It's perfect practice makes perfect. One of those things.
Something like that, yeah.
If you take it seriously enough in practice, kind of like Coach Vince is doing, he's like, okay, maybe we'll try out some things, and the only way he's going to get better at that particular setup is by doing it. He's been doing it a hell of a lot longer than I have. So, I mean, it just takes on us. You just keep learning. You keep messing up, and hopefully you find a setup that just clicks almost every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, right? It's tough for sure. How long are you trading there? You have George?
I've been in Forex for a number of years. I switched to futures when I saw Topstep on the old YouTubes and kind of gravitated to it almost 2 years ago.
Nice.
For those of you that didn't know, George was a member of Coach Paul's Profiteers. Was it season 2 of VIP, George?
I believe
Season
so,
1 or
yeah.
Season 2? Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I've also had the pleasure of meeting George in person in Chicago at our meetup.
That was fun. We got to do that
nice,
again.
Nice.
Vince,
For sure,
where are
we'll do
you
that
at? Are
again
you in
soon.
Chicago?
No, I'm up in I'm in Pennsylvania, Northeast.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I missed you there. That's why I was asking. At the meetup.
Yeah, next time you guys do something, maybe I'll be able to pop in there. That was more of a shorter notice type thing, I think, right, JD, at the time?
Yeah, it was kind of like, I think we gave people like 2 or 3 weeks notice. So not a whole lot of time to prep for it, but
I'm right down the
we had a
street
great
in
turnout.
Kansas City, so
Oh, yeah,
nice. Nice.
We live streamed the whole thing too. I think there's a video of it out there somewhere.
Somewhere.
Yeah. You said you're in the service?
No, I'm not. I kind of went indirectly. I didn't serve, but I did. I worked as an independent contractor for Northrop Grumman for over a decade, doing
Nice.
intelligence simulations.
Nice.
Out of, Fort Leavenworth.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yes, George is big into automation, building trading programs. You want to talk about that a little bit? What's been going on? Anything new in that world, George?
Nothing new. It's not that you just kind of set it and forget it type of deal. But if you have some sort of setup and you want to back test it manually, it's pretty cool for a couple months on a 5 to 1 minute chart, but it gets old. So automating it and having the right rules and setups makes it easier for you to actually see if even an indicator works with your setup. So I think I talked about it last time. Like, think of like VWAP bands, and it goes to the second deviation. How often does it go back to the anchored VWAP from open? And how often does that anchored VWAP from open go back to that first or second deviation? Things like that, where you can kind of take that data and put it towards your own strategy. A lot of people use, just volume in general or order flow or whatever. I like taking a little bit of everything and putting it into a strategy, if that makes sense. See how well it works. And I've learned a ton doing that. Again, it's not like I'm setting it and forgetting it and making a bunch of money. It's helping me trade and click buttons. It doesn't click buttons for me, if that makes any sense.
Exactly. Yeah.
So there is some discretionary in it.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right. Let's take a look at these markets. Hang on. I'm going to refresh my tilt real quick. 1 second.
Chris Hawthorne, thanks, man. It is a nice chart setup. Nice and clean.
What's your trading style there, George?
What's the game?
So I usually kind of top down a little bit, but I usually use the regular trading hours, do the previous day high, low, where today opened. I anchor a VWAP from the New York Open, and then I take anchored VWAPs from big moves, let's say FOMC or even swing highs, swing lows on that day on the 5 minute to 1 minute chart. See what price does there at maybe a confluence level that I have. And like here on this gold chart, I mean, we've been kind of at support, in the 43.40s for quite a while, and it's bouncing up. But I have that anchored VWAP from the open at 43.59. Last time it touched that, it rejected at around 10:55 this morning at 43.63. So I'm going to be looking at that level if I was interested in a trade. Maybe we get short. It's been short all day long, so maybe we reject there again.
Are you just looking at regular trading hours? Is that or do you look at extended trading hours also?
I do look at extended trading hours to maybe get some more lines of confluence. For example, I'll take the Asian high and Asian low. Like if I were to go to regular trading hours, you have way more information, and you don't just want to discount that. So what I'd do is I'd look at, from 1700 to 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever, and I'd take the high and maybe do something like, all right, well, it opened at the high, I'll do something like that, put it in yellow. So that's the Asian high. Go to 2 o'clock in the morning, well, here's the Asian low at 1, put that, and then when you go back to the regular trading hours, they're still there. But it's a cleaner chart. You also, when you're on regular trading hours, this is probably one of my favorite things, you get these gaps, and those gaps play a part sometimes. And especially when I usually trade MNQ, right? So if I go back over to my MNQ chart, it's the same thing. You see these red lines, scroll out a little bit, you see this yellow line up here. Obviously you got Asia and you got London, right? Those play a part. Came right up. There's London high. Came right back down. So that confluence with the anchored VWAPs is really what I trade, not just VWAP on its own.
Gotcha. Do you ever use like a volume profile or anything? Because like the trade I'm
dabbled
in
it, and
now,
I've seen you do it,
based a
Coach.
lot on volume profile.
Yeah, I've seen you do it, and it's
profile.
amazing. I just need to get used to using it. Same with
it's definitely it's a context tool, right? So a lot of people, you got to get used to reading it and how the market reacts around levels and value and that kind of stuff. So it's a little, it takes more screen time, I think, than some of the other tools that people are using, because you really need to observe and watch like how the markets are moving around certain levels. And but it's something I've been using for handful of years now, so it's been pretty good. you know. But that VWAP is something I've been using a lot more than I've been over the past, like, more than 5 years ago. I never even looked at VWAP. So it is something that I've been watching and observing. And, you know, there was actually a really nice trade off of the VWAP last week where Mark came down right to it, rejected the VWAP, and then it was a great long. So that VWAP, I like it.
I think my favorite is you have an anchored VWAP, whether it's from the open or let's say today's high, and I've played with point of control and all that, and what do you know, the open is there too, and you have that confluence where it just gives you way more confidence and taking the trade. And I'm still doing more of that than I need to do more of that than just kind of winging it like I did that gold trade. I mean, it worked out. Again, it was going down, but there was no strategy.
Hey,
I love a good. I love a good
VWAP is a thing, right?
Yeah. It was under VWAP, so
Yeah, so
VWAP
that's
George.
good. If you're under, you want to be short, right? Awesome stuff.
That's right.
Is that how you treat it? Long above, short below? I've always seen it as kind of like just sort of like a target area, It's
both.
A VWAP is the volume weighted average price, right? So I feel like price is always going to rotate around it. But are there certain ways to use it for support and resistance? Is that where you're kind of getting at here?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yes. And a lot of people, the mean reversion trade is one of my favorites too. And that's why I was talking earlier about the VWAP bands where it gets to the first or second deviation. All roads lead to VWAP, guys. I mean, eventually it's going to get there. It might not be today, but eventually it's totally going to get there. And it's like a lot of people use bands, and it really is like a rubber band sometimes. It's just how big is the range, right? So
So
the
does
mean
price
reversion
go to the
trade
VWAP?
is there, JD, for sure.
Okay, cool. Thanks for clearing that up. I meant to check in on the tilt a few minutes ago. Let's do that right now. We got 55% long in the ES, 50-50 in the NASDAQ, 64% short in crude, and 71% long in gold. Gold tilt is building to the long side. Let's take a look at a gold chart. It hasn't done much since those big moves. We've just been listing sideways. Not a whole lot of movement in gold. It did officially settle for the day about an hour ago, just under an hour ago. 12:30 p.m. Central Time, gold established a settlement price. It continues to trade, but positions will be marked to market based off that 12:30 settlement.
Yeah, flatline, right?
Yep. Woo in the chat. Yeah, we see it. Long's going to get wrecked. You can stop posting it. Unless you want to add some context to your comment, we appreciate you. Don't forget to click like and subscribe. But yeah, we get it. Thanks, buddy. All right. What's some news? President Donald Trump will hold talks today with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. What's going to happen there? Tell us
The
everything.
meeting will take place in Florida at the president's Mar-a-Lago estate. The two men are expected to talk about implementing Phase 2 of the peace agreement that the United States helped to broker between Israel and Hamas. Netanyahu is expected to demand that Hamas disarm before Israeli troops further withdraw from Gaza. The two leaders are also expected to address Iran and whether another strike is needed to disable Tehran's ballistic missile program. This will be the 5th time the two men have met this year.
Coach Vince.
Should be a big meeting.
Yeah.
This time of year, how do you do usually? Do you just call it quits?
Good question.
Like,
yeah.
As far as your
That's a great question. Yeah, great question. So this time of year, if a trade sets up really, really nicely, I'll probably take it. But it's kind of like, I'm not rushing into anything at this point. I'm going to take it a little bit easier. I like to watch the dome to see, like, what are the bids and offers looking like in the ES, right? If there isn't 100 on the bid and offer average, usually all the, the longer time frame traders or the larger traders are probably not here in the market because the size isn't there. So the dome becomes thin, gives you a little bit more caution, right? You can get exaggerated moves. So I do watch like things like that to see, do I want to get involved or not? But if something sets up, I'll take it. I mean, strategy is strategy, so if something will set up, I'll do it, but I'm going to be a little bit more cautious for sure. I mean, when I was, back in the day, we would take off the last 2 weeks of December and the first 2 weeks of January, right? It was just,
Exactly. Yeah.
We would do that. I mean, I don't really do it anymore, but that is something that we used to do a lot.
That was pretty much the industry standard because the groups I traded for did the exact same thing. You always took off the last 2 weeks of the year and the first 2 weeks of the new year. So it was a different trading environment back then, I should say. There was always a lack of participation, a drop in volume, movement slowed down to a crawl. But it's not quite the same anymore. The rules have changed a bit, with the dawn of electronic trading and prop firms out there. And there's always opportunity in the markets, and people are always going to be in there trying to find that opportunity. So even though years ago people would walk away at the end of the year, I don't feel like it's the same anymore. I think people are sticking around and they're trading these markets out all day, every day.
I agree.
They're not worried about the holidays or the end of the year or
you can trade in your underwear. So I mean,
exactly.
I mean, look at night trading. The only time that we would trade at night is, when we had a client that was in trouble on a margin call trying to wiggle out of their position without having to wire in the funds. Like we called it the Badlands, because the S&Ps used to close at 4:15 and then they would reopen at 4:30, right? So there was a dead period from 4:15 to 4:30. Well, 3:15 to 3:30 Central. And then it would open for another half hour and then it would close off, right? And that's kind of like when people would wiggle out of a bad trade or whatever it was, trying to, hold till the last second before they had to meet margin call. But now, I mean, we trade straight to 4 o'clock, right? Even though we're out at Topstep at 3 o'clock, right? Or 3:09 or whatever it is, the market's technically open for another 40, 50 minutes before it actually closes. So yeah, times have definitely changed a lot. It's interesting. There's a lot more people trading now than there were. So, I mean, look at night trading. It's been wild at night. I do my sessions at night and these markets are moving. Before it was like dead, now it's actually, you're getting a lot of volume coming in. So interesting times for sure for futures. I heard that
first
stocks
year
are trying
of
to do
moving to
something
futures,
too, right? Like,
that first year of moving to futures from Forex, I was pretty disciplined at sticking to, a main pair like, euro dollar or whatever. And I got to the futures and it's just, everything was, I wanted to try it all, and I kind of got in trouble where I'm like, obviously I'm doing NASDAQ first and that's not smart. And then, you kind of, you kind of get into the ES to slow it down a little bit. And then you're like, well, Dow's pretty cool. It just trends up all the time, and you kind of learn a little bit about each of the main futures. But I kind of got in trouble too, because I wanted to, and that's part of the reason why I got into automation. Like, okay, let it do its thing and I'll concentrate on my thing. Did you ever have an issue when it went to digital trading where you're like, okay, now what do I do? Do I just keep doing the same thing I was doing on the floor? Or did you have to kind of relearn a little bit?
Well, for me, I wasn't directly on the floor, but my client orders were executed on the floor. So JD was down there. But we did everything, paper, we would timestamp tickets and, I have boxes of old orders that I filled. Well, they filled for me and then I had to timestamp them and keep them as record. And it was definitely different, right? Most of our orders were executed in the pits and the ES was 5 E-minis was one contract. They didn't have micros back then. So the micros didn't exist. And now they don't even have the full size S&P contract like they used to. But it was much, much different. I would say there were volatile times, but the market, obviously the ranges now are huge compared to where they were. So now you could trade micros and make a good living actually just trading micros. Whereas before, you have to have the big size. And I think that was a harder for traders to get into the futures market, right? Because the bar to entry was higher. You had to have a bigger size account balance and that kind of stuff. So now I think with micros, you have a lot more people participating, which is great, right? Because now everybody can pretty much participate with smaller risk than what it used to be.
$49.99
but I
on
have family
Topstep.
members. Yeah. I did have a family member of mine, an uncle. He had a seat in the gold pit from 1983 to 2000. And then he switched over to the NYMEX from 2000 to 2008. And he never adjusted to screens. And he actually was forced into retirement, right? Because the volume dried up in the pits. And, he never really looked at charts, right? He did no market profile on a graph sheet in the middle of the floor, just like drawing ticks on a sheet. And that's how he traded. So it's some people it was hard to get used to. I know Hoke said when he came off the floor, I think he said he traded in sim for a year before he put his money at risk. So it is a process for the people who weren't used to it. But yeah, it's awesome. Do you trade Euro currency like futures? Because you came from Forex, right? Do you trade currencies?
I haven't really. It was just kind of funny because you think it would just be like, oh, okay, well, I'll just do this, but it's way more regulated over here, and I'm not going up against a dealing desk. So, that would make sense. Maybe I'll look into it.
Yeah,
just another.
Well, the only
I'll go
difference
from
in the
NASDAQ
euro.
to gold. to euro.
Well, I mean, if you're used to trading euro dollar, right? You could trade the euro currency contract. It's 125,000 euros per contract instead of 100, because I think in Forex it's 100. And it's 625 a tick, I think, and it's 2 ticks would be, I think, what you would call a pip, maybe. So 1250 on a full size.
Okay.
So maybe take a look. I mean, if you're used to that market, you got it here too. So maybe
that's
it's
true.
a good thing to look at. Yeah. I traded a lot of currency back in the day. Yeah.
Did you really?
And I've learned so much since then too.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, we used to trade euros, the pound. The main ones were the euro, the pound, some yen, and the Canadian dollar. We used to trade against the oil because a lot of
Did you get the short
oil would come
Brexit?
in. No. Oh man, I wish I wouldn't be here. I'd be on an island. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, that's awesome. You got that going on. I like that automation stuff. It's hard to do. Like, I'm not a tech guy. Technical analysis I do, but like when it comes to all this technical stuff, I definitely have a lot of learning to do. So when I see people like you on here and, like Coach Robert and how technically advanced they are, it's amazing, right? Because I'm kind of from the old school into the new school and just figuring things out, Like everybody's got these
Coach
cool
Robert
backgrounds.
is a
I don't
beast.
know how to do that yet.
Yeah,
Coach
Robert spends a
Robert's
lot of
beast.
time and he's in that Discord all day long. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah.
But he creates a lot of magic out of that chaos. So it's great to have that guy.
Now, Coach
around.
Vince, it's getting easier. It's about asking the right questions to, if you use AI a little bit and just start simple.
Mhm.
And it does
Right.
take time. That is one thing. But whatever flavor of AI, if you ask the right questions, you'll get the right answer, or you'll get the wrong ones and you'll go to a different. Then they'll argue. It's a lot of fun. It takes a lot of time.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Question from the chat. We can still trade currencies on Topstep. Yes, you have access to currency futures here at Topstep. You could trade Canadian dollar, Japanese yen, British pound, all types of different currency
6E.
products.
The 6E, euro.
Euro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
take a
Vince,
look.
now you got me thinking.
What are you thinking about? What are you thinking
All
about?
right.
Euro, man.
Hey, we could look at it. I mean, the markets are slow right now. Let's take a look at the euro 6E contract. Right. So we have the euro.
Yeah, let's do it. Actually,
Yeah, let's take a look.
my eye caught a comment in the
So-
chat. Like, do you guys even talk about markets anymore, or is this a talk show? So let's talk through some markets.
We're trying. So here's the euro.
Not a whole
so
lot
let's take-
right now.
Yeah, we're kind of range bound right now, just stuck in the middle. But here's the euro, right? So if you use the open around 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock central, you can see we kind of tested the overnight highs, rolled down, took out the overnight low, rotated back in. We're range bound. We're range bound. Here's the VWAP, $1.18. So
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the euro currency. We got the 6B, the British pound.
Yep.
I know Coach Paul
The
trades a
Aussie
lot
dollar?
of yen. He's a yen trader. Yeah, we got the Aussie.
Who's that?
Coach
Coach Paul trades a lot of.
He trades the yen a lot.
China
Yeah,
does?
I think he trades a lot of
Oh, the
yen.
yen.
Yeah, he's a yen trader. Yeah, same thing here, range bound market. So here's the currencies. But yeah, we
Cool.
got him here.
We're starting to get some movement in equities right now. A little pop in the S&P, 69.53, 69.54 last trade. We're still sort of mid-range though. We're diddling in the middle, putting a position on here, but a little bit of music being made.
Right, the
Food on the
VWAP.
chat says,
What would you do here, VWAP, George? Like we're at the VWAP. So
I'd
does
stay
your
flat.
strategy
It
say
went
to
right
do
through
anything
that
here?
VWAP. Yeah, it went right
Okay.
through that anchored VWAP I have. Maybe I'd wait for a retest, drop down to the 1 minute, see if it comes back down.
Well, let me ask you
your
this.
anchored
So,
VWAP at?
I currently have the anchored VWAP at 715.5. So you see how it broke right through there? If it comes back down,
Nasdaq?
tests it, and we get some buyers, maybe I take a long here.
Okay. 750.
yeah, so I got a question. So if you go over to my chart, I want to ask George a question here. So this is interesting to me because we have the ES, we're range bound. You can see the profile. We have the VWAP is up here, and we're up against value high, right? So if this were to fail, right, is there a short opportunity, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. But I wouldn't do it unless it broke back through VWAP and then got that same test where, yeah. Yeah, so just,
Okay.
just.
Yeah, it kind of makes
it might
sense to
just
me
chop at
because
VWAP.
yeah, because that's what I'm kind of thinking. Like if this comes up here and we fail and we rotate back below VWAP, maybe I want to get short. Maybe we'll try it. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah,
We are here to trade.
Because that VWAP is right there. Yeah. I'm trying to scour for a trade, but let's see here. We got the
Go looking for
the
trades. You're going to find
NASDAQ.
one, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I'm trying, but I want to make sure that it's calculated risk, All right, here's another situation here. So you have your VWAP of 25,728. We're up against value high in the volume profile. Same thing here. I mean, if we fail to push it and close above this thing, maybe there's a short here.
Yeah, for sure.
Now you got my
Absolutely.
brain
And,
going.
and that VWAP that you have there, that's is that the overnight VWAP or?
I don't even know, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Let's see. Which one do you use? Open, high, low, close, or?
Yeah, open, high, low, close. But I'm anchored to the 8:30 open on RTH. It's just I use the regular VWAP as well.
Oh, you're using the anchored. Okay, so that one is, where is that here? Anchored VWAP.
And there is nothing wrong with using what you have. It obviously
The overnight VWAP, yeah.
Okay, there it is. Oh, so we're above it now.
right. And so this is
I
great
see
because
it.
you
Okay.
definitely don't want to trade here, right? In my opinion, because it's in between those two
I'm thinking
VWAPs.
about-
It could just bounce up and down between those things for the rest of the day. Now if it breaks and retests, maybe we got to trade one way or the other.
Gotcha.
We'll see how it plays
I
out.
like his shirt. Working. Yeah. Check on the silver. Looking pretty decent.
Silver, yeah. Let's take a look at silver.
Yeah.
You've
we're
been trading a
still in
lot of
it.
silver?
We're still in it. I've been playing around with JD, so I'm gonna say I had a couple of nice trading days trading this market, but I don't want to get too excited about it.
Yeah, we talked about this last week, didn't we? How many practice trades would you take before you actually got into the market trading silver? Like how long do you want to test it out?
I'll probably trade for at least a month, I would think.
Yep.
Just to see how things are moving around. But I mean, so when we were doing a little bit of scalping stuff this morning, like when I was with some of the family members playing around, scalping it is kind of tough, right? And I'm not a big scalper, so it's not my strong suit. So I try to just wait for a little bit of a nicer spot to get in and just let it play out and hold it. But this one's turning out pretty nice right here. Actually, we're almost at our target. Where are we at? 71.66.
Do you find silver reacts to your levels the way you want them to?
I mean, JD, right now it has been. It has been, but it doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, you know? So we're going to see, because it's a big contract to trade. So it could be scary if you're trading with the smaller account size.
Very true. I checked out the ladder last week too, and it was super thin. It was only like 2 or 3
Well,
up
it's gapping 4
on either side of
ticks.
the market.
Yeah, it's gapping about 4 ticks up and down. So if you hit it with a market order, you're starting off what, $100 in the red or the green? No, pretty much in the red. Yeah. So
Randy in the chat says,
an
"Practice? We talking about practice?" So, Randy, what we're doing is talking about introducing yourself to a new market and how much time you should spend studying the market and trading it on a practice account before you actually jump in with a combine or an XFA or a live account. There is a sort of a test period. You know, you don't want to just cannonball right into a brand new market.
I'm not going to put myself at risk.
Yeah. You want to feel it out a little bit, get to know it, get comfortable with it, see how it moves, see how it reacts to your levels, and throw on a few test trades without risking any actual capital. So that's what we're talking about. Practice. Practice.
Look. Well, you got to practice, right? I mean, you don't have to. You could just go in like my family members doing today. Man, they would have had a really rough day if it wasn't practice. So,
who was buying the combines?
You got to practice.
Were you swiping the credit card for everyone?
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
What a great gift.
Oh my God.
Coach Vince, do you use IB high and low at all?
Yes, I do. Now, is it like everything? No, but I do observe where that first initial balance is. And I've been doing that for 23 years. I've been watching that. It's just, it was always like a staple that we used for the first, hour. My uncle actually, he used to be in the crude pit, and he used to use 30 minutes for his, which I haven't really checked that. So I don't know how valid that is. But yeah, and IB high and low is definitely somewhere. Some have been, everybody has a little different thing. Like some of the professional guys that I was associated with, they actually used a 90-minute initial balance also, but they were trading on 4-hour time frames and use a little bit longer IB. So there's no right or wrong way, right? You just got to have a strategy to trade around it. And that's pretty much it. But, with the data collection you could do with that, you should be able to really check that easily, probably.
Yeah.
Like which one is working out better.
Yeah. Yeah. And I use it. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm having a tough time in my funded account during the holidays. 100% it's my fault, but I try and use the initial balance high and low and like the first one that breaks and then gets back into the initial bounce. Sometimes it takes a bounce off of VWAP in that same direction. Well, we've broken out of VWAP, but we've always managed to get back in it, right? And so like a Hogue would say it was a failed downside auction or something, and it just teeters around and trends the rest of the day instead of making an actual move, and I get chopped up as of late.
Yeah, it's tough because it could be an area that can give you some reference points, but sometimes it'll just get very, very choppy, right? And just like an open range trade, they could get very choppy as well. Where sometimes you take the open range trade and then you take the open range reversal, right? And that can start off a bad morning if you take both. Sometimes you get chopped on both ends of it. And that's the same thing with the initial balance, right? Sometimes it will break out really quickly. Sometimes it'll break, pull back, and then go. And then sometimes it'll just break, pull back a little bit, right, to give the range trader just a little profit. And then if they don't take their profit, then they reverses against them, and they get, knocked out too. So, there's nothing that's perfect. You just got to always have a stop, right? It's all about risk management at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure.
It's good to have an idea of where you're getting out before you get in, right? You find those points of validation in a trade, and then you demand better trade location. So you fight for your entry because you know where you're getting out, right? Rules are so simple.
Coach Vince, I never really did that retest. It just went off without me, kind of.
What, the NASDAQ?
Yeah, so I was kind of wanting to retest around 715 and just didn't get there.
You were going to get long?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the retest of the view up. Yeah, never got there. It broke.
Mhm.
We are up against excess here, right? So this area, let me take a look at something here. So
While you're
right now
looking,
in the
Vince,
NASDAQ, yeah,
I was going to ask George a question.
yeah.
In the spirit of all roads lead to VWAP, since we're sort of making our move away from VWAP now, do you start looking for an opportunity to get short on that return to the VWAP? Or are you just playing
If
momentum straight?
I don't, I'm going to play the momentum. However, I can look for more longs even if I don't touch this particular anchored VWAP. For example,
Mhm.
like you have, I can anchor one to this swing low here, which matches up perfectly with the current anchored VWAP. As it gets more structure, let's say we, we do one of these where it comes down here and bounces off here and continues to go up. Well, that's another, a higher low. I might anchor it there and then look for more
Mhm.
opportunities to long. As far as getting
Ah,
short, I
okay.
think it needs to have a little bit more umph and like really get up here, maybe to the previous day low. Maybe half that, maybe 760. It has to get away from the VWAP to snap back, in my
Right.
opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I like shorts around 25,800 up there. There's
There you
excess
go.
at the highs up there.
Yeah.
Is that kind of where you're seeing things, or?
Yeah, exactly. You got the previous day low. It's like what 25,780, and then you have uh, yeah 2,500, 25,800 would obviously be. You have a lot of see look at this stuff here. I mean, that's chop. That's resistance there, and it just came down from 25,800. I mean, I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's where I would really be interested in maybe testing the short up there.
And this
Yep.
is on a 1 minute chart. So, I expand it out a little bit,
Oh,
it'll
you're
probably
on a
look even
one.
better.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
What's the lowest time frame you look at? Will you go into will you look at tick charts or
I used to use the 1,000 tick chart a little bit, and I still do every once in a while just to get a different look at something. But 1 minute is generally the lowest I go.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So is it fair to say
Just
that going back to the VWAP, so as we expand away, as the gap between VWAP and last traded price expands, is there any other kind of indicator you would look at to signal sort of a reversal? Are you looking at volume? If you see volume drying up as the gap
Yeah.
expands, is that sort of signaling a trade opportunity possibly?
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons I used a 1,000 tick charts so you can see the price a little better. I know enough about Bookmap just to get in trouble. I think
Yep.
I've talked to you about reading the DOM. I need to get better at doing that. That would help immensely in the whole order flow thing, and really reading where there's orders piling up, whether they get absorbed
Yep.
or not. I need to get better at that. Volume's huge. I usually have some sort of a volume indicator, or hey, look, here's a volume profile fixed price. This is definitely more of a Coach Vince thing, but I mean that looks pretty good to me. Kind of backwards, but volume's huge. I think if it keeps going and gets to, I don't know, if it gets out of hand, I'll be looking for shorts towards the end of the day. I don't know if you've done any research on like MOC and like if it tends to trend up or down throughout the day. That MOC sometimes it snaps back to VWAP. That's a pretty
Yep.
good easy trade, but that's towards
Ooh,
the end
that's
of
a
the
good signal.
day. Right now, I'm off.
Mm-hmm. What time do you start tracking the MOC? Do you just I know there's some services out there that will start tracking it as early as like 1 o'clock Central Time, and they'll start printing like preliminary numbers. There's actually guys that are on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange that go around from desk to desk, broker to broker, collecting that data, and they publish it.
Dang.
Well, we get.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Well, we
Just
should
like hang out, trade MOC.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Hey, some people do that, right? It's their strategy. End of the day, MOC.
Yeah. We used to have people on here that's all they did was trade market on open and market on close.
Could you imagine
just based
you
off
roll
those
into
two
the
numbers?
office 15 minutes before the end of the day and you do your business and you go home?
Hey, thanks for the numbers. I'm in. I'm long. Yeah, I'm done. See ya.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate lunch, guys. You know.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That would be awesome.
Got a little bit more buying coming into these markets right now. I'm looking at the micro Nasdaq chart. We're creeping up 25,744 last trade. Volume is still very dry. But a couple of little buyers are stepping in here. Let's take a look at the ES. See what the S&P is doing. ES creeping higher also. We've got our initial balance high. We talked about this earlier. 69, 67, 75. 69, 67 in the orders. We're still about 9 points away from there. What is the Dow and Russell doing? See some selling in the Russell. Russell's the only
ES taking off.
Yeah.
Russell, the only market with some sellers in it right now. Yep. ES is taking off. Crude's taking a dump. And gold is not doing a whole lot. Gold continues to drift sideways to higher. Not by a whole lot though. Look at that volume. You see that peak volume, and then it just fades away.
Be curious to see whether can get past this 755.
I'm probably going to dump this trade. I mean, we got within, 10 cents. What we had here. I was in like 8 cents on here. A little bit of a pullback. I mean, we're after the settlement on these metals. So I think we'll cash this out here. All right, we're done on that one.
I heard it.
So I'm out of that trade.
Jack cracks me up. Bless all your hearts. Still seeing a little bit of buying coming in equities here.
Yeah, this is where I'm kind of like, man, I kind of wish I would have got that VWAP retest for the long, like I was talking about. It just it would have worked, but it didn't have the right setup. Didn't get me what I wanted.
Yep. No caveman trade on this one though, huh?
Nope. No, it's NASDAQ. I'm not playing around.
It's risky business, yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm interested in shorts up around 69, 62 in the ES if we get there. So we're gonna see what happens when we get up there. So I might attempt something up there.
69.62, 117 offered there. George was talking about reading the tape a little bit, which is what I do. If you're a shorter time frame trader and you're only in the market for a couple seconds at a time, tape reading might be something valuable to you. Get that level 2 data and just start watching how the market reacts around your levels. And might help you get some better trade entry and exit.
Yeah, I know it would make me way better at getting better at that for sure.
I know I've talked about this at length before, but the original front end trading platforms did not come with chart packages, So we would just stand there with a bunch of screens and all you would see is the ladder. So you just spent all day long reading the tape, as they say, and trying to pick out patterns and gain a little more insight into the movement of the market.
That sounds like an art to me.
Yeah, you got to watch it for a long time. Yeah, you really got to watch it for a long time to get a sense of how it's moving.
Yeah,
it's not gonna happen overnight. But I did it for years. just reading ladders. I would have a screen with just a bunch of ladders on it, and that's all I looked at all day.
Yeah, I used to have about 5 of them up side, 5 next to each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
JD,
actually
you
have
doing
a.
that? Did
Say
you
again?
ever like gravitate towards Bookmap or anything?
Oh yeah, I've used Bookmap plenty in the past.
Oh, okay.
I've actually got a layout. Let me find it. My default layout. If you switch my screen, my default layout is just a bunch of domes and ladders. I could look at this for hours. Oh, you don't see it. Hang on a second.
Yes, for me, like I use the histogram, which is just like the volume profile on the dome, the
There
price
it is.
ladder. Yep.
So those are my favorite markets to watch, and I'll just
Okay.
I could sit there and just read the tape all day long. You know.
I'd get in trouble. There's too many buttons.
There's a lot of buttons there.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Oh, we got about 2 minutes left. What do you guys think of going to the end of the day? You gonna take a trade going into the close, or is this not shaping up to be the kind of move we want?
I'd like to work on this combine a little bit, but I'll be fine for the rest of the year. Just taking the next 2 days off and 3 days off rather, and calling it
I
quits
wouldn't
for the
blame you.
year. Yeah.
Probably a safe move.
I mean, right?
Topstep TV will be off the air on Wednesday and Thursday. Just a heads up for everybody out there. If you plan on trading through the new year, we wish we could be here, but we get to take breaks too. You know, that's the way it goes. But George, Vince, thank you both for being here. Trade with Topstep. It was a little slow, but we made it through because that's what we do around here, right?
Coach
George,
Vince, it was
appreciate
a
my
pleasure.
man.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
Happy
Do it
New
again
Year,
sometime.
everybody.
That'd be great. Yes,
Yeah, for
Happy
sure.
New Year. We will catch you in the new year for sure, George. Vince, my man, always a pleasure. I'll catch up with you very soon. We're going to step aside.
Sounds
Power
good.
Hour coming up next. Our man Mohammed and Dakota are here. They're going to be joined by Andre to trade it up, ham it up, and do the thing, going to the close. Let's get it done. Topstep TV. Here we go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well.
We are back. It's Monday. It's Power Hour. That means Mohammed's here. You saw the guy in the middle and fast markets. Dakota is back. Let's get right into it. Mohammed, you were saying in the green room. First of all, welcome to Power Hour. Mohammed, you're saying in the green room, you're having one heck of a day. Talk to me. How'd you do it?
Yeah, actually, good afternoon, everyone. Today I was, reading and listening, watching about this silver deal, what's going on. And one thing that I come out with that it will be volatile. A lot of mixed opinion about it. It's going up, down, Goldman Sachs, whatever. So I know for a fact it will be very volatile. And then I just jumped on my practice account because I never traded silver before. I traded gold, but I never traded silver. So I say, okay, let me do this in practice and see if my strategy of who has control and first try, second try works or not. It worked 5 trades consecutive, just nice. So you know what? Let me drop one contract and see. And I got the sense of how expensive is the micro silver. It's very expensive.
Oh boy.
But
See
fine.
where the
I
addiction
would drop
starts?
one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So I dropped one. It worked. The second one worked. And I find myself I'm up $600 in my XFA. So you know what? I will keep doing whatever I'm doing. It's working. And I lost the next one back to 250 or something. And then I took one. I marked the target at the low of the day with only $250 stop loss. And you know what? It worked. I got $6,000 in that trade.
Come on, Mo.
Or some. Yeah.
You got short.
Yeah, I got long twice, maybe.
Oh.
One of them is the loser. But most of them were short. I can show them in the chart if you want. We have time.
Trading micros?
Now,
Yeah, here we go.
Micros.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at silver then. Last trade at $72.
All right.
Yeah, take a look at gold. Gold trading 43.59. You got the ES trading 69.59. So, Mohammed, are we going to be looking at ES today, or are we looking at silver?
I would like.
Silver
I would
traders
like
now?
to look. Yeah, let me review the silver trade because I marked them today. My first trade was shorting twice with it was in 500 tick chart. 500 tick chart. I was practicing all this drop, and then when it comes to the moving average, show me this this nice range here. I sold the high of the range, took some profit, exited one contract only, and then it comes back again. I shorted again and took the profit at the low of the range, and then I took that long. That one was a loser, I believe.
What
yeah,
price,
that was a
Mohammed?
loser.
Hit me with the price.
Doesn't matter. It's 74.4.
Well, I'm not sure. I love you, Mohammed. Just got silver still.
Yeah,
pushing higher here.
74.4. 74.4. I think I got a loser or scratch after I see this strong sellers. I stayed. I was FOMO in here because I exited. The market just went up, and then I waited until the high. I short here, took profit there, took long, took profit, and that was the short that ended everything. You can see I shorted at 75.50 almost. Took profit at the low of the day at 72.20. And that's it.
There you go.
That's all she wrote.
That was
all right. Power hour is turning silver hour, gold hour. Let's take a look at silver still pushing higher here. $72.12. 12.5 cents. Gold up about $50 off the lows, trading 43.61. At the Dow on the move higher as well, 48,815. ES in the rearview mirror for Mohammed now. ES trading 69.59. And NASDAQ NQ.
I got a
trading
lot of money
25,000.
today. I can do whatever I want.
Wow. All right, let's see how it goes. We got NASDAQ trading 25,753. All right, Mohammed, pull up an NQ chart for me real quick. Around here, we like to play a game called Above Below. I'm going to ask Mohammed what he thinks the price of NQ will be on the close.
You said in the green room, Dakota will do it.
Oh, I did say it. Okay, Dakota, you
come on.
Dakota, you do it. Mohammed, too, you
Oh,
just
okay, fine. I'll
ahead.
do it.
I can do it.
Buffalo,
The master
I'd
is
say,
here. I will not do it.
730. 25,730.
730. Last trade, 25,750. We're going to set the price, 25,730. Put up a poll. It'll be above or below 25,730. Mohammed, absolutely locked in. Up 6 large. Newest silver trader. Also, heads up, there is a tentatively scheduled Trump Netanyahu press conference at 45 after. And tentatively, it says. So we'll keep you posted if something does pop up with that. There is the poll. I'll say above. 5,730. All right, Mohammed, what are we looking at then? Are we looking at silver? Are we looking at the ES?
No,
And
this is
Dakota, you and I are
ES.
just
I
along
stopped
for the ride.
I stopped silver. I mean, just after I hit my target, I said, that's it. Thank you, silver. I boast about it. I don't want to ruin it. I want to keep that good memory about it. So see it tomorrow. I caught this long in ES. As we can see here, we have the opening range. The high was 69.68. The low of the opening range, the 30-minute opening, 69.47. I didn't do anything during this drop. Once the market comes back inside that opening range, an entry showed up at 69.50, 51.
Yep.
That was the entry. However, it requires a stop up to 69.41, which I cannot afford. Even if I have 6,000.
Now you can. I would say
in a day, but I still.
Okay.
I mean, instead of a setup, I mean, the risk management is the same. It shouldn't be different. So I waited for that pullback. I get long at this intersection at around 69.47. 1 mini and 5 micros. So 1.5. 1 mini and 5 micros.
Okay.
Why 1 mini and 5 micros? 1 mini is my position. So I don't forget myself. If I get FOMO, I took some profit. I have hungry eyes or something. I have my position. I will not short this. This is the master position. The 5 micro, I take profit as we go higher. And then whenever I closed this micro, I still have 1 micro or 2 micros as a runner, so be it. So I already locked my profit. So I took some profit at 69.54 and some at the middle of the range, 69.57. And the target of this opening range trade, if we play 2-to-1, should be 69.68 or 69.69. And at the same time, I'm trailing this as we go higher.
So Mohammed started doing something interesting, getting long 1. Okay, Mohammed, in the chat, they're asking why not just take 5 or 15 micros as opposed to 1 mini and 5 micros.
Well, first of all, it's much more expensive for the commissions. Second, I like to see it like this in 2 charts. So I have the master chart in the right-hand side where I see this mini, and this one is in and out. So I might get exit for this one, and if I have a nice pullback and coming back again, so I come again with the micro. So the mini is not to forget my bias, not to get caught on any correction or something.
Okay.
Got it.
You go. Good stuff.
What indicator do you have on your chart, man? Do you use that
It's
parabolic
something new
star?
that I'm practicing. Let's see how it goes. Maybe I will improve it in future. something I like to do. It's better for my emotions and not get YOLO trades or something. So you don't overtrade in this way. It helps me not to overtrade.
Dakota, let's take a look at the NASDAQ real quick. Trading 25,753. You got more room to the upside here. 25,819 session highs. Why
We
not?
always have more room to the upside, Andre.
We do.
Always. I did the over under at 25,730, and the reason why was, I mean, this is a big level of support and resistance pre-market. You can see where we just broke out of there, this afternoon during power hour. So it's kind of right in the middle. And if we're playing a range bound day here in the New York session, I'm looking for it to be right around the middle. However, we did get that sell off to the New York session lows that I was looking for during fast markets. We came down, we sold off, we tested those 650s, and we just bounced right out of there. So that's what I wanted to see. Unfortunately, we got that after the fast markets was already over, and there was some good buying opportunity there. And we are already pushing back up near these highs. This is a level of resistance. These 760s, 770s is a nice level of resistance here in the NASDAQ. So I would not be surprised if we are back down here towards the middle of this range, around 25,730. So
730.
Leaning towards the short a little bit. Okay. But if they just keep going up, I mean, that's just kind of what the equities do. There's always more room to the upside, but I'm a little more cautious today.
All right, yeah. Well, ES might be making another push higher here. 69.60 last trade. See a little bit of a pullback in NQ, and that does line up with what we're seeing in Delta. Got a Delta update for you in ES plus positive 1,300, NQ minus 1,500. So let's see how that plays out. You got the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. 46 minutes till the closing bell. 36 minutes till MOC. See how that plays out. We got another push higher here in silver. $72.45. Gold lagging behind silver right now. Dow on the grind higher as well.
Can we see silver all-time highs in the next month or so?
We just saw that yesterday on the Rio. Those all-time highs, $82.
Yeah, it's today technically, right? It was last night during slow markets. It was hitting all-time highs. So why would we not? There's still a chance.
Dakota NQ, you're looking at for a possible short, correct?
Yeah, possible pullback down towards 25,730. I'm a little bit biased because I have a short Tesla position on, and so sometimes I as hard as it is to say, it's easier to say than to do. To not have a bias when you have a position on, it's very difficult to let that bias not take effect when you're looking at these markets.
Silver popped again.
I'm trailing my stop now.
Okay.
Trailed my stop to 69.57 just because we already passed the middle of the opening range. Yeah, and we have some sort of pivot here, especially if they cannot pass the recent high. I mean, I would like to exit here looking for next trade.
Silver's still going. No, $72.58. It was just $72 when Power Hour started. Was just $72.
Man,
well, not convinced.
What a market! What a market! How many traders are now silver traders because of what's happened the past month in silver? I know what we do as traders, right? Like, you ever watch, kids soccer, like bunch of 5 and 8 year olds? They just ball gets kicked, and then the group just runs towards the ball. Like, that's us as traders. We see a market that's moving, and we kind of navigate towards that volatility and trade it up.
Especially by end of year, Dakota. End of year, I mean, today I forgot it's December. I totally forgot. The volatility was insane. I mean, I wouldn't have same trades, same movement, same market structure as I saw in silver, because market is not moving. But in silver, it was damn moving.
Yeah, it's moving. Yeah, Dan in the chat, I think, has the question is, how many silvers will there be by the end of next month? how many silver traders will be left?
Should we put it to a poll? No, I'm kidding. Good question. Wherever the volatility is, right?
I think 10%.
Again, also the news. We saw a huge sell-off in gold and silver. CME raising margin requirements on the metals. So we saw that massive sell-off in gold. We're talking about $200, $250, $250, $260 sell-off in gold. The silver sold off about what, $12? Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
I took 1 micro profit here.
All right, what you have? 1 mini, 1 micro.
Yeah. Now 1.1. Yeah, 1 minimum micro. This is just because this is the extension of the Fibonacci of this move to 161. So it usually worked as a target. And guess what? We have this range here. So it could be a selling or a supply area. So it's nice to take some profit. This is why I have micros with me. I can sacrifice them.
Right. Poll results are back. 67% saying above 25,730.
Let's see.
50 on the tilt. Might have a setup here. We're running out of steam. And let's push higher here in the NQ.
Maybe, but it is power hour and the low volume day, so we could get just a big move in either direction.
Drop around 69.60, half in the ES. Gold found its happy price 43.61. 43.60. It's been there for a little bit now. Dow again grinding higher. What's going on in crude? Haven't seen much in crude. No love for crude lately.
Yeah.
Because it's trading right at $58. Stuck there.
Crude will get hot again.
Oh yeah.
We'll just light the match to it.
One headline away. Will silver find another push higher here?
It is.
In the chat, $75 silver at the close.
Ooh,
pretty incredible.
That would be insane.
Got about
That would be insane.
$2.60 away from that. Got 11 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
During slow markets, we get big spike in volatility in the metals.
Is there a particular time? Like 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
I remember. Okay, what do you got?
Yeah, there is. So slow market starts at 7:30, but usually at like around 7, right at 7, and then almost every half hour we see a little spike, and then before the daylight savings changed, it was right at 8 p.m. Right at 8 p.m. was the spike in volatility, and there was a good gold trade there for a while. But yeah, Coach Shoop said it. That Shanghai Open,
remember,
is the mover.
Actually, commodities, especially gold and silver, they move in the Asian session. I guess, more than the US, because there's a lot of producers of commodities in the Asian, so it's so active.
Usually, yeah, usually. Good opportunities, for sure.
Yeah, a little pullback in silver.
NASDAQ not going anywhere. We did hold the 750s. Hanging out here at these 760, 762.
Feels like a zombie rally here. They're looking for the high of the opening range. But is the pullback is due?
We'll see.
That's the question.
So what do we got tomorrow? Tomorrow we got FOMC minutes.
Correct. We have the
1 p.m.
minutes.
Central.
Yep.
Very
And the
interesting.
following day is a big one. It's the unemployment numbers, which is interesting. Interesting. We're going to be low volume on all week.
stalling out right now. In NASDAQ and ES. What are session highs for ES? I got around 69.70. Well, price 69.67. So about 7 points to go. The upside. Got a Delta update as well. ES plus 2,500 and Q still at minus 1,400.
What are you looking for now, Mohammed? Are you just going to trail this thing?
Good question.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, the market is not reacting to the resistance that I'm seeing right now. I took some profit. The only thing that I can do is to trail my stop to the last pivot, and then we'll see if it gives another entry or not. Buyers having control. It feels like that a pullback is due, but as long as we are making higher highs in here, so I'm fine. I don't need to do anything.
That's the best kind. That's the best thing.
Yeah,
to do.
it is. 100%.
Will you make a decision
Yeah.
before FO or MOC?
I might exit with my mini and leave that runner.
Okay, so you'll exit with a mini before MOC, and then you'll keep
micro.
the micros on for a runner.
Just for fun.
Just for fun. Mohammed, just for fun, he says. I absolutely love it. We got 1,900 people hanging out with us in Power Hour here on Topstep TV. We're having some fun. Click like, click subscribe, click the bell upper right-hand corner. Kindly.
And as much as I want to put a trade on,
Nothing right now.
absolutely nothing is going on here in the NASDAQ. I don't want to force anything in the silver either. We did get that. Is this a double bottom? Is this a double bottom over here on silver? We held 70, 50.
Where?
And
Okay.
if we can break through these and hold above, 72, can we see a push back up to these 75s? I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe we
All for it
looking
in
at
the
these
chat.
75 tomorrow.
It's a holding pattern right now.
Yeah, if I'm flat, I don't think that I will do anything here. If I'm flat.
NQ move first. Dow rolled over just a bit. 48,829 last trade. 6 minutes till the bottom of the hour. See if we get cooking there again. Okay, that's still seeing a tentative schedule for a Trump and Netanyahu press conference in about 20 minutes or so. And emphasis on tentative.
Dustin wants me to say it.
All right. I'm good. 3. Mohammed, if you were flat, what would you still no trade?
If I'm flat, I will wait for a pullback to the moving average around 69.58.
Okay.
And see if we can hold 69.57 with a strong green candle. I will jump again to the long side.
I feel longs also.
Would you ever add to this position?
Adding to the position, not at this high. I mean, I will wait for a pullback. If we see the pullback to 69.58 and strong green candle without me getting stopped out, I will add. If I get stopped out, I will enter again. So, I would add if I see a pullback and continuation.
Okay.
Okay.
So even if you're in this position, we pull back and then we see that continuation. It's basically another setup, and you'll just enter a trade.
100%. This is just I'm exiting here just for trade management. As a trade management, I have to exit here to just book the profit of that trade and looking for new trade. If the new trade means that I'm adding to the same position, that's fine.
Okay. Makes sense to me. and time is a constraint. We're coming up on the bottom of the hour, like you said, Andre.
Yep.
At what point do you not place a trade?
I mean, so far
All right.
we haven't
We don't
placed a
have
trade.
enough
So
time
far,
for it
so
to
far we
work out.
haven't. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, NASDAQ hasn't really done anything. I still have that over under at 730, so 25,730 in the NASDAQ. And we are just sideways between 760 and 750. So in a 10-point range here in the NASDAQ.
Slight little pullback in ES. 69.59 quarter. Very little price movement so far in the first 27 minutes here on Power Hour. Just the dip to buy. We're going to roll this thing over.
Let's roll it.
Yeah. The VWAP. Overnight VWAP in ES. About 6 points lower. 69.53. Overnight VWAP in NASDAQ. Again, the slope is flat. It's been flat for a while. 24 points lower. 25,730. Dakota's magic number. I see what you did there.
The magic number.
Yeah. Yep, or head fake. Mohammed, you've been trailing the stop, correct?
Yep.
In both, you have what, 1 micro on, or you have 1 mini, 1 micro?
1 mini, 1 micros.
So you trail it in both?
Already trailed at 69.56.
Okay.
I don't see any trailing point over this unless we make a new high. I might move it up 2 points. I mean, at this point, I mean, we are waiting for the pullback, and we'll see what the market will do. Would the buyer be strong or not to hold the pullback? If they are not, I'm out. If they hold, I will add.
All right.
Head fake so
Getting
far.
a little bit of a selling pressure coming in.
I can see this sort of 3-bar reversal trying to be
where, Mo?
make
MBT doing
in the 5-minute ES.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay,
really
okay.
strong. Not really strong, but it's already 3 bars, red bars. Not one of them closed below the green one, which is 69.59. So if this closed below it, correct me if I'm wrong, Dakota, if this closed below this green bar, I think this is a valid 3-bar reversal
Yeah,
interested.
I wouldn't be against it. Yeah, I like that. The only thing is like timing and volatility, right? Like it's near the end of the day and there's no volatility in this market. We're kind of just slow. And so it's harder for me to take reversal trades.
Exactly. And also it's taking long time to make this setup, you know. So usually when this is slow, yeah.
There's context to everything, right? It's nice to say, all right, you know what, Bears won, but we didn't have Michael Parsons.
Where'd that come from? Where'd that come? What happened there?
They're like, it's like the whole second team. You might be playing like a D League or
what happened there? My goodness. We might see a little bit more push on the downside here.
I let that one off my chest, man. I've been venting all week.
I love it. Well, all right, top of the hour is come and gone. Maybe we get another push lower here, or they're just going to buy it and get us back into range. Mohammed, I want to get your take on something. Tip of the week, Topstep here. Review your trading performance and journal. Assess key performance metrics. Identify recurring errors, patterns, as well as refine strategy and rules. Mohammed, I know you've been doing a lot of back testing last week. What was your approach? What is your approach to reviewing your performance, and how do you adapt?
Yeah, first of all, the result that you get is the outcome of your performance. It's I read it today. It's a lagging indicator of your performance. The result. It's a lagging indicator, so you know after the fact. But the real indicator, or let's say the what they call, what's the opposite of the lagging indicator?
Leading indicator.
The leading indicator is your emotion and trade management. No, the P&L is the lagging indicator, is the output, is the result. So you know after the fact. So the point here, I was reviewing my entry setups, which is finding who has control and wait for the correction to the moving average and wait for the strong green candle and the strong try of the buyers or sellers and take a trade, place your stop. I posted almost 15 charts to ChatGPT. And they say, I used ChatGPT to tell me or to find or enhance, optimize my entry setup to give me better result. And I didn't like the first thing.
What did it say?
What amazing trader.
Tell me what it
I
said.
don't know. So, but at the end, it said you can add blah 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 indicators. No, without adding any indicators. How can I minimize number of trades in order to get the best out of them?
No kidding.
Actually, I didn't get anything so clear, except that using another indicator every time it comes back to add MACD or something. And the good thing about it, it told me that you can make more money in this setup than you're already making. So instead of shooting for 1-to-1, if you shoot for 1.5-to-1, that will optimize the result a lot. So I doing back testing for all my trades, whether I took it or not, and I found out yes, if I waited a little bit more in my setups, I would make more of it. I used to move my stop loss to point of entry after I get my first profit. That was my characters in trading. I like to take a profit and then move my stop to point of entry. I used to do that. It was even automated in NinjaTrader before. Whenever you take the first profit, stop goes to point of entry.
And that
when
was
I did the
profits.
back testing, yes, but when I did back testing, if I hold on to the same stop loss, I will get 1.5-to-1 instead 1-to-1. Most of the trades.
Don't move your stop then.
So this is one of the ways that you review your performance. Doesn't mean that you are doing something wrong, or it means that if you are doing something right, it can be better. If you are doing something wrong, find out what it is and remove it. It's fine. You are not a bad person if you do that.
So let me make sure I understood that. Correct me. So you took pictures of charts with your entries, extras, and take profits. You upload them into AI, Chat GPT, and that helped you analyze those setups and basically, like, how can I improve this? Increasing your risk reward. Should I move your stop loss? This, and it's basically having a conversation with AI to help improve, those 10 examples that you put into it.
Yes, basically that. But as I said, in technical side, it didn't add any much to me. But from
that's okay, Mo. It gave you. It was like looking in the mirror. Essentially, you looked in the mirror. It put the mirror up to you and said,
"Yeah,
don't move your stop. Believe in your entry. Accept the risk." I like that, because if you move your stop up to entry price, it's almost as if you're saying, "I nailed it. I nailed the entry price, so I can get a profit. It's never going to come back." All right. Speaking of good risk management,
I'm going to try it over the weekend.
Yep, okay, good profits. I want to bring up, let's get an update with some of our live funded traders from earlier today. Wow, Efren. Okay, look at that. Efren's still up 44,000. Locked it up. I do believe Alexander C up 19. Liam moving up. Now up $17,000. Shang up 50, almost 16,000. Christian, so $14,000. Job well done.
44.
Start the week.
Wonder if he was trading silver.
Had to have been. Everyone's the new rate. Look at Mohammed. Hey, Mohammed, what'd your back testing tell you about silver? Have you?
No, nothing. Yeah, it's just today back testing.
I'm messing with
Or
you.
back testing. Yeah, just to put it in context.
Sure.
To do a proper back testing, you need at least 500 trades. At least, in my opinion. And then you do a forward testing. Forward testing, that means live simulation during the market working, and do 10% of that. If the result of the back testing and the forward testing match, when I say match, I mean if the win percentage is the same and the risk to reward is the same for the back testing and forward testing, that means you really understand your strategy. And that will give more confidence in yourself trading this live. So for back testing, I always look for 500 trades at least.
Okay. So one more time, Mohammed, you said if the win percentage is the same in the back testing as it is, then implement
in the forward
correct?
testing.
Forward testing. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. So in back testing, you don't know what is the situation in the market. You don't know what is the fundamentals, what is the vibe in the market, what is the sentiment. It's not clear in the chart. Sometimes the news also, it's difficult to find out whether this day has a news or not. It's very difficult. So back testing is just back testing. You just test the candlesticks and structure. But forward testing, you will have, the bias, and you are affected by whatever saying in the social and other traders, so the forward testing is a mirror of the back testing if it is done correctly.
Forward testing is the
silver,
hardest. And
silver and gold starting to push lower here. Silver now trading $71.90.
Nasdaq's testing
86 cents,
too.
85. Gold also starting to sell off and continue do so now. 43.44. We're about $28 from the lows. Lows of 43.16. We're starting to sell off both silver and gold.
Nasdaq might follow along. I like that 730s target, that 25,000 730s, and Tesla's also pushing the lows here. Happy to see that one.
See where they want to take this.
Yesterday, Sunday, I was sitting at home and almost after, at 10 p.m. our time or 11 p.m. our time, I said to my wife, I will go to the office. And she's, why? Market is closed. So she was angry, basically. Market is closed. Why are you going to the office? I will do some back testing.
What did she say, Mohammed?
I spent 2 hours explaining what is back testing, and then I find out I have to go to sleep.
Dream about it. Mohammed, do you ever dream about trading? Do you ever have dreams about trading?
All the time.
Oh, love it, Mohammed. Love it.
All the time, man.
Are you even a
one
trader
time
if
I
you don't
dreamed
have a
about
dream?
a 3D chart. It was a 3D chart.
Whoa, really?
3D. It's not 2-dimensional. It was a 3D.
What was the third dimension?
What is the third dimension?
Yeah.
It was
depth level 2 data.
There is something,
Yeah.
Time and price.
Time, price. That's the 2 dimensions.
Something
the third.
else.
Mohammed, bringing the heat. I love you, Mo.
The speed. Speed.
Oh, velocity. Okay, I like that.
How fast? Okay. How fast was the market moving to that direction?
Miles per hour.
It was. I wake up. I say, why the hell nobody is thinking about it? Let's do it, Dakota. 3D charts.
Did you write any of the candlesticks while you were dreaming?
No, come on now, stop. Like a surfboard.
I don't remember, but I remember it was 3D, and they said why we don't use this Meta glasses or Google glasses to trade using them instead of just normal screens.
Don't need a poll, but I just want to ask the chat. Chat, do you all out there have dreams about trading in markets? Does it just pop up?
Ooh. I do. 100%. Usually they're bad dreams.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously.
It's just true.
Open position I forgot about.
After that,
Yeah.
After
Yeah,
that
there's-
non-farm payroll trade, remember Dakota when you sleep with non-farm payroll?
Yeah, that haunted me, man. Just
filled.
wake up, you check your phone, and you have an open position, and like, whoa, I thought I put a stop loss on there. Oh, yeah. We don't talk about that one
Oop,
anymore.
stuck in a
Will.
trade, can't get out. Been there. Actually lived that one. Flash crash. Stuck in a trade, couldn't get out.
Limit downs.
8 minutes. 8 minutes till market on close. MOC. Again, Topstep TVs will be off on Wednesday and Thursday. There will be some trade. You can still trade on Wednesday. Markets close on Thursday, the 1st of
I'm
January,
out from
2026.
from my mini. I exit from my mini.
Okay.
Okay.
So I only have one micro.
What's your P&L now, Mo? You came up like
Nice trade,
six
man.
large.
6,780. So we make 780 in this trade.
Numbers.
Man. See if NASDAQ could pull down to these 25,730s. Got to the 40s. It's taking its time. We have
Yes, it is. We got our hold.
17 minutes left.
Yep.
17 minutes left.
Well, gold continue to grind it lower. 43.47. About $30 off session lows.
Drops not always. He says there's always a stop loss in your account. It's called zero balance. It's not if you're out. It goes negative. I've had a
can go
margin
negative.
call. I've had a margin call before. Worst feeling in the world. Oh, there's NASDAQ. There's a little bit of a sell off here.
We got it. Is this the move?
Yeah. Is this the big one?
Uh-huh. This is the big one. We're looking at a 2-point sell-off here in the ES 69.57. We're closing in on Dakota's price set for above below, about 10 points away as we trade 25,741.
Yeah, I got 730.
And I'm
Mohammed?
flat.
Nice job, Mo.
Almost flat.
Nice trade.
Not yet.
Ooh,
I'm flat.
A little bit more. Selling. coming.
6,822.
Nice job, Mo.
Beautiful day. Go into the end of the year on a positive note.
A little bit more of a push here in the equities. Yes, Dow and NASDAQ. Selling off just a bit. Looking at 25,738. Back to VWAP, says Evans. Yep. Yes, same thing over there. 69.55, 2 points from overnight VWAP. Dow selling off also.
All right, let's get 730 here in the NASDAQ.
We might nail it.
Got down to
Absolutely, my 5 minutes
36.
MOC. The buyer's going to jump in, or is just sell into this? Oh yeah, that's right. Wednesday and Thursday this week, we're doing Topstep TV Rewind. We did last week. 8:30 a.m. Central. Playing some of our best segments and trader psychology, best content, market legends like Dr. Brett Steenbarger. That's right. Oh, and Linda Rashke. Yep.
2025.
I know.
Time goes by so fast.
You sell into this or just good back into the range. Talking ES, NASDAQ, even gold. Like gold wanted to make a push lower. It's already done enough selling, to be honest with you today.
It looked like it was going to
$260. Now $260. In
Gold.
15-hour period. Gold. 15-hour period. Lost, sold off $260 on that CME Big margin requirements for the metals
Wow. Yeah, that's
and the buyers.
yeah.
I see
We could do it. We could do
buyers
it.
trying to
Anything can
take
happen in the
control
last 10
here.
minutes.
Watch us get a massive.
Let's sell off.
MOC. Market on close. 3.5 minutes.
I-
What's market on close, you say? 50 past. 50 after the hour. 10 minutes till the bell. A lot of orders to be executed. The dollar value to be executed on the close. So they will announce it. It's volatility. Just look. Be on alert for volatility. May not. Or we don't want to get blindsided.
I think we could go for these 30s again.
When Power Hour began, we were trading 25,000. 766. We're down about 22 points in an hour or 45 minutes.
Someone was asking me if there's there's a lot of information over the weekend about margin calls and everything in silver. I don't know how true any of that was, but I mean that's what happens, right? If the margin gets increased, then you're going to have a lot of people, even institutions, maybe even banks, that need to scramble together to meet there's margins. So there's one that was saying that for silver, the bank it wasn't a local bank, it wasn't a bank in the US, but they got a margin call that they needed to fill.
Two minutes MOC. Nothing yet from the White House. Netanyahu and Trump press are tentatively scheduled to begin. Oh, sorry. Supposed to start 3 minutes ago. No one's at the podium right now. We have our eyes on it. Great work, Gabe. Again, we only have 12 minutes. 12 minutes till the bell. We got at the buzzer after this. Make sure to check out Dakota, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. We'll be joined by, at the buzzer star, Jay. Joining them. Carving up those metal markets.
My man Jay. Tesla just hit session lows.
Yeah, how's
Really?
Mag 7? How's Mag 7 looking? Red
Yeah, I'll
across?
give you an update. Yeah, pretty close. We got Nvidia down 1 in the third. Apple scratch, Microsoft scratch, Amazon scratch, Google scratch, like plus or minus like 0.505. The big movers is really just Nvidia down 1.3, Meta down 0.6, Broadcom down 0.7, and then my Tesla, which is down 3%.
Your Tesla. Why is it your Tesla again, Dakota? Are you
because I shorted it. I put a short position on.
Shorting Elon. Bearish on Elon, huh?
I'm bearish on he sent out a tweet over the weekend saying silver's not good. It's going to affect the industry, and then the technicals on a daily look like we could pull back down to like 450. So I shorted it. Jack would be proud.
Short Tesla, long gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, 30 seconds. Market on close. It's going to go NQES and then the Dow. Buy side, sell side. See if we get some movement here. Those numbers can and will change also.
Oh, yeah. 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Are you ready, Mohammed?
You're flat.
Ready for
right?
what? I'm flat. Yeah.
I know, man. I love you. Ready for market
man.
on close. FOC. Here comes FOC. Ready for what? The best, man. He's reading his fan mail right now. And here we are. Light mixed bag. Buy side ES 400 mil. Buy side Nasdaq 300 mil. Sell side Dow 300 mil. Light. Those numbers can and will change. Did the market do anything? Ready for what?
Yep, bounced. Nasdaq bounced.
Love you, Mo.
Let's see if we hold it.
So good.
Market feels tired.
Feels tired. Hey, it's last week of the year, man. A lot of people are tired.
And those numbers can't all change. I'll let you know if it does. Market didn't do much off of that. Everything's pretty much in a holding pattern till the closing bell. Let's see. Still 400 mil buy side ES, 340 million buy side Nasdaq. Dow, sell side, 350 mil. Headline from President Trump on the Netanyahu meeting. Came to a lot of conclusions. That's what it said. We came to a lot of conclusions. I love these headlines.
That's the best answer I've heard in a while.
What was the other one he said? Yeah. Came to a lot of conclusions. Yeah, this
You just need to
is
say it
not
depends.
press conference. Still holding buy side light. ES trading 69.56, pretty much in the middle of the daily range for today.
All right,
Nasdaq trading 25,744. Well, we get to 730, about 14
Yeah,
points
get it.
into the downside. That would be Dakota's above
Like the
lows.
chances still. Tesla's still pushing these session lows. Like we're selling off in Tesla. Not so much on the rest. I mean, Broadcom's now pulling back a little bit. So let's see if the Nasdaq could follow.
Buy side growing a little bit in the ES. Significant trade earlier in fast markets. We saw a 2,000 lot come in on the ES. 2 minutes into the session, 2,000 sold 69.65. Still buy side. Nothing really moving. Nothing really moving. What's the next move, Mo? Have you locked it up or? Oh, no, he never
No,
does.
I'm watching those buyers
Yeah, he
here
is.
trying
Knew
and
you were.
failing now.
Knew you were.
Those buyers, they try once, try twice.
Numo was locked
They are
in.
failing, which is not good for. When I said I need to see buyers holding the price, are they
They're not.
holding? I don't
No.
see them holding. They are not.
Either.
No, they're struggling.
Mhm.
It's looking weak, but we're not really going down either.
We might be getting it right now, Gabe. Bring it in if we have it.
We'll get another
Too much
injection of
Dow.
liquidity in
Yeah.
about 2 minutes.
Dow's starting to pick up to the downside here. A little about 40-point sell-off in the Dow. 48,762. Nothing really moving with MOC. About 90 seconds, 55 after. Another injection liquidity.
There's no down without Dow.
You heard that one? That was a good one.
Yeah, from this morning, yeah, that was a good one.
More from President Trump on the Netanyahu meeting. We have peace in the Middle East. I think we will be successful with keeping peace in the Middle East. You know, really, it's just repeat.
Peace in the Middle East. All right.
Buy side growing. Buy side growing a little bit. Yes, and Nasdaq Dow still staying sell side.
Ooh. Let's see how flush the 730. The 730 for the close is looking spicy.
Mm-hmm. That was picking up.
Sellers are stepping in now on the equity. Some of them.
Yeah, I see. I see that buyers are struggling here big time.
Ooh. We just get down to 730 right there.
Some
It's gonna be close.
734. Yeah, we got ES starting to sell off here. Did it flip? It flipped sell side light. Flip sell side light. Let's see what happens here. Ooh, back buy side. Back buy side. Did it pop?
Right back up.
Yep. 450 mil buy side. In the ES. No trades, correct, Mohammed?
No trades.
Love it.
We got to like
Buyers
31.
didn't show up.
He's not going to start till after the bell closes. Or after the bell rings, I should say.
Got the 731.
Buyers didn't show up.
No, they didn't. Market feels tired, Mohammed. That's accurate. Again, we got tomorrow. We do have. Delta hasn't done much either. FOMC minutes tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central. It's gonna be a big one. We got, who is this in the chat? Caleb, pass. That's the combine today. Good job. Well done. Tomorrow should be better,
Nice.
says Knowledge TV. Yep.
Nice.
Moving.
Nice work.
Yes.
Start your XFA next year.
Oh, sage
My
advice from
advice.
Mohammed.
Take it or leave it.
Next year.
Do you recommend
Next year,
all right.
after 4
Yes.
days.
I love that. Yeah, I love that joke. Next, we'll see. We get a little push lower here in the 69.52 last trade. Great little movement.
Can we see?
All eyes. Yeah.
7:30
30s.
even. 7:30 even.
Mohammed, did you enjoy Power Hour?
Yeah, big time.
You don't
Although
care.
it's
Mohammed,
not my
you-
favorite
you-
time of trading.
Stop listening to me, man. You zoned,
You
you tuned me out, man.
made money. What's the over under? 25,000, 7:30.
7:30. 5 points away. 4.5 points now. MOC still a buy side.
We're
We'll get
getting there. We're
I think
couple
we're
points
just
away
sitting
now.
there. We are just gonna sit there. All right, chat. Will he get there? Will we get there? We are. I mean, I
It
consider this
was
a W. I consider this pretty
67%
good.
voted long.
12.
So,
Yep. What were we trading? Right around 750, correct? 755 or so.
yeah, we were 750s.
ES might be picking up some movement to the downside. Nice out there, Mohammed. Up around the 69.60s.
Yeah.
Look at that smile. Mohammed loving it. Mohammed absolutely loving it.
Stop profit. That's really a stop profit.
Mm-hmm. Stop profit. The president has begun. All right, pull up crude. President has begun, I do believe.
Oh,
Crude selling off. Crude
so
selling off 10
close.
points here. If Hamas doesn't disarm, there will be hell to pay. Bring him in this ass. It has begun.
We got down to 731 even. Let's do it. We got a minute left. Minute and a half.
Crude selling off here about 90 seconds. 90 seconds till the close. Gold flatline. ES pretty flat.
Yeah, we got real close to it. But
I
we're
think
not
we
done
might
yet.
get it.
We ain't heard no bell.
Nope, not yet. They got 60 seconds. Look at that ladder in the ES. Watch all the size coming in. 200 on the bid, 200 on the ask. We're going to see a flurry of contracts.
Oh, here we go.
We might get it right now. 25,730.
Yeah, right there. 730. 730. Where are we going to close, though?
Look at all that size. Look at all that size in the ES.
There's the line. 730. We tagged it.
We're not moving.
But we got 30 seconds left. Where do we finish?
Where do we finish?
Above or below?
Where are we?
know.
$57.83. President is speaking. Markets, we're closed. We're closed and markets aren't moving. We want to play it. We can. Anyways, here comes the bell. You guys let me know. Look at that. 1,000 just came in on the bid in the ES. 25,730. 730. Can we get there? 10 seconds to go.
We tapped it. That's good enough.
Yep,
And now
I
it
call
just-
that win. Mohammed, great job today. Game to come to you. Good stuff today. Tricky day. Job well done. All those traders making profits. Mohammed, as always, Power Hour, Mohammed Monday. Dakota, we'll see you again in slow markets this evening. Also some fast markets. That being said, shout out to all the bellers in the chat. Thank you greatly. Let's see how we do it into the rest of the week. That being said, throw it to my main man, Gabe. Gabe, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer.
Let's do it. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us today. As always, we're grateful to have you here day after day. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers. And it's Monday. It's a shortened week. It's a holiday week. We got another Wednesday, half day, Thursday. No trading. We'll be offline Wednesday and Thursday, but we got 2 more days of a show with you. And tomorrow we have a couple people that we love having on joining us. We have Dakota coming back for Fast Markets. We got Vinny. Vinny is coming to hang out with Rising Star with Coach J and JD. See who else we got. We got Antonio making a return for 1 p.m. with Vince and JD. And then we got Mandy rounding out the day in Power Hour. So it should be a fun Tuesday. Last day show before we go into a nice little holiday break for another 2 days. In the meantime, make sure you stick around for At the Buzzer at 3:15 Central with Coach Paul and Coach Jay. And then Slow Markets tonight at 7:30 Central with, looks like, Jay is joining Coach Dakota. And then we'll be back tomorrow bright and early, 7:15 for opening call. And in the meantime, have a great evening, get some rest, get some time away from the charts, and we'll look forward to being back with you tomorrow. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.